Good morning and welcome along to Brands Hatch for this British Racing and Sports Car Club race day. We have a great day of racing to look forward to. Later on we'll have the SuperCup endurance race, which will be for 4 hours coming up this afternoon. But there's also 4 Mazda MX-5 races, 3 which come up this morning. We have the MX-5 SuperCup for the newest cars, the Mark IIIs, and we have 2 groups of Mark 1s. Later we'll have the MX-5 Clubman Championship, but already heading out onto the circuit is our first race of the day, which is for the Brscc Mazda MX-5 Championship, and we can hand up now to our commentator, which is Scott Woodward.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that, and welcome to today's live stream action here at Brands Hatch. Hope you all enjoy the show. Just a warning, it is today's racing only, unfortunately, but we should have some cracking races in store on that one. So thank you to Josh down in pit lane. The cars, as I say, are already lining up now on the grid for today's first of 4 Mazda MX-5 races today. We have 1 each from the Brscc Mazda MX-5 Championship for Mark 1s and the Mazda MX-5 SuperCup for Mark 3s, as well as 2 races for the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship, which are racing just today. And also, as Josh mentioned, we have our main event for today, which is the 4-hour SuperCup Endurance Championship race. It's their 4th race of the season on the short, sharp Indy circuit here in Kent, just 1.2 miles, and it should be quite a fun race. I know some people might be thinking that a 4-hour race might not be the most interesting, but I can guarantee you SuperCup races are usually quite action-packed from start to finish. So, as you can see, cars are forming up onto the grid for our first race of today, and that is the first of 3 this weekend, but the only one that we live streamed this weekend of the Brscc Mazda MX-5 Championship, one of the most popular and best supported championships in the Brscc's vast portfolio, and it's got quite a formidable lineup of drivers, as we usually tend to expect in these ranks. And coming into this weekend, Fraser Fenwick currently holds quite a substantial points lead, nearly 30 points ahead of his nearest rival Mike Comber, but of course the rest of the contenders behind him are lining up to try and take it off him, including Jason Greatrex, Tom Smith and Michael Nibbs. So we've had their qualifying session this morning in relatively dry conditions. There was a tiny bit of drizzle in the air this morning, but apart from that the weather appears to be looking fairly clear at this point in time. As we wander down the grid and take a look at our first few rows. It is Fraser Fenwick who starts on pole position for this first race. And he will have alongside him on the front row of the grid a very impressive effort from Steve Foden, who, if it starts to rain, will certainly be one of the drivers to watch out for, because he is someone who is definitely quite formidable in wet conditions. And there is quite a bit of cloud hanging over today, so potentially that might have an effect if it starts to come down. So the cars head off onto their formation lap for the first race of their weekend. It's 20 minutes of action here for the MX-5 SuperCup, and the grid reads as follows. So Fraser Fenwick, then championship leader on pole position in Carl 263. He starts alongside number 77, Steve Foden, on the front row of the grid. Row 2 is number 29, Adam Craig, one of his best qualifying results, and he starts on the second row alongside number 19, Adam Sparrow. Row 3 is Mike Comber, number 58, the man's second place in the championship. Alongside him, another impressive qualifying from Luke Pullen in car 27. He starts in 6th. Row 4 is number 75, Thomas Langford, in last year's championship winning car that was driven by Ollie Allwood, who captured the title here at Brands Hatch last October, and he starts on the 4th row alongside Michael Nibbs, number 82, 5th in points. And then rounding out the top 10 is number 69, Brad Jones, who's consistently improving his pace, and number 7, Oak Richardson, one of his best qualifying efforts in P10. Then it's row 6 where we find the 2 Greatrexes. The 2 Greatrexes, of course, being the Jason and Callum on the 6th row of the grid. Row 7 is number 777 Courtney Milnes and number 13 Scott Leach, who's qualified 14th. Then it's Steve Bartlett and Oliver Graham on the 8th row of the grid, ahead of Tim Dorr and Jack Noller. Then Owen Mills and Richard Wooten on the 10th row of the grid, followed by Levi Aisbert and Michael Green. Then Bo Parry and Martin Canning follow on row 12, followed by Martin Compton and Graham Rumsey. Chris Malloy, who is racing in Matthew Fletcher's Clubman Championship, leading number 21 car that he shares with him across both championships. Darryl Radwell starts alongside him on the 14th row. Rounding out the top 30 is Richard Bartlett and Ollie Walden, and then following them it's Aidan Edgar and Christopher Abbott, Keith Dalton, and then Klaas Koijker, who is a former long-time karter in the junior ranks, and he makes his first MX-5 championship appearance here this weekend. So the cars then form up onto the grid. Quick colour check for those at the front. It is the slightly grey car with the black decals on the left-hand side, Fraser Fenwick. It's the white car with the gold stripe is Steve Foden. The black car with the yellow striping is Adam Craig, and the grey car on the right-hand side is Adam Sparrow, one of his best qualifying efforts in fourth. Mike Comber is the red and white car, and then it's the white and purple car alongside him on the third row. That is Luke Pullen. The white and blue car is Thomas Langford, and then the grey, blue and red machine on row 4 is Michael Nibbs. So we're getting set then for the first of our today's races on today's live stream here at Brands Hatch, and we are all getting set for some exceptional action here on the Indy circuit. We've got 5, the lights will be coming any moment now. They go out. It's a cracking start from the front row from Steve Foden. He gets the jump on Fraser Fenwick, and also a good start from Luke Pullen, who tries to put himself alongside the second row pair who are going level down towards Paddock Hill Bend. But Steve Foden with an absolute flyer down towards Paddock for the first time, and he leads in car 77. So down the hill they go then, up towards Druids for the first time. And it's side by side for Fenwick, who comes back at him, and they bang fenders as they come into Druids the first time. There's more contact behind that. Scott Leach into the side of, that's Oliver Graham, and up the inside both went one of the Go For It racing cars and Courtney Mills as they come down the hill towards turn 3, which is Graham Hill Bend. There's more bumping over the curve from Richard Woodson. Out wide goes Steve Bartlett. Someone else has got onto the grass on the exit. Fraser Fenwick, after losing the lead initially from the front row, has got himself back into the lead and is now ahead of Steve Foden in second place. They wind their way through, more contact further back. That's Brad Jones into the side of Mike Comber, who started the course on the third row of the grid, but has pushed himself back to about 6th or 7th. So not a great start for the man who mainly runs Mike Comber Racing, and I think these days runs his car with that AB Motorsport and Ali Bray. So that's a bit of a paradox. We'll work that one out. So down the straight for the first time to end lap number 1. And it is Fraser Fenwick who leads then. Steve Foden in second place. Adam Sparrow third. From Michael Nibbs and Adam Craig in the top 5. Then it's Luke Pullen 6th. Thomas Langford 7th. Oak Richardson 8th. And then we have exiting the top 10. It's Jason and Callum Greatrex. They've moved up from where they started on the 6th row of the grid. They're now both inside the top 10 looking to make places. And there goes Jason Greatrex in car 33 having a look up the inside of Oak Richardson and that rather unique, almost nature liveried yellow number 7 in 8th position. Good run from him so far in the opening lap and a half. So wind their way through Surtees for the first time and make their way up towards the complex of McLaren, Clearways and Clark Curve. And now they come down the pit straight towards Paddock Hill Bend once again. Now Fraser Fenwick has on his tail the number 77 is Steve Foden. Up through Druids they go. Top 4 starting to compress already. They're starting to drop Adam Craig at this point as they head down the hill towards Graham Hill Bend once again. Now out of it. Now onto the short straight that takes them back towards Surtees again. Very fast left-hander, and of course rather than turning left all the way up onto the Grand Prix loop, they'll turn right straight after to go back through on the shorter 1.2 mile Indy layout. And Fraser Fenwick, who is always pretty comfortable no matter what the conditions are, but particularly in the dry, is once again showing the race-winning pace that's put him at the top of the points. But Steve Foden looking in good form. He had a bit of a rough start to the season with an accident in his regular car at Alton Park in testing, and that mostly kind of wrote it off, but they were able to get this to bring out the spare car that he had, which is this white and gold car, salvage some of the mechanical parts which were able to be picked up, and he's been running that car with a little bit of a power deficit first couple of rounds. They've been trying to figure out the power issues, but back at the last round at Silverstone Grand Prix they managed to solve those, and they're continually finding more pace in that 77 car. There's a scrap going on for 8th position between Oak Richardson and Jason Greatrex. Callum Greatrex is in 10th position. Head down the hill once again towards Graham Hill Bend once more on lap 4 of this. Lap 4 of this Mazda MX-5 Championship race here being streamed live. Now through the complex of Clearways, McLaren, and back through Clark Curve again. Fraser Fenwick only had a gap of about 0.2 of a second, and he hasn't been able to stretch it out much further because as he heads down the pit straight towards the right-hander at Paddock Hill Bend, he's got Steve Foden and Adam Sparrow. Adam Sparrow has quite a strong start to the season. I think there's possibly there's a live snatch going on in the background because there's one car that's gone off the road down at Paddock in the gravel. I'm trying to work out exactly who that might be. I think it might be either, possibly might be Tim Dorr, I think, because he's starting to tumble down the timing sheet, as is also Martin Compton. Back into a grey car, so it might be Martin Compton that's gone off. As we see here, Mike Comber and Callum Greydrex getting close with each other here as they head down the hill towards the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend, and out wide on the exit over the grass goes Oliver Graham. That'll certainly be track limits, and I'm sure Dr. Palm won't appreciate him mowing his grass for free. And through the left-hander at Surtees once more. And yes, the car that is off the race, car 52, Martin Compton. You can see the recovery crews. They'll be covering that with wave yellows, and the snatch team's very well skilled, and they'll be working as quickly as possible to ensure that we don't actually have to go to a full safety car. And that means that these guys won't be able to pass into Paddock Hill Bend. They'll have to stay in single form. And what this also does is not only does it allow Fraser Fenwick to maintain his gap and remain unchallenged, but it keeps the order for second, fourth and fifth, and it also starts to compress the top five a bit more because Adam Craig is catching back up to them. The second group is in a way led by Luke Pullen, but he's starting to pull away from teammate Thomas Langford. Looking further back, we're seeing 36, which is Jack Noller, another one of our impressive rookie racers. He's battling away with Stephen Bartlett, who's the son of Richard, who is also in the field somewhere. And just behind them, we've got a scrap going on between Oliver Graham and it looks as though that the recovery is going to take more than just a snatch vehicle, because the timer at the top left has gone yellow, and that can only mean one thing: safety car deployed. So first appearance of the weekend for the runyourfleet.com Jaguar safety car, which will have to bunch the pack up, arms out of the cockpit, out of the cars, to ensure to the marshals and the officials that they are slowing down. With 14 minutes to go, it's already coming up towards a quarter distance in this race. And there is Martin Compton's car being recovered. And you can see there, marshals are working hard. Of course, marshals have, as always, their massive thanks to them for giving up their time. It's only the beginning of the race weekend, but a massive thank you to everything that they have done, not just here this weekend so far, but so far this season, and of course everything they will do this weekend as well. Managing to look out and be essentially very much the eyes and ears in many cases of race control, and being able to ensure this race meeting runs smoothly, because without marshals and our volunteers, of course, we couldn't go motor racing. So a big thank you to all of them for turning out today in what's so far been quite pleasant summer sunshine conditions. There are some clouds hanging in the air, but the conditions so far are just about perfect for motorsport. It's bright sunshine, relatively clear skies. As I said, there's that cloud in the air. Then of course on top of that you've got a little bit of breeze as well blowing around, so it's beautifully dry. And so far racing has been pretty exceptional between the top four. Fraser Fenwick, of course, looking to try and extend that points lead. Quick check-in as well with the Masters. And of course there are quite a few drivers which are aged 45 and over who qualify for the Masters points, and the man currently leading that coming into the weekend was Jason Greydrex, and he led with a total of 808 points. Ahead of Richard Bartlett and Tim Dorr, then Scott Leach and Kevin Dengate. The top four in those five drivers are present, but not as far as I can see Kevin Dengate on the grid. So the race order then, as we now tick towards half distance in this race, is Fraser Fenwick who leads, from Steve Foden in second place, Adam Sparrow is third, Michael Nibbs is fourth, and Adam Craig rounds out the top five, followed by Luke Pullen in sixth, Thomas Langford in seventh, Jason Greydrex eighth, Oak Richardson ninth, and then Mike Comber rounding out the top 10. And the rest of the order beyond that is Callum Greydrex 11th, Brad Jones 12th, Courtney Mills 13th, Stephen Bartlett 14th, 15th place for Jack Noller, 16th for Oliver Graham, and then it's Scott Leach, Richard Woodson, Owen Mills and Levi Aisbert rounding up the top 20. In terms of any big movers in the grid from where they started, and let's see if there's any big movers from that race so far. Mike Comber, of course, started 10th, so sorry, 5th. He's dropped back 5 places from where he started. Adam Sparrow up 1 place from 4th to 3rd. Adam Craig is down from 2 from 3rd to 5th. Top 2 are as they were on the grid. No change there, and Michael Nibbs has run well. He's come from 8th up to 4th, so a few shuffles around at the front in this first of the weekend, and the only one we have on the live stream this weekend. looks like safety car is in, so as a quick finish up of the recovery from the snatch team. So that means now that racing get back underway. We're heading towards half distance already, so 10.5 minutes on the clock. Heading down towards Paddock Hill Bend, once again under racing speed. Very wide there from Michael Nibbs. He gets very sideways on the exit. Paddock Hill Bend, very sideways and out of shape, but he manages to gather it up. But he's lost momentum to the top 5. He's lost out to Adam Craig, and now he's under threat for Luke pulling up the inside. He tries to close the door. I think there's been contact between two of them, and a rather bemused bunch of cars watching behind them, including Jason Greatrex, Thomas Langford, and more. Now, for the leaders, Fraser Fenwick still lead, but he's coming under pressure from Steve Foden. And meanwhile, in the meantime, whilst he tries to keep up with the leader, he's also having to look behind him, because Adam Sparrow is having a great run so far in 3rd place and challenging Foden for 2nd. And as they come out of the right-hander of Clark curve back onto the pit straight, it is set to be, again, more battling going on with Oak Richardson. Comba's in there as well. And also as they come up through the right hand, as they come up towards the start of another lap, 9 minutes to go. See Oak Richardson vigorously defending from Callum Greatrex, who tries to force the issue. He will see if he can squeeze through without possibly any contact. Looking at my commentary box window, and they just about get away with it, although there was a little bit more rubbing down the hill towards Graham Hill Bend. So Callum Greatrex remains in what should be, looks at the moment, 9th position. It gives Oak Richardson a bit of a tap in the tail. I'm not sure the clerk of the course will appreciate a move like that, but neither will Oak. But Callum makes the move, and at the moment he's made it stick. But he's have to be careful. If he keeps up any more tactics like that, he might find himself with a penalty. And Oak Richardson looks like he's possibly losing pace or just lost momentum, because he's also lost out to Thomas Langford. Now he's also under big pressure again from the cars behind him. The likes of, looks like Brad Jones and Courtney Milnes and Stephen Bartlett are also trying to charge up behind him, and they're trying to pick up places. Brad Jones has gone through. Courtney Milnes also takes another spot. That pushes Richardson down to 13th, outside the top 10 now. The rest of the top 10 to go through. Now for the lead, Fenwick is having to really get his elbows out, because Foden is looking to the inside line to try and defend into Druids. But Sparrow is looking around for 3rd place, and if he can get himself his 1st, but that would be exceptional. And Adam Craig has refound his form. He's now up there in 4th place. He's having genuinely one of his best weekends so far in a while in the Mazda MX-5 Championship. Currently up at the front, having some great pace. Now up through Clearways and Clark Curve. Now back onto the pit straight again. Once more, completing lap 11. Still 7.5 minutes to go. There's Mike Comber lining up Jason Greatrex, who's in the top 5 as well. In fact, all of the, apart from Tom Smith, who's not here this weekend, all 4 of the top 5 that are here this weekend and currently in points are up there in the top 10 so far. Both Greatrex and Comber are just outside it. Now they come up through Graham Hill Bend. Now back down towards Surtees again. Possibly a little bit of wind blowing around, but apart from that, it looks as though it's looking fairly, not comfortable, but the pace is looking fairly static between the first 4 or 5. Michael Nibbs has recovered from his mistake earlier on to begin to close back in on that top 5. The pit straight. Oak Richardson trying to recover here. We've got Courtney Milnes going up the inside of Brad Jones, and Richardson tries to follow her through. Milnes just outside the top 10, but she's had some really good runs so far this year with her return to the championship. A couple of top 10 finishes. She's the strongest I've seen her in the championship this year for quite a while. She's been racing MX-5s elsewhere and developing her craft, and now she's looking like a very decent regular top 10 runner, is Courtney. And she's found a really good rhythm to this car. Further back, got Jack Noller in the Go For It racing car. Again, very impressive rookie, had some decent top 10 finishes and strong points results too. Now as we come up towards the end of another lap, and Richardson again just having a think about looking up the inside of Brad Jones, but he's not close enough to make that happen. So 5.5 minutes left to go then in this Mazda MX-5 championship race. Across the line they go. The battle we're looking at here is scrapped from 11th down to about 16th or 17th position. The leaders are going back towards it, and sort of there. That there is Mike Comber going up the inside of Jason Greatrex. It was kicking off in front because it looked like Michael Nibbs was going to make a move on Adam Craig and possibly make contact. But this top five are really concertinaing up here, and Steve Foden feeling the big pressure from Adam Sparrow behind him as he continues to press on to try and grab second place. And Fraser Fenwick knows all about defending at Brands Hatch. He played for AB Motorsport. What they would have said is it was a key part in helping Oliver Allwood win the championship last year, as he was essentially a rear gunner to try and defend from Jack Brewer in the championship. And he certainly played a role in that. And it's now Fraser Fenwick's turn to challenge for the championship and to go for glory on this occasion. Back into Paddock Hill Bend, Sparrow has a look, and the momentum that Foden's carried through the corner there has really put him right underneath the rear bumper of Steve Foden of Fraser Fenwick. But Fenwick holds firm on the inside, and now, see there, Adam Sparrow trying to recover. He's left the door open for Adam Craig to try and squeeze through. He might well make it. He hasn't quite managed to make that one stick. Now in through the complex of Surtees, and now back up the inside goes Adam Craig, and Nibbs tried to hold it round the outside line, but it's also starting to bring both Combat and Jason Greatrex into play. Callum Greatrex is currently up into 8th place, Luke Pullen 9th, and Thomas Langford on his tail. Pullen's teammate in P10 at the moment. Coming up to 3.5 minutes left. A little bump draft from Comber as he tries to get inside Michael Nibbs. He almost gives Adam Craig one in turn. His top three now are starting to breach away from this now second pack, battling for best of the rest in 4th. Again, Sparrow had a little look around the outside. Meanwhile, Comber definitely is going around the outside. He just gets shown the edge of the track there by Nibbs, but if he can keep the momentum, he might have the inside line to dive up past him for 5th position, which I think he did. And we'll see that, I think, on the exit on the next shot, see if Mike Comber did get through. And the answer to that question is no, he didn't. He actually got outfoxed by Michael Nibbs. He stayed around the outside line, and now he's also under threat from the two Greatrexes as they come through Surtees. Jason finds a way through up the inside. Little love tap, and there goes Callum. Fitzpatrick elbowing his way through. Out the way, Mike. I'm following my sibling through. And there he goes. Down the pit straight. Still 2.5 minutes to go. I think we're going to get looking at lap times. We'll probably get around maybe at least 3 more laps to go in this one, because the lap is about 57 seconds. So we might be able to squeeze in 3, maybe 4. There's enough time here for Steve Foden to try and make an impression on Fraser Fenwick, and either he's biding his time, or he feels as though that he's only going to look for an opportunity when one clearly presents itself, because if he tries to dive up the inside and make contact, and ends up making contact and compromises Fenwick's race, he knows that he will only get a penalty for that, and that will certainly harm him in his chances to score points. Further back, we've got another battle here, checking with Brad Jones. He's battling away with Levi Aisbert in the purple and silver car. Also back in there is Owen Mills and Martin Canning. That's a scrap over 16th down to about 16th, 18th, 19th place. So AB Motorsport leads, Mike Comber Racing leads BC Cars Motorsport. 3 different teams, but 3 cars that are very evenly matched at this point. And now they come into Paddock Hill Bend once again. There's also a possible change on there behind us. Thomas Langford in the white and blue car looks to pass his teammate Luke Pullen. That'll be for 9th as Adam Sparrow now starting to get very aggressive. Looks to the outside. If you've got enough grip and confidence in the setup and the car, you can make it stick around the outside, because it will then give you the inside line for the next corner. I think Foden is just about going to hold on for this lap. But we'll wait and see if there's any more that's going to transpire from this one. Through Surtees they go again. This is on lap 18 of this Mazda MX-5 championship race. So Mike Comber there in a Greatrex sandwich. Thumps the curb as he chases after Jason, whilst also being chased himself by Callum. So there's the big MSV building in the background. Headquarters of Motorsport Vision. Of course, this is one of their 5 circuits that they run in the UK that run regular racing, plus the likes of Bedford Autodrome. It's Brands Hatch. There's one of the jewels in their portfolio of circuits. Coming up to lap one of the NHA Motorsport cars. As in the background, I can see one of the Greatrexes was very wide off the curve. I think it was Jason Greatrex over the curves, exiting paddock and getting wide into the gravel. So he's lost momentum, and actually he's lost the position, because in the background I see Mike Comber's got through. So there goes 4th and 5th. Then the battle for 6th here, as Comber's up to 6th. He's managed to get around Jason, capitalising on the mistake. Now Callum might give Jason a bit of a push here. Maybe both of them might try and get through. It's good driving from our back marker there. I think that is possibly, it might be 71, which is Klaus Koike, who's our rookie driver. That's a good drive from keeping out of the way, although inadvertently and unintentionally, he's unfortunately found himself right on the racing line at the apex where Mike Comber wants to be. So anyway, up to the checkered flag. It's going to be a victory for Fraser Fenwick in the MX-5 Championship. Steve Foden in 2nd, Adam Sparrow 3rd. Doesn't time fly when you're having fun. 4th for Adam Craig, 5th for Mike Nibs, then 6th for Mike Comber, followed by Callum and Jason Greatrex. The Greatrex swapped around in that sequence. Then Luke Pullen 9th and Thomas Langford rounding out the top 10. So a brilliant race for all involved in the Mazda MX-5 Championship. And that's a strong result. I'm sure that Fraser Fenwick will definitely not be unhappy with. It's another victory for him, another 100 points. And fastest lap of the race, just for the record, was taken by Adam Sparrow. So he will get the extra bonus point for fastest lap, and he will get 97 points from this race. It's 100 points for a win, and it goes down in increments of 2 in the points. So you get 98 for 2nd, 96 for 3rd, 94 for 4th, and so on and so on. But if you also take the fastest lap of the race, you get a bonus point. So that'll be 100 points to Fraser Fenwick, 98 to Steve Foden, 97 to Adam Sparrow, and that will certainly do his points tally no harm whatsoever, because he is currently coming into the weekend, Adam Sparrow, in a rather impressive 14th in points. He had a bit of a slightly rough start to the season getting some results, but he's managed to continue on. So, results then for race number 1 of the weekend, and the first race of today's stream for the Mazda MX-5 Championship. Fraser Fenwick takes the victory by almost half a second from Steve Foden in P2. Adam Sparrow on the podium, an impressive podium for him. I think that's his first. Then Adam Craig 4th, Michael Nibs 5th, Mike Comber 6th, Callum Greatrex 7th, Jason Greatrex 8th, then Luke Pullen 9th, and rounding out the top 10 is Thomas Langford. 11th goes to Courtney Milnes, ahead of Jack Noller, Steve Bartlett, Oliver Graham and Owen Mills in the top 15. Then Martin Canning, Levi Aisbert, Michael Green, Richard Woodman and Bo Parry in the top 20. Then Graham Rumsey's 21st, ahead of Chris Malloy in 22nd, keeping Matt Fletcher's car in one piece for his Clubman race later on. Then Richard Bartlett, Ollie Walden, Darryl Radwell, Christopher Abbott, Keith Dalton and Klaus Koike. And the cars we sadly lost were Brad Jones, Aidan Edgar, who had some difficulties, Oak Richardson, Scott Leach, Tim Dorr and Martin Compton. A great first race to start off today's action at Brands Hatch, and we can throw down to Josh, who's with our top 3 down at the top of pit lane, to have a chat to see what they thought about that.
So we're down here in the Park Fermi with our top 3, and it's another win for Fraser Fenwick. Well done, Brad. So you were challenged all the way there, but you managed to stay in front.
Yeah, definitely. You know, with a track that's this short, it's all about keeping consistent and choosing your moment of when to go. You know, definitely with that safety car, I probably didn't make the best decision, but, you know, happy to get another win, happy to keep the points coming in, and a massive thank you to all my sponsors and Ali Brave for this weekend and all the team.
It's been a really good season so far for you, hasn't it, picking up all these wins so far?
Yeah, it's been a really positive season. Let's not get ahead of the game. There's still many more rounds to go. But no, the start of this season's gone really well. So thank you to everyone that's helped.
How tricky is it around here to keep people behind when they're right on your bumper in the slipstream all the time?
It's very difficult. You know, you can lose them around the top section, but as soon as you get to the main straight, they're back on you. So it's very difficult to keep them behind. But like I said, the car was there. We've got the pace, so we've been able to hold them off.
Well done and good luck for tomorrow. Second went the way of Steve. Second place there, you were pressurising all the way.
Yeah, I took the lead at the start, lost the lead at the second corner, didn't quite defend hard enough, and then it was, you know, it's like a game of chess around here. It's really hard to overtake at the best of times. The one opportunity I had on after the safety car, went on the curb at Paddock Hill, up being signed into Druids, and fair play to me, I managed to hold it around the outside, and from there on I was just quite happy to hold position and finish where I started really, and on to the next one.
Second nice way to start the weekend too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, I've had problems all year, mechanicals and, you know, overheating and diff problems and stuff, so I think we're back where we were at the end of last year now with this new car, so yeah, I'm happy.
Best of luck for tomorrow then. Third place was Adam here. Well done, Adam. Third place, first podium I think for you this year.
Well, it's my first podium. This is my first year in the championship, so first year in the car apart from a couple of races I did last year, so I'm well chuffed. We managed to find something in the car, and now we've got pace to fight at the front.
Yeah, you're right, in that lead battle for the whole race, so it couldn't be much better than that, could it?
Yeah, I just sort of, part of me wanted to protect the podium because I think there was a couple of times I could have moved it in on Steve, but it was a little bit risky, and but it was a good race, yeah.
And a nice way to go forward now for the rest of the weekend, being right up there. Now you know perhaps how the racing's going to work up the right at the front here.
Yeah. I like to dedicate my first ever podium to my nan, who passed away unfortunately a few weeks ago, and also a massive thank you to BC Cars Motorsport. The car is handling absolutely amazing, and we're looking really quick. And also a big thank you to sponsors Portico and Kronos Design, because we wouldn't be here without them.
Congratulations, well done. So third place there was Adam Sparrow. We spoke to second place Steve Foden, the race winner once again in the Brscc Mazda MX-5 Championship with Fraser Fennick, and racing continues here at Brands Hatch with more MX-5. We've got the Mark III's next for the MX-5 SuperCup. Back up to Scott.
Thank you very much, Josh. Of course, I think we've got a little bit of time here to gather some of the cars which found themselves in the gravel trap in that first race, so there'll be a little bit of recovery whilst that's going on. As we lead into our next race of today's live stream, and that is the Mazda MX-5 SuperCup. Now, this is more Mazda races, but it's the Mark III generation MX-5s, the NC models, for those who are more anaraki on those kind of things. And these cars, this championship course has been arguably one of, if not the sort of most popular championship so far in terms of just sheer numbers. Others, such as the Club Sport Trophy, which is racing at Alton Park today, and others, as we see Brad Jones' car being recovered after it's had problems earlier on. It last year had the highest average grid number of any other championship in series the Brscc ran last year. That was about 37, and so far this year grids have been practically sold out, and so many top drivers in this year's championship. It just proves that it is a really fantastic place to go racing, and a really amazing amazing championship to be part of. Coming into the weekend, it is Richard Amos who leads the points as he quests to try and take a championship, the first ever MX-5 title for Martin Plowman's Paddock Motorsport squad. Of course, Martin Plowman is this weekend racing in British GT at Snetterton aboard his McLaren, and he'll be hoping that his team does the business here at Brands Hatch in order to pick up another victory. Coming into the weekend, Richard Amos has got quite a substantial points lead over the rest of the pack. So far this year, he's only finished off the podium once, and he currently has a lead of almost 50 points. It's 47, in fact, before any drop scores get taken into account. And across that, he has taken the equivalent of 4 victories, because some of these victories would have been taken, some of the races on the road would have been won by drivers who were guest drivers, one of which was Aidan Hills. He took all 3 wins on the road in the result at the first round at Silverstone International, but running as a guest driver, he was invisible for points. Therefore, Richard Amos picked up 2 wins behind him and the points for those. See Aidan Edgar recovering there. Looks like possibly Aidan Edgar and Brad Jones might have got involved in an incident. We was outside of our cameras, so as a result of that, it's slightly different on that side. So just behind him in second place in the Pro Class points, so there are 2 classes in the 2 main classes, as long as the Masters category in MX-5 SuperCup. The championship at the moment has Richard Amos in the Pro Class on 782 points, ahead of Patrick Fletcher on 735. James Cousins on 720 is currently third, ahead of John Langridge in fourth with 707. And Lee Britton's had a very consistent and strong run of results. He's hasn't really had a particularly bad result all season. He's finished within the top 10. His best result so far has been a 4th place at the first race at Snetterton. He currently sits 5th on 674 points at the moment, but then there's a tie for 6th at the moment between Will Blackwell Chambers and Colin Bysouth. Although essentially I would be led to believe, I think that it should be Colin Bysouth ahead of Will Blackwell Chambers on that tie by virtue of count back on victories, because last time at Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit, it was a pair of wins for Colin Bysouth, so he's looking very strong. He's been racing on and off in the SuperCup, but it's good to see him do a full season this year in that one of the fan favourites of the championship, which is the livery, which is the black and silver zebra livery with the pink accents. And he will be hoping that he can score another result. He actually had a very good qualifying session. We'll be able to go through the grid for that very shortly. As if I remember correctly, he should be starting on pole position for race 1. The qualifying session sets the grid for the first 2 races, but of course it's only the first race that we're showing here today in terms of live coverage. So Colin Bysouth does have the pole position, and he will start alongside championship leader Richard Amos on the front row of the grid. And then behind him on the second row is going to be Will Blackwell-Chambers, who's he's been getting progressively and steadily quicker in that Mark III in the MX-5. He's, of course, a former two-time champion in the MX-5 Championship for Mark Is. But of course, the last couple of years he's been dabbling into the Mark III Championship, and he now seems to be starting to find the groove in that Mike Comber racing car. He'll start third, and then an intriguing driver in fourth position. Now, it's the car which should have been driven by George Grant, who's the main sponsor of the championship, being Clapham North MOT, of course, modern service, traditional values, based in Clapham in London, run by George Grant, and of course his father Ronnie, who of course is a former racing driver himself, racing in Formula 3. And of course, before that, he was their Clapham North outfit had the likes of, if I'm going to get this right now, was at least Patrick Head, and I think John Barnard as well, who started some of their engineering careers working at Clapham North and have gone on, of course, to great things in Formula 1 and beyond. But that car was meant to be driven by George Grant, but sadly he's had to withdraw from the SuperCup. So instead, that car's been driven by his team boss, and that team boss happens to be one Rob Boston. And the last time he drove an MX-5, the only time he has driven an MX-5 SuperCup car at least, he's been a bit quick, so he should be quite an interesting prospect in fourth on the grid. That is a Rob Boston engineered car, number 169. He'll be, of course, representing the Clapham North and also Downforce Radio brands on that car, and that's one of the highest positions that car's been qualified. So fourth on the grid, which should be a good result for them, and if he can translate that into a podium, that should be good. I believe he will also be a guest driver as well, so he won't be set to score any points. So he might well score on the podium. You see his car is on the second row on the right-hand side, the white car with the blue and red striping. But that car will not be. That car will not be on the. That car will not be classified in terms of scoring any points. So watch out for that. Possibly towards the front. Row 3 sees number 10, Braden Fletcher, one of his personal best qualifying results with 5th fastest, alongside John Langridge, former Mark I champion. Again, still finding his way in Mark III. He's currently running with Hills Motorsport, run by Aidan Hills. And speaking of Aidan Hills, the man who won all 3 races as the guest driver at Silverstone International is back on the grid in what looks like a brand new build for Hills Motorsport, because no sooner that car won all 3 races, but then that car was then sold onto a new buyer. So Hills Motorsport have built a brand new car from scratch, and Aidan said that he would only jump out and do races when he had there were no clashes in the schedule, because he also runs cars and races himself in the Jeunesse GT5 Challenge, and he would only really jump into those races, one, when there was the time to do so, and even then, two, when he had potentially the opportunity to drive a brand new build car in the prospect of potentially selling it on either to someone who can rent it as an arrive and drive for the season, or even purchase it from him. And that's exactly what happened when it came to the rounds at Silverstone International, where Aidan Hills now was able to prove that his cars, when he builds them, are race-winning cars, and therefore are quite good bits of kit. So he's got another new build here. He's planted 7th on the grid, already showing its premise. Lee Britton starts alongside him on the 4th row, alongside James Cousins and Patrick Fletcher. The 2 men who are inside the top 3 in the championship, and we're hoping probably for a little bit more, but maybe not so much in terms of what's been happening there in the qualifying session. Getting set for the race. Cars towards the back are mainly those contesting the club class, which is the more drivers that are slightly more enthusiasts and drivers that like to simply just enjoy their racing for what it is. And at the moment, coming into the weekend for them, if I can bring their point standings up, which I have, it's currently Stephen New, who only has 1 win to his credit in the club class so far this year, but has stayed consistently up there within the top 3 or 4 positions. Cars and head off onto their formation lap. So it's in the club class, it's Stephen New with 768 points, there's Scott Wright at 740. That's the main championship battle between those two. And then Bruce Robinson 3rd with 644 points, Adrian Burge with 636, and then Clive Chisnell in 5th also on 636. 3rd, 4th and 5th is something of a BC Cars Motorsport inter-team battle, because all 3 of those cars run by Brian Chandler, who is here this weekend. Not only is he overseeing all his MX-5s, but he also himself is racing this weekend as well in the new Brscc Super Sport Endurance Cup. It's got quite a healthy entry for about 25-26 cars for its first 2 races this season here at Brands Hatch. It's a 2-hour endurance race tomorrow. If you want to tune into that, you can follow along via TSL Live Timing. There'll also be coverage on the Brscc social channels, both on Facebook pages, both the main one and on the Super Sport Endurance Cup Series Facebook page. So they can make their way around to the rest of the grid. We've gone through the first few runs from the start, but we'll quickly run through some more of them again. So we got around to about the top 10. So it's a run of the top 10. Colin By-South on pole alongside Richard Amos. Then Will Blackwell Chambers and Rob Boston on row 2. Braden Fletcher and John Langridge on row 3. Aidan Hills and Lee Britton on row 4. And James Cousins and Patrick Fletcher on row 5. Then it's Tom Griffiths, former BMW Compact Cup racer, starts on the 6th row and 11th alongside the Masters points leader and last year's Runaway City Car Cup champion, and also former pickup truck racer and all sorts that he's done in both front and rear wheel drive. Nick Grindrod, who is Masters leader, starting 12th. All continue learning about these cars race on race as he continues on. Row 7 sees Michael Nibbs, who's quickly jumped out of his Mark 1 MX-5 and straight into his Mark 3. He's doing double GC. He starts on the 7th row alongside 99 Nick Rutter. Row 8 is number 17 Will Morris and Kevin Sylvain in 16th place. Row 9 is Tom Selden and Alex Miller on the 9th row. And Simon Baldwin and Scott Wright round out the top 20. Simon Baldwin, so Scott Wright also picks up, I believe, the club class pole position as well, I think. Krista Richardson and Martin Tolley on the 11th row of the grid. Then it's Marcus Carlton and Alex Jones, Christopher Ginn and Daniel Parron-Smith from Clive Chisnell and Kevin Brent, and then Bruce Robertson, Stephen New, Adrian Burge, Liz Walton and Joseph Ritchie, who's making one of his debuts here this weekend for Paul Sheard Racing in car number 462. So cars then are ready to get underway for their first of 3 races this weekend. It's our only MX-5 SuperCup race on live stream today, and it is the 4th weekend of racing for the Mazda MX-5 SuperCup of 2022. Colin By-South on pole on the left-hand side. The 5-second board goes up as Richard Amos looks to try and angle his cars, get in front from the start. Watch for Blackwell Chambers and particularly Rob Boston, and also look for the blue, orange and black car of Aidan Hills behind her in the 4th row of the grid. Lights out and we go racing. Good start from Amos, pulls across and almost clips the front end of Colin By-South's car. Also a good jump so far from both Rob Boston to 3rd place past Blackwell Chambers, and also look for Aidan Hills. He's on the outside of what looks to be, I think that is Patrick Fletcher, one of those white cars in the mix. As Braden Fletcher is looking, trying to get past, and he's around the outside of him, and also to get past his teammate John Langridge. They head into Druids for the first time, 3 wide behind. That's James Cousins on the inside in the Hills Motorsport car. Nick Grindrod was in the middle, and it looks like Lee Britton was on the outside in the Luke Herbert Motorsport car. Now we come up towards the end of the first lap already. Half of that coming through as the pack snakes its way through. Amos continues on. Boston over the grass. He tries to look up the inside for 2nd place on By-South. He's got to be careful not to try too many of those moves, otherwise he might get himself firmly in the mix. And I think he has also managed to force his way through into 2nd place. He has. So up to 2nd place has gone Boston, and because of that, a loss of momentum for By-South has also put Blackwell Chambers on his inside. By-South tries to fight back on the outside with better straight line momentum down towards Paddock. Tried to sweep to the inside, but couldn't because Blackwell Chambers was right there trying to steal P3 from him. Over the curve goes Blackwell Chambers. By-South has the momentum around the outside to take his position back, and straight away Boston goes into defensive mode to hold off Colin By-South. Meanwhile, Aidan Hills charging from 7th on the grid, already looking round the outside of Will Blackwell Chambers. But Will shows him the edge of the road, but Hills keeps his foot in and manages to hold on to the place. So that is now up to 4th position. Blackwell Chambers out to 5th, and also there the yellow, black and red car. That's Nick Grindrod up trying to get himself into the top 10 battle. James Cousins as up the inside goes Rob Boston. Up the inside of Richard Amos looking for the lead. Remember, he's not scoring points, essentially he's racing for himself as contact behind Lee Britton sideways in the middle of the road. That'll panic everyone. It's down the pit straight. Look at this great camera shot we've got here as a sweep past one after the other. Side by side, Rob Boston takes the lead in towards Paddock and trying to follow him through his Colin By-South. Amos is stuck on the outside line and gets as he forces Plato to get sideways and hit the brakes. Around the outside, he's got to be careful, there's no more contact. By-South backs out of it, Boston goes back to the inside. And watch for the outside, because passing all of them is Aidan Hills. He's passed Colin By-South, then gets shown the edge of the road by Richard Amos. Get out of it, Aidan, you're not in this championship fight, leave us alone. But Aidan's not taking no for an answer. He goes back up the inside into 3rd place, holds on past Colin By-South. It then backs everyone else into Will Blackwell Chambers. And look at the cars behind. John Langridge, Patrick Fletcher. Then you've got Michael Nibbs in there. James Cousins. Then it's Nick Grindrod and Braden Fletcher. The top 10 are literally all together as one group. As a tiny piece of trim goes flying as someone cuts the inside curve. Little sideways there for Blackwell Chambers. You might have got a tap in the tail from John Langridge. And also there, that was Braden Fletcher getting past Nick Grindrod. So Boston leads. Everyone else trying to be 2nd behind him. With it's Amos, By-South. It looks like it's Aidan Hills in 4th position. He's up to 3rd now, if excuse me. Tom Griffiths takes the fast snap of the race. That's immediately gets stolen by Will Morris. And then It looks as though, oh, there's in the bit more contact shenanigans there at the hairpin, because up the inside has gone Aiden Hills, and through has also gone Colin Bysouth. And now Rich Lemos on the back foot here trying to reclaim his momentum, because now he's under threat from Blackwall Chambers. He's boxed in quite literally. He's got Bysouth right in front of him, Blackwall Chambers right behind him, and everyone else stacking up to try and get through. So the two guest drivers up to first and second. They're not scoring points, so technically in terms of maximum points in this race, so far it's Colin Bysouth, but not if Rich Lemos said they can say about it, and they both make contact. Sideways gets Amos, he just about holds on. Blackwall Chambers is out wide for sympathy. Who gets up to third place, I have no idea. Bysouth carries on. Langridge up to fourth, Fletcher up to fifth, so where's Rich Lemos got down to? It was Amos being maybe a little bit over-ambitious, or both drivers going for the same piece of tarmac at once into clearways, and Amos is down to 7th place. He's got to try and recover his way back up the order, defending there from Nick Grindrod. Blackwall Chambers is down to 11th now behind Tom Griffiths. It really is kicking off at Brands Hatch, and they're still going at it for 4th place. Langridge has the inside line. Fletcher will try and get him back on the outside. Hammer and tongs, we haven't even hit quarter distance yet. There's so much going on in this SuperCup race, and it justifies the fact that this is one of the most competitive championships in British club motorsport right now. This is a fantastic championship for anyone to get involved. No wonder the grids are packed, and it very much reminds me of the heydays of the championship which is one of the best one-make series in the world, the TVR Tuscan Challenge, which, of course, these are not the same cars as Tuscans, of course, but the competition is fierce. They've got great top drivers, they go to good circuits, and the racing action is absolutely epic wherever you go. Past the pits. Now already just hitting quarter distance, incredibly. This is fun. The pace in this race is absolutely ferocious. They're going at it, hammer and tongs all the way through. Amos has, where's Richard Amos? He's come across line in 6th position, so I wonder where he disappeared to, but he's still there. And up the inside, making a big dive again on John Langridge. Richard Amos is someone who really does like to make those big dives up the inside and force the other car to decide whether or not he's going to let him through or have an accident. So Amos then up to 5th position. He certainly is quite gutsy with his moves, and really stuck one up the inside of Langridge into Druids and made the move stick for 5th position. Langridge tries to get back up the inside, but also he found Braden Fletcher trying to squeeze through too, so not a great lap there for John Langridge, losing 2 spots as Boston leads. Now, Bysouth is up to 2nd place. He's caught him past Aiden Hills, as so James Cousins there was running a wheel onto the grass over the white line down the pit straight. But Bysouth takes a new fastest lap. Everywhere you look, there's battles to be had, and so much jockeying for position between the top 10 runners and beyond. It's almost hard to keep up in some cases. There's so much going on. So we take stock a little bit. Boston leads then. Remember, he's a guest driver. Colin Bysouth 2nd. He will score points. Aiden Hills is 3rd and a guest driver. He won't score points. So currently in terms of point scoring, if you ignore Boston and Hills from the result, in terms of points, Bysouth would get the 100 points and the point for fastest lap as well on top of that. He would then, Patrick Fletcher would then get the 98 points for 2nd place, or he would have done had Richard Amos not passed him, but through he goes. So Richard Amos is on the recovery trial back into 4th place past Fletcher. So it's now Amos that will get 98. Fletcher will get 96 at this point. It looks like Braden Fletcher will get 94, and then it's James Cousins who'll get 92 at this point, because he's moved up to 5th of the point scorers in this race. T1 driver's having a great one. It's Nick Grindrod in 22. He's had a steady start to his season in the MX-5 SuperCup. Those who remember the Brscc action last year will of course recall that it was a dominant City Car Cup Championship win for Nick, as he was able to pick up some very strong results on that side. Down the hill they go again. So Amos then is going to try and find a 1.8 second gap now. Whether or not he brings the 2 Fletchers with him is up to whether or not they can stop scrapping, because they are no nose to tail for 4th and 5th. Speaking of nose to tail, here's Colin Bysouth, who is taking the fight to the 2 guest drivers. Tell you what, George Grant will be loving this with the advert for Clapham North and Downforce Radio on the side, with this car leading the way in the hands of his team boss, Rob Boston. I told you he's formidable in MX-5 SuperCup, or quite literally anything he drives. And certainly proving the point right now that Colin Bysouth gets a great slingshot for out of Clark curve onto the pit straight, round the outside into Paddock Hill Bend. That's how you make a move. High, wide and handsome into Paddock. And Colin Bysouth does a Fauna Ford-esque style move into turn 1, and through he goes. Looks in the mirror, says, see you later, boys. You 2 guest drivers scrap amongst yourselves. And that's exactly what they're doing into Druids now. As Boston just about soaring away at the wheel there as he just tries to show Hills the edge of the road. And back up the inside he looks, and a bit of a lock-up. Not sure if there was contact, but whether they got away with that or not, we'll have to wait and see in the next shot. And the answer is, well, Hills didn't get through. He managed to back off and Boston holds on to second place at this point. Fastest lap of the race is still held by Colin Bysouth, 55.5 at this point. Over the crest and over the bumps here and back up the inside looks Braden Fletcher, trying to elbow his way past his namesake Patrick Fletcher. No relation, of course, because Braden Fletcher, the younger brother of Kelvin Fletcher, of course, is this week not only part owner of the Paddock Motorsport team, but also he's obviously quite a competent dancer, but also quite a competent race driver. He's a former BTCC racer, and of course also raced in British GT in the past, as he is doing this weekend in the Paddock Motorsport McLaren. But their cars are running incredibly strongly so far, 4th and 5th at the moment. And Patrick Fletcher again trying to recover, getting past Braden here, but again, Braden throws the block into Druids. Cousins now. Good traction off the hairpin, still in 7th place, rest of the top 10 shows John Langridge in 8th, Nick Grinder running strong in 9th in the top 10, and Blackwell Chambers from the second row of the grid really has been shuffled back. I think some of that early contact that he had has kind of either knocked his confidence or knocked some of the pace out of the car, because definitely not the same pace. And the thing is also, it's the case that his pace is fine, and he's certainly either he's listening, or he's trying to prove himself, because he goes up the inside, shows his nose on Nick Grinder into clearways, and I think he's going to make it work, but Nick Grinder has done so many pickup truck races that he knows how to carry momentum on the outside line on circuits like this. And sure enough, Grindrod's better momentum off the corner, and all that experience has helped him to hold on to the place as they pitch in through Paddock Hill Bend again. We are only just hitting half distance in this race, which is quite extraordinary given so much action that's gone on in this one. It's a shame we're not live streaming any of tomorrow's races, because I'm sure they'll be just as epic as this one is turning out right now, as Patrick Fletcher again puts the manners on Braden, and James Cousins tries to follow him through. Braden says, "Not in your life, sunshine," shows him the edge of the road. That'll be certainly inadvertent track limits, I'm sure, for James Cousins, but he'll probably say, "Well, I couldn't help it. I had Braden's way inside line, so there's nothing I could do." So I'm sure he'll try and argue the case, but then again, he chose to go around the outside and try to stick with the position, so he's trying as hard as he dares. So Bysouth extending his lead now. Our two guest drivers, Boston and Hill, 2nd and 3rd. Then Richard Amos, who is now 2nd of the point scorers. So he currently will get 98 points for his troubles. Bysouth will get 101, because it will be 100 for the win and a point for fastest lap as well. So we're looking out for that. And ooh, Tom Griffiths put a wheel onto the grass, and I thought he was getting himself a one-way ticket into the Paddock Hill Bend gravel, but managed to just keep out of that as Grindrod really forcing the issue. Contact between himself and Langridge. Langridge gets forced out wide. Now, I'd be surprised if he doesn't get a penalty for that. And I think that was possibly Nick Grinder throwing his hand up saying, "Well, you knew I was coming up the inside. Give me some room," and that wouldn't happen. Meanwhile, wing mirrors at dawn between these two for 2nd place. Rob Boston and Aidan Hills. There might be guest drivers, but they're still enjoying themselves out there and also proving the credence and the ability of these two cars here. So certainly a good advert for George Grant's Clapham North and Downforce radio outlets, and of course it's a good advert for the car, for Aidan Hills, to show it's competitive in his hands. And of course it's also good practice for him as he continues his Ginetta GT5 campaign. Now, through all of that, I thought for a second that Nick Grinder had got to 4th somehow, but he wasn't. I was confused by the fact that James Cousins is not too far ahead of him. So as they head into Paddock once more, because of that contact, Langridge has been shuffled back down to. There was Langridge is there up in the background with Michael Nibbs. That was the 82 car going through the gravel, so somebody finally ran a little bit too deep into turn 1. And now what's interesting is look at the gaggle of cars that's starting to form up behind Boston. In fact, they're all going to have to gather up now because the safety car is out. Car off in the gravel. Can't see at this stage exactly who it is. I have a feeling it might be Alex Jones, but we'll see whoever goes. There's a game you play here. You can spot the car that goes tumbling down the timing screen. And Alex Jones is shown as not coming through in car 33. So that possibly tells me, yes it is, in fact, there it is. Alex Jones, car 33 off in the gravel. And I'm afraid, Alex, you're quite deep in there. You ain't getting out of that without assistance. So he's going to have to regroup and hope that he gets. Well, obviously, if he can stay in the car, if they can try and drag him out quick. I know I thought he might still be in the car, but he's decided to jump out. And usually when you jump out, it's a steering wheel in hand. He's going to try and replace it now. But typically when you jump out of the car, that's resided to the marshals and the signal that you are out of the race. You can't, as far as I'm aware, jump out of the car and then jump back in, because otherwise once you jump out, that's it. Your race is over. So it gives the chance to, one, breathe after that very frantic 12 minutes or so, but also it sets things up for quite a grandstand finish for this first MX-5 Super Cup race of the weekend here. The only one being live streamed. Just a reminder, of course, it is only today's races that are being live streamed. Sadly, we aren't able to live stream tomorrow's, unfortunately, but we will give you lots of coverage on the Brscc social media channels, particularly on Facebook, on the main Facebook page and across the championship pages for the Mazdas and, of course, the Super Sport Endurance Cup and the like. So we can at least take some stock of where we are then. So as the runyourfleet.com Jaguar safety car gets called for the second time in as many races. Colin Bysouth leads the way then. So Bysouth leads. Hills was second across the line, about half a second ahead of Rob Boston in third. But of course, remember, Hills and Boston are guest drivers. They will not score points. So Richard Amos, who is currently fourth, currently is in line to score at the moment 98 points, being the second placed point scoring eligible driver. So he's currently in fourth in the order at the moment. Fifth is Patrick Fletcher, then James Cousins in sixth, Braden Fletcher in seventh, Nick Grindrod in eighth, John Langridge ninth, and then rounding out the top 10 is Will Blackwood Chambers. Of course, he'll be hoping to try and make up a few more places at the restart. He's got behind him Will Morris in 11th at the moment. 12th is Simon Baldwin. 13th is Tom Griffiths, who survived that sideways moment into Paddock Hill Bend when he put a wheel onto the dirt. 14th place is Tom Selden. 15th place is Lee Britton, who had that spin earlier on, right in the middle of the pack as he was battling in the top 10. Remember, he started as high as 8th on the grid, so he's dropped down. I'm sure he was a couple of places higher at the time, but he's down to about 15th, so he's got some work to do there. And Nick Rutter in 15th position. In terms of the Masters drivers for the record, it's Nick Grinder who leads that quite comfortably in 7th place overall. So 8th place overall, excuse me. And then it's 16th for the second place Masters driver, which is Nick Rutter. And then Martin Tolley in 3rd place in that one. In terms of the club class drivers, and I believe, I've got the qualifying results to double check exactly who is club driver at this point. Although it doesn't show any classes on that side, so that's helpful. So on TSL, so in that aspect, I believe the leader is going to be, I would have thought it's Scott Wright, I think, because I can't see Stephen New. Stephen's back down in 28th overall, and he's behind the likes of looks like Christopher Ginn and Kevin Brent and Dan Parent-Smith as well. Good to see Dan Parent-Smith out actually, because of course he had some misfortune in the had to get his car rebuilt after some issues, but thankfully back out this weekend and back to full speed. Speaking of back to full speed, safety car is in, and now with 4¼ minutes to go, we've now got a short, sharp shootout to see who takes victory in this MX-5 Super Cup race. And Patrick Fletcher wasting no time to put the attack on Richard Amos into Paddock Hill Bend. So he's now going to try and gain the momentum around the outside. So as they come up the hill and back down again through Druids, see if Grindrod can try and hold on to the position, but Grindrod trying to attack Braden Fletcher here as they turn out the other left-hander. All over the curbs again. Green flags flying around the circuit. Through the left-hander goes Bysouth. And then Aidan Hills in 2nd place now. Rob Boston in 3rd, and he's under big pressure still from Richard Amos. In fact, Richard Amos has got through. I can recognise the black roll cage on that white car is Richard Amos, and he has got through to 3rd place. So he's still 2nd of the point scorers, but he's now third in the order, and has a little bit of clear air, although he'll still be under threat from Boston behind. And then it's everyone else who's chasing after him for positions now. Fletcher 4th, Fletcher 5th, Cousins 6th, Braden Fletcher 7th, and Nick Grinder having one of his better results so far. He really seems to have got the hang of this car, as well as all the experience he's got around Brands Hatch. Amos goes too deep into Druids. Up the inside goes Rob Boston. That's him back into 2nd place. Again, Amos doesn't lose any points from where he's at the moment. He'll still score 98, but if the likes of Patrick Fletcher, James Cousins and co start to get through, then he will start losing points. And the comfort for Colin Bysouth is he's got a bit of a buffer here from both Aidan Hills and also Rob Boston, who bumps over the curb and just about misses Richard Amos. I was thinking there was going to be a bit of contact there between those two. That could have been quite an accident if Rob Boston hadn't gathered that one up. But Boston's throwing the car around through Surtees and just about holding on. They swing through down the crest. Oh, another car from the gravel. That's Bruce Robinson in car 90. And they're going to throw the checker flag early because, of course, if they put the safety car out now, it will finish under safety car. So because of that, the checker flag does go out 2 minutes early, 2 and a bit minutes early on that side. And so Colin Bysouth then takes victory in the MX-5 Super Cup race. Congratulations to him for an excellent result. and he takes victory once more. That's now his 3rd win in a row now in the last 3 races, so good to see him continuing on from his Silverstone form. Aidan Hills, of course, 2nd, and again proving the pace of that brand new fresh-built Hills Motorsport car. Rob Boston 3rd, and again proving the pace of his car in his hands, that's usually driven by George Grant. And Patrick Fletcher, actually, there's a change around towards the end of that, because it shows on here, is there a penalty for somebody? No, it doesn't look like it, but across that shows Richard Amos came across in 6th, which means he's 4th of the point scorers. So that's Patrick Fletcher who ends up 4th, James Cousins 5th, and then Richard Amos 6th. Interesting. So, interesting stuff for all involved. The marshal a little bit of clear up here to recover Bruce Robinson's car, but here's the results. So Colin Bysouth then takes victory in a slightly shortened race for the MX-5 Super Cup. Colin Bysouth wins, Hill 2nd, Rob Boston 3rd, Patrick Fletcher gets 4th on the last lap, as does James Cousins 5th, Richard Amos gets shuffled down to 6th, and it's Braden Fletcher, Nick Grinder, one of his best results, and runaway Masters winner John Langridge and Will Blackwell Chambers, I'm sure will be disappointed, back down in 10th. Will Morris 11th, Simon Baldwin 12th, then Tom Griffiths, Lee Britton, Tom Selden, Nick Rutter, Michael Nibbs, Scott Wright, Marcus Carlton and Martin Tolley rounding up the top 20. Then it's Christopher Richardson in 21st, Kevin Sylvain in 22nd, 23rd is Alex Miller, 24th is Kevin Brent ahead of Stephen New, then Christopher Ginn, from Clive Chisnell, Adrian Burge, Joseph Ritchie and Liz Walton rounding out the top 30s. Not many cars being dropped out from that race. And then the 3 cars that we lost from the start were Bruce Robinson, who was off in the gravel, Dan Parham-Smith, who looks like had to pit with some issue, and Alex Jones, who was the first car off at Paddock Hill Bend, which caused the safety car mid-race. And reminder, Colin Bysouth also gets the fastest lap of the race, 55.559. Right, down to Josh in pit lane. You can talk to our top 3 from that very intense first MX-5 Super Cup race. What a race.
So we're down here after that Mazda MX-5 Super Cup race, which was won by Colin Bysouth, and we'll see if we can get to Colin. Well done, Colin. That was a very frenetic race. The start didn't quite go to plan, but then you were really quick.
Yeah, I took a bit of a hit there in the door there. I'm not sure who did that, but yeah, once I managed to get clear of that and just work my way through the order, I knew once there was Rob and Aidan in front of me that I was in a good place. And then yeah, I saw Rob was struggling a bit with the front end, getting the front end turned in and coming onto the main straight there. Let me get a massive run on him. I think he's down a bit on power as well because it was a bit too easy. But yeah, and once I was away, I could see Aidan and Rob battling, so I thought, yeah, I'll let them do it and just concentrate and look forward.
Yeah, you had a nice good gap, then the safety car come out, so that must have been a bit frustrating.
Yeah, it was. I thought, okay, but you know, there's a teammate, Hills Motorsport, right behind me, so I thought, yeah, it's should be good. So, and it was. So yeah, very happy, and yeah, thanks very much to Hills Motorsport and Baldwin Service Station. Without both of them, I wouldn't be here. So yeah.
Well, congratulations, a great start to the weekend. Let's speak to Aidan, who was in second place, back in the Mazdas, and yes, with Colin winning. I guess that's quite nice for the team as well.
Right, perfect for us. We've been running this team for 4 years now, and that's our first 1-2. Yeah. So I was buzzing from this weekend. Me being back in the car, I wanted us to have a 1-2. Obviously qualifying, struggled being 7th. Just struggled with the car, but I knew I'd be able to race. You know, me and Rob back in the cars again. It was great to race him because I haven't really had a proper race against Rob before, and I loved every minute of it, to be fair. But credit to Colin, he's driving unbelievable at the moment, and the car's not going too bad, thanks to us, I think. But yeah, we're doing well. It's good, great result for the team. Perfect 1-2, and yeah, I'm over the moon, mate.
And it's such a competitive championship. There must be lots of effort going in as a team to be able to get cars that are prepared to be able to win races.
100%. I've got to say, massive thanks to everyone in our team. We only finished this car Wednesday night at 11:30. Thanks to Keith and Max back at the workshop, thanks to everyone who comes with us, John, Dave especially, and obviously my dad, he's the main one behind it, so he's half of Hills Motorsport and he's the better half probably.
Well done on your second place, and let's see if we can grab a word with Rob, who's over here. Rob, back in a Mazda, it's been a few years, hasn't it?
Yeah, 2017, I've aged a few years and somehow it seems harder again, but yeah, really enjoyed that, really good quality racing. Obviously the car performances of our competitors has just moved on a step since I was last racing, and yeah, it was a tough race, but really enjoyed getting my elbows out. Had a great race with Aid, you know, a couple of ex-champions going door to door was great fun, so yeah, really enjoyed that. Good race.
Yeah, Colin said he thought you must be down on a few horsepowers. He said it was easier to pass than what he'd otherwise expect, so it must have made your life quite difficult, that.
Yeah, I mean, not taking anything away from him, but he didn't have to overtake, he kind of just drove around, but you know, that said, it was still a great race. Yeah.
And it's nice to be back in a Mazda. You've done some sports car racing, but this is so competitive, isn't it?
Oh, it's still Obviously, I'm quite biased. I'm a fan of the Mazda, but I still think it's the toughest championship in the UK at club level. Definitely, 100%.
And that is a great way for people, if they really want to move up into other things, perhaps with your team, it's a great way to get going, isn't it?
It's an excellent way to get going. Will Blackwell Chambers, who's joined us for this weekend, he started racing in Mazdas a decade ago, and yeah, he's very, having a lot of fun working with him. I don't actually know how he finished up in that race, but yeah, it's good fun racing with him. And and in fact, I need to say thank you actually to George Grant, Clapham North, and to Downforce Radio. George unfortunately had some family emergency and couldn't race this weekend, so I'm stepping in for him. So yeah, thank you very much to him.
Well done on your third position, and good luck for tomorrow. Third place, Rob Boston. Second was Aidan Hills, and the winner, Colin Byself, in the first of our MX-5 SuperCup races. Racing continues though here at Brands Hatch with the MX-5 Clubman Championship, so back up to Scott in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Josh, and congratulations to our top three from that simply spellbinding Mazda MX-5 SuperCup race. Shame it had to be flagged 2 minutes from the end due to the gravel trap, but as I mentioned towards the end, if they hadn't done that, it more likely would have had to be the cover by double waved yellows, or might have even possibly been finished under safety car, and of course no one wants to see a safety car finish where we can avoid it. So not quite, there's our next MX-5 Club and race. It's our second to last MX-5 race coming up, because we've got a lunch break after this, and then we start the build up for our main event of today, which is the 4-hour race, which is the next instalment of the 2022 Fun Cup Endurance Championship. 4 hours of racing, and that should be certainly quite a fun time for all involved. So cars then will make their way to the grid very shortly. MX-5 Clubman Championship. For those who will see these cars and think, hold on a minute, aren't these exactly the same cars as the cars we just saw in the MX-5 Championship for Mark 1s? Yes, that is the correct answer, but this is a separate championship which has been born out of just the sheer popularity of Mark 1 MX-5 racing with the Brscc. And so last year, a brand new championship was conceived, as we see some more recovery going on for Alex Jones's MX-5 SuperCup car. And so it was conceived last year. Bit of a steady start to begin with, but a couple of really well populated, healthy grids aided the development of the championship, and this year so far they've had pretty well supported grids, which have pretty much been for every single round nearing capacity for each one. They've been pretty much consistently into the low to mid 30s, which is really good for the championship, and just shows again the alternative way of racing a Mark 1 MX-5 is still just as popular as the more well known, shall we say, or more well run. Rather than the two-day 3-race format, this runs on a 1-day 2-race format, so it's slightly different from what we have in that sense. So nice to see some spectators around the Brands Hatch circuit, enjoying some relatively pleasant weather. It's starting to get a bit more overcast here now, so but it's still quite warm around here at Brands Hatch, and looking to try and hopefully pick up some good results along the way. Timer has now just reset to get our next race underway. There's one of our recovery crews, which again have been working hard already. Again, big thank you to all our marshals, all our recovery crews, our volunteers, and everyone here who's supporting the race weekend here at Brands Hatch. Now see just at the top of the shot, we can see the first couple of the cars trickling out of the assembly area, making their way towards the grid. Now, out of the 3 championships for Mazda MX-5s with the Brscc, this one is by clear margin the closest and most hotly contested so far of the 3, because the battle at the front between the top 2 of the championship, points leader Matthew Fletcher and second place man Declan McDonnell, is a mere 3 points, and so far it's been back and forth between the pair of them in terms of race victories. The defending champion, Harry Storer, still finding his momentum and up there or thereabouts towards the front, but he'll be looking to try and make a good impact. I should mention that he's actually not here on the grid this weekend, so he'll be looking to try and do something so he'll have to use this as a couple of dropped rounds. But as for the top 2 in the championship, they start on the first and second rows of the grid, with Matthew Fletcher putting his car on pole position. And of course that car, if you watched the MX-5 championship race earlier, has already had a race in the hands of Chris Malloy, so plenty going on in that aspect. as the drivers make their way towards the grid to line up. It is a very healthy 31 car grid here. The maximum is 34 at Brands Hatch, so near capacity. And we can quickly run through some of the drivers at the front. So Matthew Fletcher then. So the grid runs as follows then. Matthew Fletcher will start on pole position in car number 1, in car number 21. He's number 1 in the championship at the moment, but of course we've still got quite a way to go. So Matthew Fletcher on pole then. Chris Dawkins alongside him on the front row of the grid. So Chris Fletcher and Dawkins on the front row, followed by John Pethick and Declan McDonald, who's the immediate championship rival to Matthew Fletcher, on the second row of the grid. Row 3, oh sorry, forgive me, Harry Storer is on the grid, forgive me, I thought he wasn't, but I didn't spot him initially, so he is there, thankfully. Anyone watching from the Storer family, sorry for giving you a heart attack, but 5th on the grid is Neil Chisnell. Then we have the defending champion, Harry Storer. He is there on the grid, thankfully. 4th row of the grid is Del Pace in 128, Alan Hawkins in car 722, one of my favourite liveries on the grid, the white car with the multicoloured jigsaw colours, jigsaw pieces. And then afterwards on the 5th row of the grid, it's Nick Ledoyne in car number 5. And then following that, it's then going to be the next row will be alongside him Charles Boniface on the 10th row of the grid. 11th is Michael Pearce on the 6th row of the grid alongside Jake Stiles. Good to see him looking competitive in 12th. Then it's row 7 for Jamie Turner in number 9 and 264 for William Breen. That then follows triple 1, which is Aaron Danapala and Peter Higton in car number 4. Good to see Peter back actually, former regular Toyota MR2 and MG racer, but I think that's possibly one of, if not his very first appearance of the season in car number 4. Good to see him back on the grid. Graham Rumsey and Richard Bartlett come next. We head towards the end of the top 20. Then it's Luke Souch, who is the Brscc competitions coordinator and also qualified clerk of the course. He was mentioning earlier on that he wanted me to mention he was one of the fastest drivers on the grid, but I think, all due respect, Luke, but being 19th on the grid, might not quite back that up just yet. But he's making progress, so we'll see how far he gets up from 19th. He might be better raced than the qualifier, who knows. He's got Martin Tolley alongside him, who is guesting for Tim Storer, who wasn't able to race this weekend. So Martin Tolley, who is the boss of Go For It Racing, has jumped into Tim Storer's car. He's stuck a 1 next to his 50, and he's car 501 in top 20 on the grid. So good efforts from both Luke Souch and Martin Tolley to put this car inside the top 20. Then it's Kevin Bird and Rob Greensmith, the two Steel City MX-5 drivers who were quite formidable in last year's championship, but have found the competition a lot stiffer this year and having to try and find some more pace in those two cars, 21st and 22nd respectively. Chris Thelwell then comes next, 23rd on the grid, alongside Marcus Roswell-Potts, who makes his first appearance of the season. And then following that, we then have, throughout the rest of the grid, we have Peter Williams and Ben Manchett in the 13th row of the grid, James McCutcheon and Tom Cannon on the 14th row, and then David Scullett, Jason Aisbett and Warren Jacobs, I think is another newcomer to the championship, starting at the back in 31st on the grid. So the cars then make their way back onto the grid after their short formation lap around this 1.2 mile Brands Hatch Indy circuit. First three cars are all blue, just different shades of blue. It's the darkest shade of blue for number 21 with the white and yellow striping and the yellow wheels. That's Matthew Fletcher on pole. The sort of middle blue car is on the right hand side is Chris Dawkins. That's the Kent MX-5 entered car. Won a race last year at the season finale here at Brands Hatch in the Clubman Championship. And he's had some very strong results throughout the year too. Up there towards the top 5 in points. The lightest of the three blue cars at the front is John Pethick in car number 150, and then the black car alongside with the yellow sort of head indicator covers is Declan McDonald. I think that's the ex-Joe Wiggin car that won the championship in 2020. Then Neil Chisnell is in the silver, green and purple car, and then it's the blue, red and white car, number 1, Harry Storer, 6th on the grid on the 3rd row. So, getting set for 15 minutes of MX-5 action here with the MX-5 Clubman Championship. I think the red lights have got on. Oh, there's a jump there from Matthew Fletcher. That'll be a penalty for a jump start, and he manages to get away. That's going to be a terrible situation for Matthew Fletcher. He misjudged the lights, and that will certainly be a jump start penalty. But anyways, they get underway this time. It's going to be Chris Dawkins who will lead them into Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. And they're followed then by, looks like second place. I think it's still going to be Declan McDonald. I think he's moved up to P2. Yes, he has. And into third place has gone Harry Storer. So disaster for the championship leader and the pole sitter, Matthew Fletcher, jumping the start. That's a slam dunk. It will have to be a time penalty for that one. So it looks something like a 5 or a 10-second penalty for that one. And he's now dropped back to about 5th position. So he's got some work to do here to try and rectify that. Up through Surtees they come for the first time, and through Clearways. And it looks like it's just about going to hold on here as they come up through the right-hand into the lead. So they come across the line to end the first lap. It doesn't look like anyone's hit any trouble in the first lap so far, which is good to see. So down the pit straight they go, and it's Dawkins that leads then. It's Declan McDonald in second place. It's Harry Storer third, and the recovering Matthew Fletcher in 4th place then. So he's going to try and go back up the inside of Harry Storer into Druid, to Paddock Hill Bend, excuse me. And one driver who didn't get a good start either was John Pethick. I think either he got boxed in or got slightly confused by the fact that Matthew Fletcher jumped the start. He's down to 6th behind Alan Hawkins, who started in 8th. Is up 3 spots to 5th already off the grid. So good movement so far from Alan. Top 4 are starting to break away. Pethick looks back up the inside, but then thinks twice and slots back in behind the 722. He's also got behind him Charles Boniface, who's been put under big pressure from Neil Chisnell. He's dropped back from the start. So a few movers and shakers in this front few. Biggest person who gained positions on the opening lap was, by the looks of it, looks like Graham Rumsey, who picked up 4 places from 17th to 13th. The biggest loser from that one was, without question, across the line, someone lost about 8 positions. I think it was, couldn't quite catch who it was. Yes, Nick Ledoyen, who dropped back from 11th to 17th. So, no, sorry, 9th to 17th. So, not a great start for him there. Into Paddock they go once more. Dawkins then up the hill ahead of McDonald in second place, and Matthew Fletcher makes a dive for third into Druids. He's off camera for a second. We'll see it on the next shot exiting Druids towards Graham Hill Bend, and we do, and with a flick of the tail, Matthew Fletcher trying to recover some of the lost ground. But I fear that some of it might all be in vain, because if you want to try and negate the penalty, one, he hasn't got very long to do it, and 2, let's say for example it's a 10-second penalty, hasn't flashed up on the system just yet, but on the timing stream, but if it does flash up, he's going to have to try and extend the gap to at least whatever the size of the penalty, the time scale of the penalty, in order to make that happen. So out of the complex they go then, down the pit straight once more. Dawkins leads, McDonald second, Harry Storer third, Fletcher 4th, and then it's now John Pethick back up to 5th now, so he has got past Alan Hawkins. So Pethick 5th, Hawkins 6th, Boniface 7th, Neil Chisler comes across the line thinking 8th, no, down 9th, 7th in fact, because Dale Pace is now 8th, and then Charles Boniface and the 10th place car of Jake Stiles in the mint green number 2. I mean, Jimmy Broadbent fans watching might want to call that car minty, because it's quite certainly the colour of that. And there it is, bright as day, just ahead of, I think that is now Charles Boniface now. Yes, it is. So Boniface actually has lost a place to Jake Stiles. Good to see him inside the top 10, Jake. I haven't seen him race too much recently, but good to see when he is racing. He's found a decent amount of pace, and he's running inside the top 10 amongst some of the cars towards the front. Boniface will try and recover and squeeze back past, but Stiles is quick to get himself to the inside line to defend the position. So looking good so far between our front runners. Through the right-hander, out through Clearways. There go our top 4. Out of shot was Chris Dawkins. He's already gone through, so we saw McDonald, Fletcher and Storer go past the camera. And Matthew Fletcher sets the fastest lap of the race. So literally the top 3 all changed, took the fastest lap between them. Dawkins first, then McDonald, then Fletcher in quick succession. As we watch our leaders come through. It's a 15-minute race, so coming up to 1/3 distance already. Looking good so far for Chris Dawkins. And I need to keep looking at the timing screen to see where that penalty is coming up through for Matthew Fletcher, because of course I've no doubt he will get a penalty for the jump start. It was as clear as day on the camera. He left the grid and it stopped again before he did that. Now, to come into the complex, I guess Pethick, Hawkins, and then Chisnell, Pace, Stiles and Boniface in the top 10. There goes Boniface back up the inside, looking to try and squeeze through, and Stiles gets very sideways. And now with a big threat from Michael Pearce then. They're going to go side by side with 2 bright sort of green coloured cars in the mix here. William Bream is currently 12th, Jamie Turner's 13th, Danapala 14th, and Higton rounding out the top 15, followed by Rumsey, Ledoyen, Kevin Bird, Martin Tolley, and then up there in 19th, I think is Robert Greensmith then in 19th position. Down the hill. Dawkins still with the advantage at the moment. Up towards the complex at Surtees again. So McDonald now just keeping the pressure on. Fletcher, of course, also trying to make up positions. Now to this short run down the Jack Brabham straight. Side by side for position now. This is between Hawkins and Chisnell, 6th and 7th. Del Pace is trying to squeeze his nose in there as well. So Chisnell goes through. Pace has also managed to get past, so that's now Hawkins down two spots from where he was. He lost out down the pit straight initially to Chisnell off the final corner, and now Pace has gone through following Chisnell past. Just getting squeezed out wide. Now we go down the hill again and into the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. Now the short straight up towards Surtees now. So still Dawkins leads the way by about 3.5 tenths so far. Fletcher in 2nd position. So McDonald in second position, Fletcher 3rd. Someone's run wide on the gravel on the exit, so that's going to be a tricky one. Now we head down up the hill towards complex. McDonald now under pressure from Fletcher down the outside. Just trying to hold on to the curb here, and now down the short straight again towards Druids. So McDonald keeping ahead of his championship rival. And still nothing mentioned of a penalty. Whether it will come post-race, I'm not sure, but McDonald is certainly trying to hold on to the position as best he can. And of course, he will of course have seen that Fletcher had the problem. And there goes Turner up. Turner then just trying to dice away with Charles Boniface. Side by side now between Hawkins and Chisnell again. And then Pace and Jake Stiles. Hawkins goes back down the outside into the right-hander at Paddock Hill Bend, and back up the hill he goes once more. There goes Jake Stiles trying to squeeze his way past Del Pace as our leaders come back towards us. They're coming up to putting a lap on one of our back markers. Just seeing who that might be. It looks like, I think we've got everyone still running. It might well be the 55 of Warren Jacobs, I think, so that's a lap put on him. There's the defending champion, Harry Storer. He's now looking for some strong points here as well. Currently sat in 4th, he'll get 94 points for his current finishing position. Right now it would be 100 points for Chris Dawkins, 98 for McDonald. Currently at the moment, before I presume any penalties apply for his jump start, which I'm sure he'll get a penalty for it. I'll be surprised if he doesn't. It'll be 97 points for Matthew Fletcher, and he might be 90 to go for 98. Here, up the inside he goes. McDonald has to give him the room, but he realised he was going way too quick. Slides out wide at Druids, and back through goes Declan McDonald, probably with a wry smile on his face, thinking I could see that one coming, so I'll let you have it. Go too deep into the corner and got him on the switchback. And now, not only has Fletcher lost out his momentum to 2nd place, he's now under massive pressure from Storer, who is now going to try and sneak up the inside for 3rd. Looks up the inside, has a quick look through. Now they come down the pit straight again. McDonald, meanwhile, actually he's managed to shake off that advance from Fletcher, and it's actually helped him to close in on Chris Dawkins to try and take the lead. He was a fraction fast that last lap as we come to the last 5 minutes. as they come up the hill again towards Druids. Fletcher now on the defensive rather than the offensive. He's now trying to have to fend off Harry Storr at this point. Here goes Fletcher. Still under pressure from Storr there. Further back, there's Peter Higton. His familiar all-white car, number 4. Again, as I said, experience in small sports cars quite a bit. He's raced Toyota MR2s and MGs in the past, but good to see him back out in the MX-5. He was a regular last year. I think it's his first appearance this year, so good to see him back out on the grid. And running not too bad. He's in P16, so mid-pack at the moment. It's intriguing to see that because there's been quite an influx of not just new drivers, but some drivers coming across from the MX-5 Championship, that some of the main front runners that were up towards the head of the field, those being the likes of Rob Greensmith and Kevin Bird and also Peter Higton, and those guys who are scoring some quite strong results. At this point, they're now starting to. That was close. That was Martin Toy, I think, giving a tap of the tail to Robert Greensmith. In terms of the competition from last year, quite a few drivers have made big steps in progress, and other drivers have come in and actually shown their skills as well. The likes of Chris Dawkins and Declan McDonald have come in. Charles Boniface has become a more regular front runner. Dale Pace, Alan Hawkins, John Pethick, they started to kind of gather their pace a bit more and takes the fight to some of the other drivers, which got the early advantage in points, the likes of Rob Greensmith and as I said, Kevin Bird at this point. Into the right-hander. And then down onto the pit straight they go once again. Hawkins and Chisnell, 6th and 7th, battling over position, side by side between the pair of them. And as they come down towards the end of another lap, still Dawkins ahead of McDonald here, about 1/4 of a second at this point. Fletcher in 3rd, and Storr 4th and Pethick 5th, followed by Hawkins, Chisnell, Boniface, Pace and Styles, rounding off the top 10. Through the top of the right-hander at Clearways, and now they stretch their way back around through Clark Curve. Dawkins and McDonald 1st and 2nd, then Fletcher 3rd, Storr 4th, Pethick 5th, actually top 5. 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go, and McDonald getting ever closer now as they come up towards they come back into the top of the hill at Druids. Down the hill to Graham Hill Bend, and then Fletcher in 3rd. Further back we've got here Charles Boniface battling with Del Pace. This stat scrap that's going on in the next part of the top 10, which is Pethick, who's pulled away in 5th, so that's now 6th down to 9th between those 4 cars as they come up towards the start of what will be, I think, the 2nd to last lap. We should be seeing here a potential move for the lead, I think. 2 laps to go. Lap times are about 57, 58 seconds. McDonald's trying to make a challenge. He looked to try and make a dummy into Paddock Hill Bend, but Dawkins was wise to it and held the racing line. Pulls a little bit further away exiting Paddock, so got better speed through the apex of the corner. McDonald will try and get him back, but it's a good drive from Chris Dawkins so far at this point in time in the race. Back into Graham Hill Bend. Fletcher seems to have regained the ground he lost on McDonald. Just checking again, no mention still yet of a penalty. I was expecting a penalty for Matthew Fletcher for that jump start, unless they've realised that the fact that he stopped and fell back several places is enough of a penalty for him to have lost out what was pole position, or whether or not it will be applied post-race. Either way, there's nothing's been applied mid-race, so they might either apply it right at the end or post-race and change the result. So across the line they go, top 4 together then, down towards Paddock they go for the last time. Fletcher sets the new fastest lap of the race, 58.167. Dawkins then just to try and hold on, but Dalton feels he has to go to the inside and go defensive into Druids. Now as they make the small trip down towards Graham Hill once again, turn in, and as they come down the pits, down that short straight towards Surtees again, is there going to be a last-minute change? There's a big lock up there from Jamie Turner. He's battling away with Michael Pearce for 11th and 12th place, just ahead of the final top 10 runner, which is Jake Stiles. But the leaders make their way in towards Clearway's McLaren and Clark Kerr for the final time. It looks as though second and third and fourth are going to be scrapping all the way to the finish, but Chris Dawkins is going to charge towards the checker flag and repeat what he did last year, which is win at Brands Hatch, arm out of the cockpit. He is delighted with victory. Don't celebrate too early as he comes across the line. Dawkins does in fact secure victory in race 1 of 2 today for the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. And then as they come across the line, the rest of our top 10 battle comes through to resolve itself. Just for the record, Dawkins wins, but Donald second, Story third. Right now then, I think the penalty for Fletch has been applied, because it looks like it's a 10-second penalty, because he's been dropped to 5th in the result now. So that is, I think, yeah, there's the penalty for the jump start. So 10-second for jump start for Matthew Fletcher. So he loses his podium spot, as I expected he probably would have done. So Dawkins wins, but Donald second. It's then Story who gets promoted to 3rd on the podium, ahead of John Pethick 4th, and then Matthew Fletcher rounding out the top 5 after his penalty. So that's where it puts him. It's unfortunate, but maybe he can use that as one of his drop scores if it's one of his worst results of the season. So Matthew will have to try and come back from that after his penalty. For the record, the rest of the top 10 was 6th for Alan Hawkins, 7th for Neil Chisnell, 8th for Charles Boniface, and then 9th position for Pace and 10th for Jake Stiles. Here's the confirmation of that top 10 then, at least provisionally anyway. Chris Dawkins wins, McDonald second, Story third, Pethick 4th and Fletcher 5th, but it's Hawkins, Chisnell, Boniface, Pace and Stiles rounding out the top 10. Matthew Fletcher also taking that fast lap of the race. That'll be some consolation. That'll be a bonus point for his 5th position finish after the penalty. Then it's Jamie Turner 11th from Michael Pearce, Aaron Danapala. Then it's William Breen, Graham Rumsey, Peter Higton, Martin Tolley, Robert Greensmith, Nick Ledoyne and Kevin Bird rounding out the top 20 from that race. And as we scroll through to the rest of our runners in the second half of the field, Luke Souch puts in a respectable performance to take 21st. From Richard Bartlett, Peter Williams, Marcus Roswell-Potts, Jason Aisbett, Chris Thelwell, James McCutcheon, Ben Manchett, David Sculler and Tom Cannon rounding out the top 30. And then the last car which will come across, it means all 31 cars finished, thankfully, which is Ryan Jacobs. That's something to be pleased about. All 31 cars started, all 31 cars checked back home again. So excellent stuff. We can head down to Josh down in the holding area for our top 3. We can have a chat to them, as that's our final race before our lunch break here as we get set for Fun Cup coming up. So down to Josh with our top 3 on the podium down in pit lane.
Yep, thanks Scott. Down here with our MX-5 Clubman race winner, which was Chris Dawkins. So let's grab a word with Chris. Well done, Chris. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That wasn't easy, was it, with Declan right behind you?
No, not at all. I had a good start. It was just trying to stay consistent, don't do anything stupid. If you're slow in the right places here, you excuse the expression, bugger them up behind. And I used to, well, I won't tell you what I was doing, but anyway, yeah, it was hard. They were very close. One mistake, they would have been through. But we've done a lot of work on the car since the last meeting. Yeah. That's made a big difference, really. So we didn't test yesterday. We went out cold turkey this morning and got front row, which we were amazed by. But yeah, good start. And the rest is history, as they say.
First win this year. Have you won one of these races before, though?
First win this year, yes. Won the double header here at the festival last year, and one of the rounds at Silverstone last year. No, this season has. I mean, I'm doing okay points-wise, 5th points, but I have a problem with the weight side of it, mainly with yours truly. But yeah, it's getting there. It's getting there. I think it's going to be a bit of a learning year because it's been some 10 years since we've worked with these. We've normally been with the SuperCups. Right. Okay. Let's get a bit of weight off and have a go next year properly.
This Clubman Championship's quite a nice way, isn't it, to be in there and have some good racing against perhaps people that aren't doing like you say. You don't need to do the testing. You can be right at the front.
Yeah, it's very much so. I mean, that was a big attraction with it initially. I mean, I think the Clubman started sort of last year, and it's had a good response ever since. And there's a lot of people, business commitments, family commitments, where they can only do a Saturday or one day. And if you don't want to start throwing tyres and brakes at it, it's a good. Everyone's on the same page. The racing's very good. It's very clean. And to be fair, from the top guys, lap time wise compared to the other group. There's not really a lot in it, but it's a great series.
Now you got a few hours off. Are you going to do anything to the car, or are you very happy with how it is at the minute?
Put fuel in it. Yeah, and leave it, I think. Yeah, and sit in the deck chair for a while.
Well done. Perhaps I'll see you later on. Second went to Declan McDonald. Let's grab a word with Declan. Second place. You saw a lot of the back of this car, didn't you?
I did, yeah. I mean, Chris drove a really quick race. He was quicker than me through the first part, and I was slightly quicker than him through the second half. But starting fourth, finishing second, I'm quite happy with that. I saw Matt. He went on the red on the thing, so I knew that even though he was pressuring me, I knew he was going to get some kind of penalty because he jumped it by a long way, so he wasn't really in it. But I wanted to stay behind. I defended to him because I wanted the chance to go at Chris. But over the last couple of laps, he just had a little bit on me, and I settled for second. I'm happy to take the points, so that's fine.
Like I say, it's good for the championship. I think Matt had something like 10-second penalties. That's going to drop him back. So it's a very close championship, isn't it, between the two of you?
It is, to be honest. We're really good mates, and he's a really great guy. So I feel a bit sorry for him in that one because he'll be gutted, and I feel gutted for him because. I think he's finished fifth, and he doesn't deserve to finish fifth. He drove well enough. He was actually, even though we broke him, he had a couple of goes at me at the hairpin. He went around the outside one time, and I thought, you're not going there, so that dropped him back a bit. But even then, he still came back to us. Chris, I was trying not to make Chris defend, so that we carried on at the same speed, which we kind of did. But Matt still had more pace than both of us, so he'd be gutted to finish fifth, and I feel for him, I must admit.
Obviously, you had a few years out of the seat, now back in Mazdas again this year. Are you enjoying racing these cars?
Yeah, I mean, this is my fourth race in the car, so still learning. It's probably 10 years since I've raced at Brand, so this is my first time back. So getting back in the groove, feeling better with the car, I must admit, coming more and more feeling at one with it, which is good than I was at the start of the year. But yeah, no, loving it. It's really good, really good.
Imagine they're quite different cars to the things you raced before as well.
Yeah, I mean, I've raced Mini, the old Minis, I've raced low cost and BMW compact cups. I've been around for a long time, a bit of an old boy, but that experience comes in quite useful when that sort of tactical race when you're going on there, because I felt good in the car, and I was just using my head a little bit, so yeah, happy days.
Good luck for later on, well done on second.
Cheers.
After the confusion with Matthew Fletcher's penalty, we won't be able to speak to Harry Storer, who ended up being classified third, so congratulations to him and to Declan McDonald and the race winner Chris Dawkins, who we've just heard from. We're heading into a lunch break, but I think we're going to head back up to Scott now, who's going to tell you what's going to come up this afternoon.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Josh. Two more races left on today's live stream timetable. We're going to about an hour's lunch break or so, which is just about kicking off now, so we should be getting underway very shortly. But anyway, now there's about an hour or so, and then as you can see already, there is cars forming up for the grid walk for our today's main event, which is the fourth round of the 2022 Fun Cup Endurance Championship. 4 hours of racing around the Brands Hatch Indy circuit, and that's coming up to start roughly at around about. It's scheduled about 1:45 to 2, or that might be a couple of minutes late earlier, maybe 20 to 2 or so. But get ready to place around about roughly 25 to 2, or maybe around sort of maybe half past or so. Once we get things underway, we might have some coverage of the grid walk potentially if they choose to do so. It should be myself and Josh Barrett, possibly in the commentary box, may come up and join me, and we'll have Jamie Pete Dennis in pit lane, who's the regular Fun Cup pit lane reporter, and he'll be giving us all the information throughout the race. And that won't be all the racing done after that race is complete, because then around about 6 o'clock we'll have our second race of the championship that you've just seen, the Brscc Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. So 2 more races to come, so be sure to stay tuned, get yourself refueled and back in position for round about sort of half past 25 to 2 for our 2 races today. Of course, our main event of the Fun Cup Endurance race will be up after the break, so stay tuned. More excellent club racing for the Brscc Live is coming up here on YouTube and Facebook after the break. See you then.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to round 4 of the FunCup Endurance Championship, live from the Brands Hatch Indy circuit, and to our first grid walk of the 2022 season. So let's have a look at our 17 teams that will be competing in this epic 4-hour thriller. On pole position, we've got the Stobart Sport guys, so let's come and have a chat with Colin Kingsnorth, who's going to be starting the car. Colin, perfect grid draw for you.
Well, no, I think we put it on pole today, so we're quite happy with that, so yeah, it's good.
And you've had great pace all year. Also, you had the breakthrough win earlier on in the year as well at Alton, and you just want to keep that momentum going, don't you?
Well, you just want a good result, really. I mean, here it's all about getting around the first 2 corners alive. If you can survive that, then you can settle down into the race, really. But it's really twitchy in the first 2 corners. Whether it's, you don't know, you hear the brakes behind you, you have no idea whether they're going to brake in time or not. But if you can survive Druids on the first lap, you're alive and well, and you can settle down into it and try and find your pace.
Excellent stuff. Well, good luck for the race. Second place on the grid in our random grid draw is Agua Caliente. We've got Paul Turner, who's going to be starting the car. Paul, again, you've had a great start to the year so far with some top 10 and top 5 finishes. You just want to keep that going, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we just need a bit more consistency. We've been doing a lot of work with our pit stops. We think, especially here, that's going to be pretty critical. So we've been doing a lot of work on that, and yeah, fingers crossed.
And it's a short lap, it's a sub 1 minute lap, so of course, as you say, pit stops is key because it is as fast as you can do it. We've seen teams doing sub 10-second dry stops. Obviously you want to try and match that, but as you say, the race can be won and lost in the pit stops, can't it?
Yeah, absolutely, especially when you're as small and slight as me. So every second does make a big difference to us. So yeah, we've been doing some hard work on it. We've got a great team around us, so yeah, all to play for.
Excellent stuff. Thanks a lot, mate. We'll catch up later. Third place on the grid is the 263 Greensall Motorsport car. We'll have a chat with Sam Smith, who's going to be starting the car. You like being at the pointy end, don't you?
Yeah, definitely. We'll see what happens. Looking forward to going into turn 1 and trying to work with the cars around us to get away. We've got Nigel coming up behind us in about, I think there's about 12 cars between us, so we'll see how long it takes him to catch us.
Probably about 30 seconds, but you're going to be making it. No, normally he likes to take his time, as your dad says, but you're not going to make it easy for him if he does catch you.
We'll see. We'll see what the situation is. Yeah, definitely got to try and make him sweat a bit, but we'll see.
Excellent stuff. Thanks a lot, Sam. Next up, we've got the Kaiser Motorsport team, which is going to be started by Ravi Ramyeed. Fresh from your win at Alton Park a couple of weeks ago, confidence must be really high coming into this round.
Yeah, it's great. It's nice to start at the front, and it's nice to start around some fast cars. So hopefully we'll get a tow, we'll get off cleanly, and see what happens in 4 hours' time.
And coming into your 4th FunCup race, I mean, you've been very open about how fast you've had to learn these cars, because as well as driving these, you're driving in the GT Academy with the G56. They are completely different animals, aren't they?
Chalk and cheese. I mean, you couldn't wish for 2 more different things. So it's quite challenging, but it's fun at the same time. So learning curve is steep, though.
Excellent. We'll catch up later. That's Ravi Ramyeed from number 99, the Kaiser Motorsport. Then on the 3rd row of the grid, we've got Team Viking Self-Storage, who have drawn 5th on the grid, and Mark Home is going to be starting the car. Mark, I'll just have a quick chat. You're not feeling 100%, are you?
No, I've had a bit of a bad back, but I'm pleased to say Team Stobart sent their chiropractor up this morning, and he did a bit of work on the back, and I feel a lot better and ready to race. We did draft Johnny Hode in to do some qualifying laps in case, but I'm pleased to say I'm ready to go.
And that just sums up the camaraderie, doesn't it? That other teams are willing to help out if need be.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's fantastic. You think, Gareth the mechanic sent for his dad, came up with a physio table to look after us. Johnny was prepared to jump in the car. Yeah, no, well, that's the fun of the FunCup, isn't it? I mean, it's we're very lucky from that respect. So.
And you got some pacey cars around you as well, so it should be a good first stint.
Yeah, no, that'll be good. If we can get away and same old thing, sit in the tow and be towed around by the faster boys, and we'll see where we are in 4 hours' time.
Excellent stuff. Well, good luck, Mark. That's Mark Home from Team Viking. Next up on the 3rd row of the grid is the Olympian Team Olympian car. It will be started by Chris Dover, but we're actually going to talk to Christian Rose because Croft didn't go to plan, did it?
How many times am I going to be reminded about Croft? No, he didn't go to plan, to be fair. Big mishap. No one else to blame but myself. But there's no tyre bundles here to hit. Not that I've seen anyway, so fingers crossed we'll be okay.
So, well, the car's looking immaculate, and we've got some special fans watching at home, haven't we?
We do, yeah. Neil and Kieran are there. We'll do you proud today, that's the plan. So we've obviously got Chris starting, and we'll go from there, keep it steady and try and make it through.
Excellent stuff. Well, we'll catch up with Chris during the course of the race. Best of luck to you guys. Excuse me. Right, so next up on the fourth row of the grid is the Team PLR, but we've got no drivers, unfortunately. So we'll move to 8th on the grid, which is the MJ Tech GT car. That'll be started by Martin Gibson. So we'll have a chat with Martin. Difficult couple of races for you. You're just hoping for a good result and just get back to where you were at the end of last year.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of bad luck, but not through lack of effort, that's for sure.
And as I said to Mark at Team Viking, you've got pacey cars around you, so hopefully try and get in the draft, stick with them and just work your way forward.
Yeah, that's a plan at every race. We're in a good position. We're never too fussed about the grid draw because it's a long old race, so do what you can.
Excellent. Well, we wish you the best of luck. That's Martin Gibson. Right, what we'll do, because I think we're a little bit tight on time, we'll head our way to the back of the grid, because that's where our last round winners, UVO Hoffman's Lotus, have to start as per the championship regulations. We've got a rule that if you do win the previous round, you have to start last. So we'll head our way up to the inside of row 9, so that'll be 17th on the grid, and it'll be started by Fabio Randaccio. So we'll have a chat with Fab now. He's just having a chat with Neil Plymouth, who will also have a chat with once I've spoken to Fab. Only ways forward, isn't it?
I hope so.
Be nice.
Yeah, no, it'd be nice. It'd be nice. I don't know how it's going to go. Who have we got? I assume Nigel's probably starting. He's there, and we've got GCI just in front of us here, and Sam Smee's up there at the front. So I imagine if I do make it through, Sam will be out there at the front, and Nigel probably not far behind him. So yeah, be fun.
I mean, usually you try and get to the front as quick as you can, but with it being such a short lap, are you going to take a different approach?
No, you got to drive the way you drive, don't you? I think whenever we try and do something different is normally when it goes wrong. So just pick your moments and try and be careful, keep the car in one bit.
Well, we wish you all the best, and we'll have a chat with our captain, Neil Plymouth. It's back, the grid walk's back, and we know you love them.
Yeah, we've missed this, haven't we? Not had one since before lockdown. This is great. It's just great to be back at Brands. Fantastic circuit.
Your 20th year, my 50th race. It gets harder and harder for both of us, doesn't it?
Oh, no, it's all right for me. I think maybe,
I'm knackered.
Maybe now I've got past 20 years, it's going to get a bit easier. You know, people say, how long are you going to do it for? Well, I had a chat with Bob Tomlinson the other day, and I think he's 71 now, so I've got loads of time left.
And also, you've got the reassurance, as you said, at Croft Millennium are on board for the rest of the year. And obviously, we've got loads of people watching at home because it's a bit of a trek down from Yorkshire for them down to Kent. But obviously, we're next round at Snetterton, then we're off to Anglesey. You've got some guests coming for that as well, haven't you?
Yeah, we have, and I think everybody's got the live stream on, or I certainly hope they have at home. So I know that there's a lot of people that aren't here today, but hopefully everybody's watching at home, and we're going to put on a good show for them all.
Well, we'll catch up later, and I wish you guys the best of luck. Right, let's have a chat with Matt Dawkins in the Vape Club by EDF Motorsport car, because yesterday Matt was in the wars. He actually rolled the car in one of our free practice sessions. So we'll have a chat with Matt. It didn't quite go to plan yesterday, did it?
I don't know what you're on about. That was the plan, because we already came here a couple of weeks ago for some practice, so I wanted to just cut everyone else's practice time short. So yeah, I flipped it in the gravel.
I mean, amazingly, Jeremy, if you have a look at the car, it actually doesn't look too bad, does it? I mean, it's got a few scars on the roof, but astonishingly, it completely missed the rear wing. There's a couple of little grazes on the bodywork, but I mean, you were fine, but it is testament to how strong these things are.
Absolutely. The EDF guys, I can't believe that they managed to put the thing back together, to be honest. The only thing is, I think they need to bring a washing machine to the next round, because I needed to change my underwear.
Oh, brilliant. And on the back of Croft, 4th overall, I suppose now the only way forward, you want that podium, don't you?
We need the first podium. We've got to tick it off, mate. And today we're at the back of the grid, so everything to win, nothing to lose.
Well, we wish you all the best of luck, and hopefully we'll see it in one piece.
And the right way up. Cheers, Jamie.
Thanks a lot, mate. Cheers. That's Matt Dawkins from the Vape Club by EDF Motorsport. Right, let's see who else we can find. We've got a new team to Fun Cup, which is the JPR team Mintex. I'm going to have a word with my old mate Chris Williams, because you're more used to front-wheel drive minis. It's a bit different, this, isn't it?
It's just a little bit. It takes some getting used to, but it's good fun. It's good fun. Certainly something that yesterday's testing was well worth it.
And we've worked it out, you'll be doing the equivalent of 4 tin top races in a day.
Yeah, well, that's good value for money in my eyes. Yeah. No, hopefully we'll keep it and finish the race. That's the main thing. I think we're not going for anything kind of higher up. We're just going to look to try and finish. So yeah, it's good.
And apart from obviously the obvious things, a bit being rear-wheel drive, you've got a sequential gearbox. The aero obviously on this car is quite useful. I mean, going from a supercharged Mini to this, you've been very open about it. You've had to sort of relearn how to drive, haven't you?
It's like driving a big go-kart, so it's taken a bit of getting used to, and it's one of those things. I got out of the car yesterday going, oh my god, I can feel my forearms, which is just no power steering. So yeah, it's been a steep learning curve over the last 24 hours, but the guys up and down the pit lane have been really helpful. Guys going through data with you, it's been really good.
Excellent stuff. We wish you guys the best of luck. We'll catch up later. Thanks a lot, Chris. That's Chris Williams, who is in the 98 car. Right, our championship leaders, GCI Racing. That will be Ian Wood starting the car. So we'll have a chat with Ian. He's just having a chat with some fans. Ian, I'm just going to interrupt you because you know I love doing that. Championship lead.
Yep.
3 second places so far. You want that win, don't you?
We do, yeah. We take it on the second, but we really want the win today.
And I mean, the season's been great, hasn't it? I mean, you had the slight scare at Silverstone, but apart from that, it's been running as perfect as it can be. I'm not jinxing it. I won't. We'll get on to weather with Craig in a minute. But no, seriously, it's been going so well for you.
No, we're running well. Team are going well. Pit stops have been good. Craig's driven reasonably well. So yeah, can't complain.
And Craig, threat of rain?
The standard weather question. Yeah, threat of rain. Do you know what? I wouldn't mind a bit of rain to mix it up a bit. But yeah, to be honest, I think it'd be dry. I think it's more likely to be psychological rain today, where everyone smells a bit of air, of wind, of rain in the air, and gets nervous. But yeah, let's hope it's a nice, clean race.
And it's a slightly different draw because a lot of the pacey cars are towards the pointy end. I mean, you, Fab, and maybe Nigel are going to have to try and fight your way through.
Yeah, I mean, we've got our standard start within the back few rows, which has been our standard for the last 4 or 5 years. We like to make life challenging for ourselves. It's more of a problem here because it's not easy to overtake here, and any overtakes you do are kind of quite high risk, just the nature of the circuit. So it's definitely not ideal. But hopefully we have a nice, clean first stint, and then with any luck we can undercut at the first pit stop, get out at the front, and really build the race from there.
Excellent. We wish you guys all the best. That's Ian Wood and Craig Butterworth for Team GCI, who are our championship leaders. Let's have a chat with Bob Tomlinson from CCS Media. Now, Bob has been doing Fun Cup for well over a decade now. Like as Neil Plymmer's been saying, you're still loving it, aren't you?
Absolutely brilliant, yes. It's one of those things I don't think I need to be carted off before I stop this.
And over the years you've been doing it, from your point of view, has it got harder?
I think the driving standard's much higher. So the driving standards get much higher, or mine are getting much lower. Either way, it's harder as far as I'm concerned. I mean, there's some very, very, very good drivers here. I do it because I just like doing it. Yeah. It's a bit of fun, which is Fun Cup's all about.
And are you in now for the rest of the year? I think you're not planning on doing Anglesey, are you?
No, not Anglesey and Snetterton, I think, but the others we are doing, but not those two.
Okay, well, we wish you all the best, and we'll catch up later, Bob. That's Bob Tomlinson, who will be in the CCS Media car during the course of the race. Trap Focus are making a welcome return to the Fun Cup grid, and Neil Smith, it's nice to be back, isn't it?
It is, yeah, it's good fun. Nice to see everyone again. It's been a long time. So.
It is. Obviously, you had a sort of a mixed year last year with some results, and also we had a couple of technical issues as well. But the pace in the car is there, isn't it? It's just the little niggles that sort of get in the way.
Well, it is when Teddy's driving, but no, it's 10 months I think since the car's been out, so we've been sort of chasing all sorts of issues over the weekend. So we've just made a last-minute radical setup change, which is either going to see us on the podium or we're going to be sort of lapped in the first lap, I think. So, but we're just happy to be out here again.
What's the plan for the rest of the year?
I think we're going to do the Anglesey double header. Yeah. We like Anglesey, and I think we're going to do Donington. And other than that, we're not really sure.
And then maybe 23 come back for a full campaign?
I think so. Yeah. If we don't break it before then.
Excellent stuff. Thanks a lot, Neil. That's Neil Smith from Track Focused. And final one, I think, from me will be Victor Cara from EDF Motorsport. Victor unfortunately had to miss Croft because you were slightly busy. Nice to be back.
Yeah, it's great to be back. Can't wait to get back inside the car, buddy. And good to see you, Jamie.
Thank you so much. I mean, the team had a great top 10 for both cars at Croft. I mean, the confidence must be really high for you guys now. And of course, it's a busy year for EDF because they're running cars in other series as well. So trying to get these prepared, plus the TCR cars and other things, it's hard work, isn't it?
It is hard work, but I got to tell you, man, hats off to the team. They do such a great job on this thing. It's professionalism through and through, and you get confidence in the car, Jamie. You know you can go out there, you can push, because you trust the car. You know it's going to do what it's supposed to do, and the team's just done a fantastic job.
And how have you found it? Because you've had to learn it pretty quickly, haven't you?
Yeah, I did, man. This is going to be my 4th race. So, did a little bit of driving in the U.S. But it's great fun, man. It's great fun. It's a completely different drive, but as Eddie says, if you can get fast in these cars, you can drive anything fast. So, a bit of a steep learning curve for sure.
Thanks a lot, Victor. We'll catch up later. So as the grid now starts to be cleared for the beginning of round 4 of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, I'll hand you over to your commentator for the race, Scott Woodwis, while I make my way down to the pit lane. Scott, are you ready for this 4-hour thriller?
I think so, Jamie. Yes. Any time I've ever seen a Fun Cup race, it's never been dull. It's always been exciting, and regardless of how many cars are on the grid, it's typically quite a grandstand finish right at the end. You can see the grid is starting to clear now as we get set for our 4 hours of racing here for the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. I should be joined at some point in the commentary box, hopefully by Josh Barrett, who for this particular race he's able to come and join me as Jamie's on the side. Jamie's in pit lane for Fun Cup duties. Now, as Jem Shaw may have explained in some cases, the grid for the Fun Cup race is actually set not by the qualifying times, but by random grid draw. So after qualifying is complete, that uses more of a practice session and a session, and in particular, a session to make sure that all the drivers that are participating have completed at least 3 laps to be able to be eligible to qualify. Whereas the actual grid draw is done at random ballots. The only grid position which is always guaranteed at the start of every single Fun Cup race is who starts at the back, because as a rule, whoever wins the previous race, or if it's the first race of the season, whoever were the previous champions, if it's the first round of the year, will always start at the back. That hasn't stopped the current defending champions, Uvia Hoffman's Lotus, from not only being able to win 2 wins out of 3, to take 2 wins out of 3, but to essentially keep himself second in the championship. Although the unfortunate mechanical issues that they had at Alton Park is what's put them in second place in the points. And as Jamie alluded to, it's GCI Racing that lead the way in the standings, and they do this by virtue of having scored the most consistent results out of anyone else so far, which is 3 second places. And of course, if you finish second 3 times, then the next thing you want to do is of course go forwards and take a win. Now what I will try and do is go through some of the start drivers. I was given the start driver list by Jamie Peters, so I'll see if I can give you the drivers who's starting where, so and through the drivers. So we'll quickly go through the grid as it's been set by the random grid draw then. So front row of the grid, it is car number 170, which is Stobart Sport. That's been driven by Colin Kingsnorth and Richard Webb. And Colin Kingsnorth will start that car at the beginning of the race. Alongside him on the front row of the grid, drawn onto second, is car 207, which is Agua Caliente. Paul Turner and Rob Croydon. Paul Turner will take the wheel for the start of the race in that car. Row 2 is 263, which is Greenswell Motorsport, the kind of blue, black, grey and white camo car. just on screen towards the centre, and that car is being shared by the Smiths family, which is former Ferrari racer Sam Smith and his siblings Simon and Ted, and it's Sam Smith who will take the wheel to start car 263 from third. Fourth on the grid is the Kaizen Motorsport team, number 99, with former champion Riley Phillips alongside Ravi Ramyed and Richard Just, and it's Ravi Ramyed, who I think is someone who is experienced. I think that's another driver I think he's possibly experienced from Ginettas, but I think it's a different driver on that side. I'll look up his experience as the race goes on, but that car will start fourth, Ravi Ramyed at the wheel of the 99 Kaizen Motorsport car. Fifth on the grid is number 110, Team Viking. That is a regular front runner, Mark Holm and Nick Nunn, and it's Mark Holm that will start that car. He'll hand over to Nick Nunn, and they will alternate drivers, of course, as the stint goes on. Alongside them is a car which previously had won the championship, which is car 267 Team Olympian, and that car now has a wheel of it Chris Doval, Christian Rose, son of championship boss Paul, and Steve Lake, and it's Chris Doval who will start that car from 6th on the grid. 7th on the grid is car 146 PLR Racing, featuring the captain Neil Plymouth and Ben Pitch, and it's Ben Pitch who will start the car from P7. Alongside him is MTech GT number 61, which is mainly sponsored by the championship's tyre supplier GT, and it's the MTech JTech GT car which has Callum Cripps alongside Scott Jeffs and Mark Gibson, although it looks like I think Callum Cripps might be simply just one of their engineers, possibly, or someone who's just on the. I'm not sure if he's. I know he might have been. He's a reserve driver, forgive me. So Callum Cripps is a reserve driver, but it's Scott Jeffs and Martin Gibson, and Martin Gibson will start that car from 8th on the grid. 9th is car number 262, which is track focused, and that is the Teddy Wilson, Neil Smith and Teddy Wilson car, with Mike McCollum also at the wheel of that too. Teddy Wilson will start the car from 9th, and then rounding out the top 10 is Eddie Farrow's team, 104 EDF Motorsport, with Victor Cara and Simon Coles, and it's Simon Coles who will start the car. 11th place is number 97 Olympian Homes, and the Olympian Homes team were, I think, in the top 5 in qualifying, and no surprise because one of their drivers is the very fast young driver Harry Mailer, and he shares that car with Mark Slatter and Harvey Wiseman, and Harry Mailer will start that car from 11th. On the 12th spot on the grid is another long-standing team, CCS Media, with one of the veterans in the squad, or 2 veterans in fact, Nigel Greensall and Bob Tomlinson, alongside Alan Onerman. And it's Nigel Greensall who will start that car to pick his way through from the 6th row of the grid. Row 7 is where we find our championship leaders, all the way back in 13th place on the grid, car 111, and that is Craig Butterworth and Ian Wood, just number 2 driver combo. No Graham Butterworth for this one, and Ian Wood will start the car to hand over to Graham at the first pit stop. Then next to him is car number 98, our brand new team, which is JPR Team Mintex, and that's their driving strength has car number 98, William Plant, Chris Williams and Campbell Cassidy, and William Plant will start that car. So William beginning the number 98 car for their first ever Fun Cup race. And then the last 3 cars on the grid are number 49, Fueled Up Racing, that's Wendy and Paul Ellis Smith. And that's Paul taking the start, Wendy who's starting alongside, and I think the second driver, they've also got Paul Taylor alongside as well. It was going to be JB Price, but it's been replaced by Paul Taylor. So Paul Ellis Smith will start the car first, then it'll be Wendy Ellis Smith, and then Paul Taylor will jump in the car that starts 15th. The cars get waved off onto their formation lap. The penultimate spot on the grid is the Vape Club with EDF Motorsport car, which, as Amy was alluding to, had that small incident in qualifying, but it's managed to recover and get patched up. And that car has Vlad Vasiliev and Matt Dawkins at the wheel. Vlad Vasiliev will start the car, and then the car at the back of the grid, the car that won the previous race at Croft and therefore has to start at the back of the grid by de facto, and that is the defending champions, Uvio Hoffman's Lotus, with the fantastically named Farchini and Fabio Randaccio. And it is going to be Fabio that starts the car. Farchini will jump in. Quick reminder on rules of pit stops. There'll be 5 pit windows, essentially. So teams have to make 5 pit stops. It's a pit window that's open, I think, every 40 minutes or so. Drivers are allowed to pit any time within them, but you must pit when the pit lane closed board, I'll get the words out, goes out. You have to pit in the next time by you come towards the pits. If you don't, then you get yourself a penalty, and you can get penalties for either speeding in the pit lane or missing your pit spot or pit lane spot altogether. And also, of course, look at potential for safety cars along the race. For those who want to know a bit more about these cars, a lot of you would look at these and thinking, aren't these VW Beetles? Well, I can guarantee you they're not, even though the silhouette suggests that they are. These are proper purpose-built race cars. Underneath that sort of Beetle-esque, shall we say, body shell, admittedly, there is a single-seater chassis with a 1.8 litre Volkswagen Audi Group tuned turbocharged engine, and all these cars feature typically paddle shift gearboxes, GT tyres, and they are quite potent little machines, and they do pack quite a punch sometimes and are quicker in some cases than you'd imagine. course, the Championship started back in 2000, or the Fun Cup UK started back in 2002, so this year is their 20th season. And of course, the likes of Paul Rose and Bob Tomlinson, and of course the captain Neil Plymouth, who's competed in more Fun Cup races than anyone else. He definitely is the master. Will of course have fond memories of racing in the past. I remember seeing a video on their social media earlier on, which was when Paul Rose was originally racing in the Championship, and Neil Plymouth was in there too. And the cars are still just as competitive and just as glorious to watch as they always were. So, on this sunny Saturday afternoon here at Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit, 1.2 miles here, 4 hours worth of racing. An idea in terms of lap times, we can go in terms of what they set in qualifying. Again, the qualifying session should be more of a practice session to allow the drivers to be able to race later on. The top timing in the qualifying session was a 56.738, and that was by the Greenswell Motorsport team with Sam Smith at the wheel. So that's lap times we can expect across 4 hours, 180 minutes. I think, given no safety cars, we can probably expect somewhere, I'm guessing, in the region of maybe upwards of 180 to possibly 200 plus laps, but that all depends on having no safety cars, and of course that will mean no appearances of the car right at the head of the pack right now, which is the RunYourFleet.com Jaguar safety car. But Fun Cup races typically tend to go right down to the wire and have very close finishes, and with the 17 cars that we have here around the very short 1.2 mile circuit, it should be quite a thrilling spectacle from start to finish. So, as the safety car brings the pack around, they start to slow it up 2x2 formation, nicely and neatly formed now, all being controlled by Julian Floyd, who's the permanent clerk of the course for the Fun Cup. He has direct communication with the teams, with the drivers, but it's one-way communication, so he can talk directly to the drivers and to the teams, and even signal when a safety car is about to go out. So he'll be trying to hold them as best as possible. But it's Stobart Sport who holds the pole position spot at the front of the grid on the left. They are the green and white car with the Stobart livery. It's the grey and silver car to their left, or camera right, of Agua Caliente. Watch out for cars such as Greenswell Motorsport and Kaiser Motorsport from the second row, Team Viking and Team Olympian from row 3, Neil Plymouth's car from row 4, and of course the championship leaders back on row 7, and the defending champions and last time out winners at Croft, Uwe Hoffman's Lotus Carnivore at the back of the grid. All set for the red lights to go out for 4 hours of Fun Cup endurance racing. The lights go out and we are Fun Cup racing at Brands Hatch. It's a strong start from Stobart Sport down towards turn 1 for the first time. Slotting to second already goes Greenswell Motorsport 263, and already trying to dive up the inside is Kaiser Motorsport to get past the front row starter Agua Caliente. Up the hill they go for the first time towards Druids. It is going to be Stobart Sport who holds the advantage. Agua Caliente coming back around the outside, not just of Greenswell Motorsport, but also of the Stobart Sport car. The leaders that come down the hill out of Druids towards Graham Hill Bend for the first time. So everyone's just trying to settle in here. Of course, it's a 4-hour race. The typical saying is, of course, you can't win it on the first lap, but even though this is 4 hours of racing, they won't treat it like the old days of Le Mans, when one car will go off for distance, so there's teams and everyone has to try and catch it at a steady pace. Everyone pretty much goes flat out for 4 hours. It really is like the modern day world endurance races where there is no letting up the pace. It is simply relentless, flat out running for 4 hours from start to finish. But of course, if safety cars interrupt, that will start to break things up. And it may well be that within safety car windows, we could even get free pit stops along the way. End of the first lap then. It's going to be Stobart Sport that leads the way then. Second place for Greenswell Motorsport. And in third position across the line is Agua Caliente. Fourth is Kaiser Motorsport. Fifth is Team Viking. Sixth is MJ Tech GT. Then Team Olympian, Track Focus, EDF Motorsport and Olympian Homes rounds out the top 10 as they come out through Paddock Hill Bend once again. Possible change on for third. Diving up the inside there goes the Riley Phillips car, number 99. And Ravi Ramyad, of course, trying to make that move. So he's made the move stick on Paul Turner there as he's just ahead of them. The Stobart Sport car with Colin Kingsnorth at the wheel is now coming under big pressure from Sam Smith as they come down the back straight towards Surtees for the second time. Now they come through the complex here. A big dive up the inside. Sam Smith going for the lead already down into the top of the circuit up at Clearways. And already as they come up through Clark Curve, the Stobart Sports lead is gone within just about under 2 laps. So Sam Smith, they're not hanging around. He's already put the number 263 Greenswell Motorsport car to the front of the field as Smith leads them across the end of lap 2. It's Paul Taylor for Stobart Sport in second place. Ravi Ramyad third for Kaiser Motorsport, and through up the inside he goes. Ravi Ramyad obviously not wasting any time as Olympian Homes takes the fastest lap of the race on the first proper flying lap around this time as they start lap 3 here. So initial position changes coming forwards here in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship race. As they come through onto another lap now, onto their third lap at this point in time. Some position swapping going on here between Team Viking, GT Radial, and also the MJ Tech GT car which is currently finds itself at the moment in 6th position. So that was a scrap that was going on between 5th, 6th and 7th at that point in the field. Bit side-by-side action going on behind as well. Looked like it might have been the Vape Club with EDF Motorsport car that was getting its elbows out. It may well have been. Either that or the other EDF Motorsport car, number 104. Now the pit straight they go. Sam Smith trying to extend the lead then as Ravi Ramya starts his pursuit now of the lead. Paul Taylor back in 3rd place in the Stobart Sport car. You see some side-by-side action across the line. That was between the cars towards the back of the field. That was the 246 Vape Club with EDF Motorsport car and the fueled up racing car number 49. So watch out for those two as they are scrapping towards the back. It might only be for 16th place, but a good race is a good race, and they'll certainly want to try and get one over each other in these early stages. So as I mentioned, there's no real settling down period when it comes to Fun Cup races. It tends to be a flat-out sprint. They treat it like a flat-out sprint for the whole 4 hours, but that's what makes it so compelling, is that these races are not simply just 4 hours of just cars simply circulating. You do get very close battles towards the end, and it's not uncommon to see nose-to-tail finishes and very close lead packs of 2 or 3 or 4 cars right at the end of Fun Cup races when they're coming towards the end of it, into 3, 4 hour races, or even longer, sometimes 5 hour races. And you get these very close battles between the cars at the front, particularly on the lead lap. And that's when it gets all the more exciting as we head towards the finish. But there's a long way to go before that, as Greenswell Motorsport tries to extend the advantage with a new fastest lap of the race, 57.414. The gap is now almost a second between Sam Smith in the lead car and Ravi Ramyad in 2nd place. Ramyad taking a slightly tighter and later braking approach into Druids. Possible change on for 4th, going on between the Agua Caliente car, which is currently at the moment started, of course, by Paul Turner, and the number 110 car, which should be, I think, the Viking 110 car, which started by Mark Home, also up there. It seems as though I think it must be the Olympian Homes car. That must be the car that's sponsored by, that's the GT Radial car right there, number 97, because that car's moved up pretty strong. The 97 car currently has Harry Mailer at the wheel, of course, sharing that car with Mark Slatter and Harvey Wiseman. So he's, I think, got up to 4th position already at the expense of Agua Caliente. Battle on, starting to build up for 2nd now between these two. So we'll see if this starts to develop even more in the next few laps. But Sam Smith, of course, who is vastly experienced racing in the Ferrari Challenge, both I think in the UK and also in Europe, knows all about how to handle a high-performance race car. Some early battles developing here between, as well, MJ Tech GT and one of the veterans of the championship, Nigel Greensall. And the name Nigel Greensall, very synonymous with motorsport throughout the UK and beyond. He's done all sorts. He's raced at Le Mans, he's raced Formula 1 cars and Euroboss, he's raced all sorts of different machines out there, GTs and single-seaters and touring cars and what have you. There's not a lot that Nigel Greensall hasn't raced, and therefore he's very well placed, in particular one of these cars. And he's in a novel position where not only is he racing for the CCS media team, but he's also racing against his own car, which, by his good fortune, is currently sat at the top of the field and is trying to pull away now to the tune of, at the moment, end of lap 6. Gap is now 1.6 seconds. He was almost a full second quicker than Kaiser Motorsport on that lap time around. Uwe Hoffman's Lotus, meanwhile, shouldn't forget about them. They started back in 17th place on the grid. They are already up to P9, so they haven't wasted any time in picking their way through half the field. There they are on the right-hand side. Car number 1, the black and gold car, as it goes through shot. And they're ahead of the next battle going on for the bottom of the top 10. So this is where it's going to get very interesting. Now they come down into Graham Hill Bend again as we come to the end of lap 7 of this Fun Cup endurance race. And there goes Sam Smith, continuing to extend the advantage. It was 1.6 seconds across the line. There goes Nigel Greensall looking around the outside of the 110 Team Viking car with Mark Home at the wheel. And now they come up towards another part of this opening stint. Down into the complex they go once more, down the hill, out of Paddock Hill Bend and towards Druids now for the 8th time. As we get into this, continue to get into this opening stint, it's looking to be quite a tight pack together. Watching the Uwe Hoffmann's Lotus squad as they come up behind MJ Tech GT, battling over 8th position. So, of course, from the back of the grid, as the rules state, you have to start from the back of the grid if you're the previous race winners, or if in the case of the first round of the season, the defending champions. So for, I think essentially for all but one of these races so far this year, Uwe Hoffmann's Lotus have had to start from the back of the grid, but even then that hasn't stopped them. It hasn't stopped them from picking their way through the order pretty quickly, and you do tend to find that the fastest cars in the field don't take that long to pick their way through the pack and get themselves up into the familiar leading positions. As we see here, another one of those front-running cars, Nigel Greensall, looking to make a move up the inside into Graham Hill Bend, and he does so very efficiently up the inside and makes the pass on Stobart Sport to move up into 4th position. So Nigel Greensall already carving his way through, and the contenders are starting to line up behind the pole sitter now. Stobart Sport, of course, who are the only team that have, other than Uwe Hoffmann's Lotus, that have won a race so far this year. They won that race at Alton Park where Uwe Hoffmann's Lotus hit troubles, and so these first few front-running cars trying to pick their way towards the front of the pack, where they can start to possibly mount a challenge on Greensall Motorsport, who have this advantage now of almost 4 seconds at the head of the field, and trying to pull away even further now. Sam Smith starting to get a little bit more comfortable out in front. As they come through the exit of Graham Hill Bend, now on the 10th lap, so already into double digits for laps now. It'll be a while before we hit treble figures. Heading up now through the sweeping corners of Surtees and then into the right-hander at, it's almost a triple apex right-hander, being Clearways, so McLaren, then Clearways, and then Clark Curve. And they swing back around onto the Jack Brabham straight to end another lap, and that's 10 laps now in the books. PLR Racing now with Ben Pitch at the wheel has now taken the fastest lap, 56.965. Only car so far to have broken under 57 seconds, so I think they're lapping faster than they did in qualifying earlier on. I'll just double check their qualifying times from earlier on. Not quite. The fastest time of qualifying, I remind you, for what it was worth, was 56.738, and that was set by Greensall Motorsport by the current race leaders. So lap time pace on the ultimate pace is around about mid to late 56s. Anything in the 57s is quite consistent and quite competitive in the mid-pack, as it's proving to be here, as you've got this gaggle of Fun Cup cars jockeying for position as they come up through the top end of the Indy circuit and back around onto the Jack Brabham straight again to end lap 11. And Greensall's gap now, he sets the new personal best, or the Greensall racing car has now got a gap of almost 5 seconds now. New personal best for Sam Smith, 57.162. So that gap continues to extend even further. Now it's Kaizen Motorsport who controls the race. CCS Media, of course, now up to 3rd past Agua Caliente. Meanwhile, look at the #1 car. That was the Uwe Hoffmann's Lotus car with Fabio Randaccio at the wheel. And he was certainly getting his elbows out to try and make up another place. And I think he has done. I think he's managed to squeeze his way through into what looks to be now, if I can work them out, there goes Caliente 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. So up at the 7th place now has gone Fabio Randaccio. Next target is going to be the 110 car, which is the yellow and black Team Viking car. Mark Holm at the wheel. Nick Nunn will take over from him at the first pit stop. But they really are a very formidable pairing, is Farchini and Fabio. I should mention that's not their real names, but not to spoil it, I won't divulge what their real names are either, but it keeps the mystery. But you can always tell if it's Fabio driving, because if you look at his his race helmet, it is perfectly adorned in the colours of Spider-Man. But looking to try and swing past, shall we say, no puns intended, or pun fully intended, there was CCS Media as Nigel Greensall tries to pick through. That's the 97 car, that's the Olympian Holmes car that's into the pit lane with mechanical issues already, I'm afraid. So I'm sure that Jamie will be down there to give us a bit of an update, I think, on what's going on when he has a moment to do so. So problems already for the 97 car. That car now hitting trouble, and that will start to go at least a couple of laps down now whilst the squad looks to fix the problem. Meanwhile, Agrocaliente back up the inside of Kaiser Motorsport, not having any of it now. So Agrocaliente following through Greensall Motorsport in quick succession. Not only did it lose its second place, but now deciding to at least repass or fend off the attack from Kaiser Motorsport now. So looks like after a strong initial start, it looks like that we've got, just dropping back now, is the Agrocaliente car. Now, there goes Uvio going around the outside of Stobart Sport, and they had already disposed of Team Viking, so they've already made their way up into what is now 5th position. Next target is for P4, and that's for the Agrocaliente car that just lost out to Ravi Ramyed of the Kaiser Motorsport squad. Greensall has already decided to check out, so he's now going to chase after his own team car, which is still driven by Sam Smith. There's a slight sideways moment under brakes there from Agrocaliente, almost forcing their way through on the inside line of Kaiser Motorsport to repass. So Kaiser Motorsport did manage to get their way back through, but not for much longer. And now this squabbling between the two has brought Uvia Hoffman's Lotus back into it. Fabio and Dacia, things right. Sort this out amongst yourselves, boys. I'm going to go straight up the inside, in the middle of the both of you. He goes past the Ravi Ramyed car, now into what is now currently 4th place. Could be 3rd now because Agrocaliente runs wide. Fabio and Dacia has the racing line, and guess what? Under brakes, turn in, and despite Agrocaliente trying to cut across and prevent that move from happening, there's nothing he could do as they go 3 abreast behind them. That was, look at try who that work out that was. That was MJ Tech GT battling, I think, with EDF Motorsport, and possibly also in there too was the 262 car, which is the Track Focus squad as well. And Ben Pitch was also in the mix as well. So the top two have basically broken away clearly here. And I suspect that we will also see a charge now for Fabio Randaccio in the clear air that he currently has at his disposal. Greensall Motorsport, meanwhile, sets a new fastest lap of the race. So Sam Smith clocks in a 56.894. So they're getting close now, or practically just about on qualifying pace now, which is good to see. One thing I should point out is that when it comes to pit stops, it's typically only driver changes and fuel only. There's not really any tyre changing, only if something goes disastrously wrong, because the GT tyres that all these cars run are fairly durable and are meant to go the distance. So only when it's absolutely required, or if it feels it's going to be of any kind of benefit, will they ever change rubber. But it's only typically driver changes and fuel that they will replenish at pit stops. Also, of course, if there's any damage to fix, they will do so as well. There is Sam Smith, who is having quite a, so far, relaxing Saturday afternoon drive out in front. And of course, he'll hand over to his siblings Simon and Ted at points during the race. Of course, remember, it's 5 pit stops that all teams have to make, so there's 6 stints. And typically, the pit windows open every 40 minutes. So there's 40 minutes. The pit windows typically go for about roughly 10 minutes or so. Then they carry on forwards towards the next one. So that essentially works out as being 300 minutes, which is... No, so I've probably miscalculated that, actually. I've miscalculated the maths on that a little bit, but it's 240 minutes, of course, is 4 hours, so working the math out on that one, it's a short pit window in between, so the last pit window tends to be quite small at the end, but it's quite close to the end of the race, so we'll see how this race looks to play out here. This gaggle of cars here that make up the bulk of this battling pack. Now coming up through now through the complex of Clark, McLaren and Clearways, or other way around, McLaren, Clearways, Clark. And Greensall Motorsport now with Sam Smith at the wheel, still leading now by 7.3 seconds. And whilst Greensall is lapping on similar pace, he's still losing a couple of tenths per lap to his own car. And I will say also, Uvia Hoffman's Lotus hasn't really pulled away too much from the battle for 4th downwards, with Stobart Sport now getting back to the front. And it's interesting to watch that some cars have a burst of pace for a few laps and move up a few positions, then they start to back off a little bit or just lose a bit of pace in the tyres. And so you just have to kind of back off a little bit just to kind of bring down the pace a notch. And that then sees them shuffled a bit further back, and then they start to come back and make more progress through, because Stobart Sport at the beginning had a decent enough start, as there goes the 262 track-focused car up the inside to pick up what will now be 6th position. It's just a bit of back and forth here. As they come back onto the pit straight to conclude the end of lap number 18. Already gone past the 15-minute mark in this 4th round of the 2022 FunCup Endurance Championship here at Brands Hatch. They've already been so far this year to Silverstone on the international circuit, to Alton Park International, one of their favourite circuits that they have in the past gone to twice in 1 year, one towards the beginning and one towards the end. It's where I believe they will finish their season once more at Alton Park. It's usually been a traditional season-ending circuit. That, and also Donington's been a season closer as well. I think we've got a car into the pit lane. I just heard the buzzer going off. Who it is, I have to work out. It's not, I don't think it's Olympian Homes back in the pits again. So I thought they were the only ones with the little cog next to their name on the timing screen, but it looks as though whatever problems that the 97 squad have had, they are having to still try and work those out. So now they go down into, again, Paddock Hill Bend once more, heading towards 20 laps. We're on lap 20. Ben Pitch is looking a bit racy here, trying to look around the back of the MJ Tech GT car, and also we're noticing that the Team Viking car has dropped back to the base of the top 10. So that car has not quite had the same pace it had at the beginning when it was moving up a few spots. There goes the Olympian Homes car, 97, just going out, and that car I think is just chasing after the. It looked like maybe the fueled up racing car I think was going out. One thing I should point out is back in 13th place, our championship leaders, GCI Racing, not really having the race that they were expecting, or at least I think I at least, or many would have expected them to have, because they, unlike Uvio and unlike CCS Media and other cars that have come through the order from their grid draws, haven't really made that much progress from 13th place. Looking at where they are some 5 seconds or so off this large battle pack that's going on for kind of 4th position downwards, or 5th position downwards, because that was looking there 262 track focus getting past Agrocaliente, and now Kaiser Motorsport was squeezed through as well, so Agrocaliente has lost 2 spots in as many moments, and already catching the Stobart Sport cars. I mentioned had a little burst of pace, and now it's been reeled in again, this time by Track Focused, excuse me, as it gets up all over the curbs exiting Graham Hill Bend as it tries to hold on. And there, I'm afraid, is the 97 Olympian Homes car back in the pit lane with problems, mechanical issues for that. I'm not sure if maybe Jamie can give us an update if he ends up being down there at some point. Heading towards half an hour gone already in this FunCup endurance race. Still the lead for Greensall Motorsport, but the fastest lap of the race you saw on the screen has now been taken by CCS Media. Again, pretty much on qualifying pace now. And as they now make their way, again, there is the Greensall Motorsport car. So Greensall's car leads. The car that Greensall is racing is in 2nd place. So at the moment, it is really Nigel's race to lose in one sense or the other. But the Uvia Hoffman's Lotus car doesn't have the pace at the moment to match these top 2. His last lap was about 4/10 slower than the 2nd place car. Change for position on here was Track Focused. Again, tries another attempt at getting past Stobart Sport, and this time manages to get through successfully as the work continues on. Some more mechanical work from the Olympian Home squad trying to fix the problem. So they will work hard to try and fix that one. Meanwhile, Stobart Sport thinks, I'm not quite happy with being past the 4th position. He tried to make a big dive down the outside, but there just wasn't enough room as the 262 car just moved across and just squeezed him onto the wall of the racing line to hold the position. And now everyone really is starting to stack up again for a position change, because you've now got, again, Agrocaliente and Kaiser Motorsport in there as well, and MJ Tech GT, and PLR Racing, and Viking, and EDF Motorsports, and also Vape Club in there towards the back of it too. In fact, if you look at the timing on the left-hand side, you'll see that the 5th place down to 12th is covered by 3 seconds. That's how big this gaggle of cars in what is the main midfield pack. And just in the background there was the black, white and red car, and that's for GCI Racing. Looking at their lap times now, they are lapping at the moment roughly quicker than anyone else. They did a 57.4 and they're quicker than just about everyone in that group in front of them, except the car that's currently in 4th position, which is the Track Focus 262 car. Everyone else did a lap time that was at least a couple of tenths slower. Maybe that might help them. Stobart Sport, though, goes down the outside in towards Paddock Hill Bend. That was a very daring move. They almost touched, and there was almost a collision, which could have seen both cars going off the road. But thankfully, Stobart Sport backed out of it at the last minute. They're trying to go 4 abreast behind. As you can see, the PLR car with Ben Pitch that we're looking to trying to go up the inside. And the work continues to see if the Olympian Homes team can try and diagnose the problem. And they will try and fix it as best quick as they can to get out there. It's losing laps all this time as it stays there. There's the Uvio car of Fabio Randaccio. His last lap was a personal best, but they're not lapping in the 56s like these two cars are. The Greenswell Motorsport car that's just set the new fastest lap of the race. And CCS Media that's now going through Paddock Hill Bend. You can see here, Nigel Greenswell, little wiggle there as he went through the apex of the corner and down into up towards Druids now for the 25th time now as we head towards the half-hour distance mark in this Fun Cup race. So far, it has been pretty much from the start Greenswell Motorsport holding on to the advantage, and then Nigel Greenswell driving the car which, whilst chasing the car that he owns, the car that he's driving is going after it in second place, and he's just set the fastest lap of the race. Meanwhile, sorry, Greenswell Motorsport, his car has set the fastest lap of the race. The car he's driving is still chasing and some 8 seconds back. That won't get confusing at all over the next kind of 3.5 hours, I'm certain. And then Hovia Hoffman's Lotus holds on to 3rd at the moment, starting from the back of the grid, the defending champions and last time out race winners. And they'll be looking to try and get a strong result where possible. Then there's huge battle packing on the garage. You can see down the pit straight. That was, I think, the Kaiser Motorsport car that was battling away with Agro Caliente. Got squeezed onto the gas pipe with the Ravi Ramier trying to hold on. And then diving down the outside of both of them goes MJ Tech GT trying to hold on to the position. MJ Tech GT trying to make a big dive down the outside to hold on to that place. Now they make the approach up towards the top of the hill. Meanwhile, Track Focus is back side by side again with Stobart Sports. MJ Tech GT gets elbowed out wide, this time by the Agro Caliente car. And still watch for Ben Pitch in the PLR racing car and Mark Holm in the Viking car in 9th and 10th positions. 11th place still for the Vape Club car. I think it was Vlad Vasiliev that started that car in there. And keep an eye on that white, red and black car, which is the GCI racing machine. That car is still trying to close into these guys at the moment, because they did last lap time round was a 57.6, and they're still lapping. Again, quicker than all the cars in front of them pretty much, because they're battling so much, they're holding each other up. So at this stage, it's not really beneficial for anyone to start scrapping too much, because the cars behind are only going to benefit and start increasing the size of that battle pack going on. Up, stop in the back, go one car off. That's the Kaiser Motorsport car off, so Ravi Ramyed didn't quite see the beginning of that, but whether there was contact or simply just ran wide on the exit, I'm almost certain that will have to be an appearance from the RunYourFleet.com safety car. And I think Ravi, what he'll have to do is he will have to stay in the car if he wants to remain in this race. Otherwise, I'm afraid it might well be an early retirement for the 99 squad. So that will almost certainly, as they cover it under local yellows with the snatch vehicles to try and get it out of the gravel, that might well be a very early safety car. We're not quite yet at the first pit window. We've still got, I think, roughly around about 14 minutes or so until we get there. But Ravi Ramyed stranded in the gravel trap then. That is definitely not getting out without assistance. And it's now already going a lap down because the leads have gone past. Greenswell Motorsport currently in the lead still for CCS Media, and then Uvia Hoffman's Lotus in 3rd position. So still nothing there. Of course, there'll be yellow flags down at Paddock Hill Bend, so that they will have no overtaking up at the complex, up at the right hand paddock into Druids, into Graham Hill Bend though. Track Focus going back. These two have been going back and forth over the last few laps for what has currently been 4th position, and Agro Caliente's got a great run exiting off of Graham Hill Bend. He's now going to try and line up the Stobart Sport car for 4th position. Ben Pitch is getting stuck in there as well, as is also MJ Tech GT and the Viking car as well. And also keeping quite in close contention is the Vape Club EDF Motorsport Squad car. And as I suspected, because that car is in quite a dangerous position, and it probably will require more than just local yellows and a snatch vehicle out there to get it out there in quick time, safety car has been deployed. So first appearance of the race from the runyourfleet.com Jaguar safety car. That will pick up the race leaders, Greenshill Motorsport. Of course, not quite yet at that pit window, so of course it's going to have to be very crucial for some of these guys. They might want to sit there and possibly just make sure that not try and conserve some of the fuel, because it might more than anything go a little bit longer, maybe a couple of laps extra in the pit lane stint. So we'll have to wait and see how this plays out. But as racing now starts to take a bit of a break in the action so far, I'm pleased to confirm that I've now got alongside me to give me some assistance for this next 3.5 hours for this Fun Cup race is Josh Barrett, who has hot-firsted it over from his pit lane duties from those sprint races earlier on for the Mazdas. And whilst we've got a bit of a break here, Josh, Fun Cup races are always energetic and have plenty going on, and I think while it's a misfortune for Kaiser Motorsport, this is certainly one of the examples, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right, Scott. So yeah, good to be up here. First I've been this side of Clubman Hatch, and it's quite spectacular out the window, isn't it? Seeing Paddock Hill Bend in a different way. But yeah, this is going to bring everyone back together. So for those teams that have put their quick driver in at the beginning, it's going to lose all the time they got, because those first three cars got quite a big gap, haven't they, in this first part of this race. So that's Greenshill Motorsport, CCS Media, Hoffman's cars. Because that's all going to shrink under this safety car period. And of course, we're going to be shortly going into our first pit stop window as well. So it's not come out during the pit stop window, I don't think, so people won't be peeling into pits just yet, but that's going to be a busy part of the race to coming up, and it'll be something that occurs obviously on these 40-minute periods throughout the race.
Yeah, of course, Jamie down there in pit lane is going to be shove quite the runaround when he gets the first pit stop sequence underway. But you're absolutely right in terms of closing in those gaps, because there was a point there when the two Greenshill associated cars, the Greenshill Motorsport team car, the Nigel Greenshill CCS Media machine in second place, they sort of were both controlling the pace and both running in the high 56s, which is pretty much the pace to set all the way through. But the third place car, Vivia Hoffman's Lotus, was lapping at a decent pace, but it wasn't at the pace to be able to catch the top two, and so they were kind of stuck in a little bit of no man's land, where they weren't catching the cars in front very much and losing maybe a couple of tenths or so on matching the pace, but the cars behind were not able to keep up with their pace either. So it very much as though left them on their own, where as if both of the Greenshill associated cars were having a quite fun time. It was this huge battle pack that we had going on for fourth place downwards, with Track Focus and Stobart Sport, Agro Caliente, including Kaiser Motorsport, who have now been thankfully dragged down to the gravel and are back underway again. I'd be surprised if they didn't. Well, not quite. They're just trying to get that car restarted, I think. The snatch vehicle has detached itself from the number 99 car, so it will be let go very shortly, I'm sure, if they can get it refired. And so safety car stays out for another lap whilst that car looks to try and get going again, although the fact that it's still stationary at the moment, Josh, suggests that this safety car period, unless it does fire up in the next few seconds, which I think it's trying to, this might last a couple of laps longer, and I think you might be right in terms of we even get towards it. Right, one car diving for the pit lane, that has to be it can't be a scheduled stop, because, or in the pit window, that has to be a problem for the 104 EDF car. And yeah, that's the tyre change. Well spotted that one, Josh. It's front left being changed, so an issue for the EDF Motorsport car. I was saying earlier on that in this championship, when it comes to pit stops, you only really typically change drivers and also top up with fuel. Tyre changes are exceptionally rare in case it's anything to do with a problem with a tyre, whether it's a blowout or any kind of particular tyre issue like a deflation. But so that is not only a misfortune, but quite a rare event, because we don't normally see tyre changes in Fun Cup all that often.
But if you think you've got a problem, you're not sure, it's a good idea under safety car to get that changed. Okay, they might lose a bit of track position, but they're not going to lose too much time in the real deal with it. Much more time would have been lost if they would need to do that under green flag conditions. So that's been done. They're on the lead lap, and that car out of the gravel now is being pulled along. So the 99 car, the Kaizen Motorsport car. Having this early safety car period does mean as well is obviously most cars are still on the lead lap, and at Brands Hatch, because it is a short lap, it is easier than other circuits to go a lap down. So the teams that had fallen a little way behind in this first stint will be quite thankful for this first safety car period. But as the grid is a little bit smaller than usual this weekend, the teams might have been thinking there's a possibility there's going to be a lack of safety cars because having those few less cars than perhaps what we would usually see here at Brands Hatch. So usually you think perhaps we might get less incident, but we have had that first incident you've been describing in the first half an hour or so of this race. But nevertheless, the race in the next lap or so should be getting back underway. And it's still very competitive looking at the best lap times here. Pretty much the whole pack bar about one. We're within a second of one another on best lap times. But over the long stint, it was those small gains by the top three which was extending the margin out.
Yeah, the top two were very much on qualifying pace, because the top time in qualifying, for what it's worth, obviously, because as a reminder for those who are watching for the first time, the qualifying session they did was pure so the drivers could qualify for the race rather than setting the grid, because it's usually a random grid draw that sets every position at random except the car that starts in last position, because that's either the car that won the previous race, or in the case of the first race of the season every year, it's the previous year's champions that will start at the back. And so qualifying pace in terms of lap times, the fastest lap was set by the current leading car, the Greenswell Motorsport 263, 56.738. So it's lapping pretty much on qualifying pace. And so they certainly have are quite commanding out there. Nigel Greenswell in turn set a 56.867 in qualifying, so it shows that they've got the ultimate pace over everyone else who are doing low to mid 57s. We can see on screen here the Ravi Rambi number 99 Kaiser Motorsport car has been recovered. I think that's Riley Phillips in the on the right hand side with the black, green and white overalls around him, and he is looking to get that car back out, and once he takes the wheels to try and make up some more time. Right, speaking of making up time, safety car is in because the lights are off at GenuineFleet.com Jaguar, and that means that the pace car duties now effectively fall into the hands of our race leader Greenswell Motorsport, who I think are not long from getting this race back underway. So Greenswell Motorsport then puts his foot to the floor. Sam Smith decides to get the race back underway as the Kaiser Motorsport squad goes to work, taking a look underneath the clamshell of the back of the number 99 car. Meanwhile, racing gets back underway then. So it is Greenswell Motorsport who leads the way then. Second place for CCS Media. For in third place, it is then going to be across the line. It will be Uwe Hoffman's Lotus, who are now in quite close attention of those top two. It might have a chance to start to reel them in and have a go for the lead. And already you can see Fabio Randaccia is not that far, is right on the back of the Nigel Greenswell car. Sam Speed continues to lead it. Agua Caliente, so Track Focus is up to fourth place. Stobart Sport currently holds fifth. It's Agua Caliente sixth, PLR Racing seventh, then MJ Tech GT, Team Viking, and Vape Club with EDF Motorsport. And one team the safety car definitely has benefited is GCI Racing, the championship leaders, because they've had a very quiet and uneventful race. They've been outside the top 10 all race, and they've currently sat 11th. Haven't set the ultimate pace alight in terms of compared to their previous rounds where they've picked up 3 second places in a row. If they want to make it 4, Josh, this one, they're either going to need an immense amount of luck and/or to kind of get a move on here and put their foot down.
Yeah, perhaps they're playing the long game, like I did in this first stint, not needing to push forward too quickly. Perhaps they were almost expecting a safety car period at some point, and therefore just taking a little bit easy in that first stint, and know that if people do have problems, it's much easier to pick up places that way. So you can see the car that's been in the gravel now back in the pit lane, the Kaiser Motorsport car. Here come the pack then down into Graham Hill Bend. Of course, this part of the circuit has been resurfaced last month or so, so lots of drivers have been sort of working out the new grip levels, chatting to some people during the lunch break. They say certainly when we get a wet race, that's going to be a real big difference from the past, which Graham Hill Bend used to be pretty slippery down there, where now there's plenty of grip to be found with the new tarmac that Motorsport Vision put in here at Brands, say about a month and a half ago or so. And across the line, the pace is being upped immediately because the first 6 cars will just set their fastest laps of the race, and the very fastest went to the second place car, the 248 CCS Media car that's challenging for the lead, a 56.471, and going with I think it's Nigel Greenswell you said starting that car, the UVO Hoffman's car doing a very similar time, so now they're both on the tail of the race leader. The Greenswell Motorsport car was about 0.3 of a second slower on that first lap after the safety car period, so very much under threat now as we head through the 35th lap of this race, with those top 3 cars, just like before, starting to pull a distance on the 4th place car, which is the track-focused 262 machine. But the top 3 across the line, Scott, as one.
Yeah, so far it's looking like a pretty close contest now. That leading, it was a solo lead, and now it's become a leading quartet thanks to that safety car period. Particularly top 3 trying to close together, less than half a second between the leading 3 machines. Track Focus, of course, leading that second group, and now you can see there's start to be a bit of pressure here being applied to Sam Smith. First time he's had that pretty much since the start of the race when the pack was all bunched up together. And of course, it's an opportune time for Uwe Hoffmann's Lotus to start to think about their chances too. We're getting pretty close to the pit window, so about just under 2.5 minutes to go until that starts to open. And of course, you can pit any time between that, but the one rule is that when the pit lane closes, you can only run past the pit lane close board once. In terms of next time you come around, you have to pit, otherwise you do get yourself a time penalty. Of course, you can also get penalties for speeding in the pit lane and other pit lane infringements on top of that as well. So teams have to be extra vigilant to make sure that they are within the rules, but you do get some teams who unfortunately do get caught out thanks to the speeding or other matters. There's the Olympian Homes car that's had problems all through the last roughly 20-25 minutes or so. Been stuck in the pit lane a couple of times, and also going back out, thankfully, he's 99. So the Kaiser Motorsport car, which had the issue, thankfully is going back out now, and appears to be hopefully back to full strength at this point, Josh.
Yeah, obviously they've lost a lot of time, but good to have the full pack back out now. So the Kaizen car went 9 laps down, and the Olympian car went 24 laps down. So out of a result, they're out of it, but they're cut places when others have the kind of issues that they had in the early stages. So it's always a little bit disheartening in these long races when you have those problems in the first stint. Here's that pack for 4th into Clearways, still being headed by the Track Focus team, one of the 2 driver teams. We've got 2, 3 and 4 driver squads, I think, this weekend. Certainly 2 and 3 anyway. Anyway, cars across the line, 37 laps. After that initial quick burst, the front driver's not setting fastest up, but we've got a challenge for the lead, because around the outside comes Nigel Greenstall on Sam Smith. Can he make this work? No, he can't quite live around the outside of the car that's got his name above the door, as it were, the Greenstall Motorsport car. And then the UVO Hoffmann's car right there in P3. Fabio Randaccio, I think you said, in the wheel of that one. So the top 3 as one through 30s, and McLaren, such a quick part of the track. I was watching the other side of that for the Mazda races. Very spectacular part of the track to watch. Really a long time since I've watched a race sort of trackside this morning, so it was good to do that. And certainly a very spectacular part of the track, and I'm sure it will be for these Fun Cup competitors too. So we're 40 minutes in as the cars come across the line to complete 38 laps of this race. So in this battle pack for 4th, we're going all the way down to 11th place. But again, for the lead, it's side by side. Nigel Greenstall again comes up alongside level with Sam Smith. But is he going to get run out well a bit wide here? The 2 cars touch there through the middle of the hairpin. But this time Greenstall is alongside, which give him the inside line for Graham Hill Bend. They still run level to one another, and hanging on around the outside of Graham Hill Bend is Sam Smith. We saw, I think, that in the Mazda race as well, being able to hang on around the outside of Graham Hill Bend. This new tarmac producing lots of grip right round the corner, but in the end, the experience of Nigel Greenstall does take him to the race lead. But that move started going up towards Druids, and it didn't get completed there, Scott, until they got to Surtees.
Yeah, it's looking pretty mighty between these top 3. I wondered at what point it was going to kick off, but Nigel Greenstall then, rather than staring at the back of his own race car, now gets to lead it, and of course continue that Greenstall 1-2. Though I'm pretty sure, looking at the elevated Sam Speed, makes the big dive up the inside into Paddock Hill Bend, almost goes too deep, almost runs into the very wide on the exit of the corner. I thought he was going straight into the gravel there at Paddock Hill Bend, but thankfully Sam got it anchored up quick enough to hold on to the position, well to hold his place temporarily. And of course, not only does he then re-lose for the lead after he took for like a millisecond, but he also loses that, and also now second place, which now falls into the clutches of Fabio Randaccio. So now we've got the same top 3 as it was, but almost totally reversed, because when this first started off the restart, we had Greenstall Motorsport leading CCS Media, leading Uvio. If Fabio can get himself through into the lead now, we'll have exactly the same top 3, just in the complete reverse order.
Yeah, that move from Sam Smith was a little bit unnecessary, wasn't it, going down the inside, and it cost him, but didn't cost him as much as it may have done at one point, as you said. He was heading towards the gravel trap at one point, but he managed to get it all sorted out. But he has lost a little bit of touch with the top two. So it's Nigel Greensall from Fabio Randaccio now, and then about a second or so back. In third place, Sam Smith. Here's that pack for fourth with some cars overlapping there into paddock. I think they sort themselves out. I noticed the Olympian Holmes car came straight back into the pits, so that kind of suggests their problems are continuing. But here's our first scheduled stop of the race. Now the pit window is open, and that is the 104 EDF Motorsport car, the car that's shared between Simon Coles and Victor Cara this weekend, and the driver change already ongoing down there in the pit lane.
So I do believe then, now the pit window is open, first couple of pit calls will be coming through. EDF Motorsport, of course, are back in, but of course they've already been in once for that drama with the left front tyre, which got changed. Now they're having to try and redo that again. Now what I suspect it might happen, might be about to happen in the next few minutes, because provided they choose to get past before the pit window closes and they make their first official pit stop, we could be seeing Uwe Hoffman's Lotus get to the front from, once again, the back of the grid. And looks like Fabio possibly tried to attack Nigel up towards it. As another car to the gravel at Paddock Bend. That's the Agricaliente car that's gone through and rejoins, but several positions back. And there's the GCI racing car. Now that started to come alive at the end of this first stint. Excuse me. Now it sees him up into, I think, 8th position now, if not 7th, because he's now ahead of Team Viking, who's back in 10th. And I think PLR Racing have gone through, I think, where Agricaliente has lost a couple of spots to MJ Tech GT and to PLR Racing. And if he's not careful, he might lose a third one momentarily to GCI. He has to GCI Racing. So again, these sort of cars in this bulk of the top 10 kind of switching places and going back and forth many times, but at the moment it's all good. The same top 3 in front, even they're getting to Jules now at the head of the field. So this is all going to be quite crucial when this first pit window begins to go. Yeah, pit window, did open exactly, if I'm correct, 4 minutes ago. But some of these teams, if they've got a particularly quick driver out there, they will use the strategy of being able to try and stay out there as long as possible to maximise the stint time with one of their fastest drivers out there in order to get the most amount of pace. Team Olympian in for their first official stop. So I will quickly look at the... Jeremy Peters was fortunate enough to send me a list of the start drivers. So that's 267 Greensall Motorsports. So that's Chris Doble coming in. Steve Lake will take over. That's the 2 regular drivers from last year, which are Chris Doble and Christian Rose. The other one, which is Riley Phillips, has switched across to the Kaiser Motorsport squad. So they've been filling that in with other guest drivers. One they had Hayden Carajuli was one of the guest drivers at Silverstone. Of course, former Jetta racer, or current Jetta racer in many cases. So Steve Lake has taken over, and he will get his first stint at the wheel of the Olympian car as he heads out to make his pit stop. The key thing's going to be, of course, Josh, is the 97 car goes back out again. A big dive up the inside now to try and repass Uwe Hoffman's Lotus. And this time, he learnt from his mistake with Greensall Motorsport. On Greensall a couple of laps earlier. He slides up the inside to get second place again, and we're essentially, in many cases, back to where we started.
Yeah, Sam Smith been quick, hasn't he? He did drop away from the top 2, but after that error, he hasn't been the quickest about that. So he's been able to get himself back into second, like you say, diving up the inside into Paddock Hill Bend. But I think particularly with Nigel Greensall and Sam Smith, they know they are the quickest drivers in their car, don't they? So they're trying, as you say, to make this gap. They lost a lot of the time because of the safety car, but the number 1 car, the UVO car, their drivers tend to be quite similar pace, don't they? Randaccio and Diot. So they're, you'd think, in quite a nice position, quite happy just to sit here with Greensall and Smith. It looked like Sam Smith was trying to go around the outside there into Paddock Hill Bend to get himself ahead of Nigel Greensall. He hasn't been able to do that, but they are certainly together, these 3. And despite their battle, they are pulling away from the rest. 6 seconds clear. 98, apologies, is in. That's the JPR Team Mintex car, which looks like Will Plant about to get aboard that car, I think. Will Plant, the Morgan Challenge multiple race winner. Actually, no, he's just helping out with the pit stop, isn't he? But he's part of the driving crew, which includes Campbell Cassidy and Chris Williams. But I would imagine this is Will Plant's first go in Fun Cup. As I say, Morgan Challenge front runner, the historic racer too in Morgan's. But having a go in Fun Cup now, and I'm sure he'll be pretty quick when he gets aboard that car. There's a car that doesn't want to fire back into life there.
I think that was Agricaliente after their stop, I think. After they ran wide earlier on, it's going a little bit downhill for them as the 98 car heads back out. That's one of the new teams to the grid. That's the JPR Team Mintek squad, so making their first appearance. But that's the Kaiser Motorsports squad. That's the car which went off into the gravel that caused the safety car earlier on before the pit window. So it seems as though that as a legacy of that, there's still some ongoing technical problems that they haven't quite solved after its excursion into the gravel.
Yeah, certainly didn't want to fire into life that time, did it? Leaders challenge into 30s, a big dive up the inside from Sam Smeeth. Not the most typical place to make an overtake, but he's very keen to have the bragging rights here, isn't he? And he's back ahead of Nigel Greensall. At this point of the race, it probably doesn't really matter if you're first or second, but Sam Smeeth would quite like to say that he finished his stint ahead of Nigel Greensall. In turn, Greensall right there in the toe, tucked up underneath the rear wing. Doesn't find very much space to the inside, but he goes for it anyway. Both of them are keen here, Scott, aren't they, to lead the race?
I suspect Fabio Adacha's enjoying this, watching these two, because he suspects that eventually there's going to be something where one's going to misjudge the move from the other, and it's all going to end in tears. Now, of course, that's Sam Smeeth just essentially running Nigel Greensall out wide at Druids, essentially to his own team boss, which I think he might have some words about afterwards, but that was quite dubious, wasn't it?
Not really quite sure what was going on there. It looked, as you say, quite unusual. Yes, so whether all is going to be well down in that pit garage, because there's been a lot of overtaking since the restart between the two of them.
I suspect Nigel's going to have a word with Sam about that when they both get out of the cars later on, because he probably have to go with thinking, you know, I pay for and run that car, don't you? Why are you running me out of a race? But why are you running me out wide like that? I have to admit, there was kind of no need for that in some cases, because what it's done is allowed the UV Hoppers Lotus car to actually get in front into the lead. It's compromised them both. So I have to admit, I'm a bit confused whether it's simply just him. It didn't look like he was out braking himself either. Just he kind of went into the corner and just seemed to just completely run Greensall out wide. I have to admit, not to sound a bit sort of opinionated on it, but wasn't really called for. I don't think it wasn't really necessary.
And there's 3 hours to go.
Yes,
it's, as you say, massively unnecessary. Let alone if it was a sprint race. But with so long to go, yes, that's very unusual. You'd have to say. So perhaps Jamie will have that one to figure out down in the pit lane.
That'd be quite an intriguing conversation between both of them, I think, if he gets to talk to them. First pit stop complete for Stobart Sport. So pole sitters in to finish their stop. Also, Team Viking, have also been in car 110. And that was one thing to watch out for in some cases with these pit stops is on which pit stops do the teams take fuel, and also as well how much fuel do they take. Now it looked to me as if the Stobart Sport car took fuel and only took one churn or one can, because sometimes you either it's 2 churns to fully fuel the car, whereas 1 churn is usually if you're kind of just being intermittent and trying to spread the fuel out a bit more between stops to have a lighter car. So you have to spread running longer between how much faster you want to run from everyone else compared to the pace that you want to run. So that's going to be intriguing. MJ Tech GT is into its pit stop. Of course, the rule is, as with many endurance championships now, you do not touch the car or work on it until the fuel has gone out. You can see that he was quite eager, sort of bouncing around, but makes it cool not to touch the car, because of course if you do that you can get a penalty for that. Just for the record, in terms of driver switches and all of those, so Stobart Sport had Colin Kingsnorth start that car. They've now switched over to Richard Webb in car 170. 61 car there, that was Mark Gibson in that car, switch over to Scott Jeffs, and then the 110 car had Mark Home at the wheel, and now Nick Nunn is in. And now this is interesting. Both the Greensall cars, related cars, are coming in together. So whether there's going to be a look between the 2 drivers when they get out, I'll have to wait and see. But it is Sam Smeeth who jumps out then, and they're all diving in, all the leads. So we've got now, looks like that's Track Focus, PLR Racing, GCI, and I think also Agua Caliente. So this is where the pit stops restart. The 99 car still being worked on with the clamshell off at the back of the car, but this is now really getting quite busy down there for the teams to get going. So in terms of driver changes for stints, so for the record, we've got, and that's just that Greensall have got back out first, so that was quite a quick stop. Now I wonder if that's simply just getting through the queue, or simply because that was a quicker turnaround in general, because they both came in at the same time. It looks as though, I think that is the Agua Caliente car. I think that car did come in and have some problems, I think, did it? No, it didn't, sorry, it came in 7th place. So I think possibly, maybe we're going to possibly go down to talk to Jamie, I think, are we?
No, well, I've just noticed, Scott, that the Uvio car, they also pitted, but they gained 15 seconds on the CCS Media and the Greensall cars, which have dropped a little bit further down the order, because up to second has come GCI Racing. As you said, it might all be to do with fuel, but we know the UVO car are particularly good in the pits, aren't they, in these Fun Cup races?
The fueled up racing car was a bit too fueled up. It tried to lead before they finished strapping the belts up, and so the car jolted forward, and thankfully it was a quick jolt and you managed to stand back on the brakes. We're going to get a full understanding of how this is all shaken out in a moment when they start to come back across the pits. Everyone is showing to having had made at least one pit stop. I think we can count the fact that the majority, the Olympians, all of Olympian Homes' visits have all been non-scheduled. Since if you look at their number of pit stops they've made or pit calls they've made, their number at the bottom says 7. So most of those have been, I'm sure, if not all of them, have been non-mandatory sequence pit stops.
So the UVO car was in the pit for 35 seconds. That's from in to out. So that's a remarkably quick driver change, isn't it?
That is. That doesn't. Part of me feels that doesn't sound like an actual, unless that was simply just the driver change and no fuel, which says to me they started the race, as I'm sure many teams would have done, on a full tank. So even they've got that, and I've seen them practicing pit stops before, and they are quite well versed at it. But to go 35 seconds pit in to pit out is extraordinary. I think we're going to be getting ready for an interview down in pit, the first of our interviews down in pit lane in a moment with JP Zennis, who I'm not sure who he's got, but if he's got one of either Sam Smith or Nigel Greensill, maybe either might be able to offer up explanations to what was going on at Druid. So I think we'll be able to hand down to him very shortly in a moment. So I think we'll get the signal in a minute. He's not quite ready yet, I've been told, so we'll have to keep going. So whilst it starts to shake out, the main team that has benefited, interestingly enough, is GCI Racing, because they are now second across the line, 13.3 seconds behind the race leaders. So that's very interesting. And they were having quite a, I hate to say the word, but sluggish first stint. However, quick turnaround. They've done a really good job to get up into second.
They've also done a 35-second pit stop, just like the UVO car, and that compares to the 2:48. The season. No, that's not going to work. It was something like 49 seconds, I think, for the others. So some very different pit stop strategies going on down there. Yeah, 49 seconds for 2:48, and then the Greensill car was 52 seconds down the pit lane. Let's head downstairs, and we can, I think, hear from Jamie Peters-Ennis.
Yeah, I'm down here with Nigel Greensill, who, as usual, was having a very busy first stint. But first of all, it's a bit rude of your customer to force you out at Druids, isn't it?
Oh, no. With Sam, it's brilliant, because he's like the fastest guy I work with. And he's such a great racer, a real clean racer. And he's got so much awareness of everything that's going on around him. And we were just laughing about it. And what happened was he dived up the inside into Druids, and our wheels locked, so neither of us could turn. So we were both sort of sat there trying to unlock our wheels. And of course, at that point, UVO cruised through into the lead.
And as we know in motorsport, the golden rule is don't clash with your teammate, isn't it?
Oh, it's just racing. You know, we're here to drive flat out and go racing. And with Sam, you know, you can drive a millimetre apart and totally trust him. So it's fantastic. What a great race.
And it's been a great race. Obviously, we might have the threat of rain. It keeps trying to do something, doesn't it? But as you say, Brands Indy always puts up a great Fun Cup race, doesn't it?
Yeah, and if it rains, even better, because it's sort of, I always think race cars should have less grip and more power. So let's hope for some rain.
And you've got your standard cup of tea, and the most important question, what's this week's cake?
We're having mince pies today. So I had a mince pie just before I started my stint, so I knew I was in for a real strong stint. So I might save one a bit later on, and then if it does rain, we'll come flying.
Excellent stuff. Thanks a lot, Nigel. Back to Scott and Josh.
So, explanation there, it seems, rather that it sounded like, we're trying to listen into that conversation, but between the two, and it sounded like that Nigel Greensill was suggesting that rather than it being a move of Sam Smith was simply just running Nigel Greensill that wide, it was simply a case of interlocking Fun Cup wheels, which I don't think I've ever really heard very much happen before in Fun Cup, but those two, Nigel Greensill all very jovial about it, and of course knew that it wasn't Sam running him out wide, it's simply just them getting interlocked. And of course, once you get wheels interlocked, it takes a while to try and get you out there, so obviously it might look as though they were running each other wide. It's simply just a bit of an interlocking of front wheels, which simply caused, or interlocking of something, which caused them to both go around wide and eventually give this this car the lead, which it still holds. So let's just take a look at what the order's like after that first set of pit stops has now shaken out now. So Uvia Hoffman's Lotus from the back of the grid has now taken themselves to the front of the field as per usual, it seems, at this point in time in Fun Cup. They now lead at the moment by 13.7 seconds from the real benefactor from that pit stop sequence, and that was a very fast pit turnaround for the 111 car of GCI Racing, the championship leader and the main rival to Uvia Hoffman's Lotus at this point. They are 13.7 seconds back. Then that huge battle pack, which is going on for third place downwards, has now started to compress a bit more and close up and get a bit bigger. It's now Team Viking that's put itself into third place, some 19 seconds off the lead. Team Olympian car 267 is now up to fourth position. Agua Caliente stays fifth. Then CCS Media, who are up there battling for the leader, back in sixth position. And it's seventh place for Stobart Sport, eighth for PLI R Racing, ninth for MJ Tech GT, and for Greenstorm Motorsport now, they are back to the base of the top 10. And very quick, I think it would be a benefit if I kind of reel off who is now in which car now. So Uvia Hoffman's Lotus, they've now handed that car over from Fabio Randaccio to Farchini. I won't say his pseudonym surname, otherwise if you say it in a certain way, it sounds like something else. So Farchini now leads in the Uvia Hoffman's Lotus car. It's second for GCI Racing that now has the Craig Butterworth at the wheel. 110, which is Team Viking, now has Nick Nunn at the wheel. Fourth place, Team Olympian 267, now has Steve Lake on the wheel of that car. Fifth place is Agua Caliente 207, being now driven by Rob Croydon. Sixth place at the moment is Stobart Sport, the pole sitters. That's now been driven by Richard Webb. Seventh place for CCS Media. Nigel Greenswell has handed that car over now to Bob Tomlinson, another one of the veterans of the championship. Eighth for MJ Tech GT, and that is now Martin Gibson handing the car over to Scott Jeffs. Ninth is now PLR Racing. That's now Ben Pitch handing over to the captain himself, Neil Plymmer. And P10 is Greenstorm Motorsport, and that is one of the Swedes handing to another. Sam Smith handing over now to Simon Smith, and they'll hand over to Ted at the next pit stop, so that each of the family members have all had a go. That's how it shakes out. We come up towards the first hour of this 4-hour race, round 4 of the 2022 Fun Cup Endurance Championship. And as many, in case you would have expected, it's once again at the moment, Josh, another back to front job for Uvia Hoffman's Lotus as they lead with a gap of about 13, almost 14 seconds.
Yeah, that's right. And so far in this stint, they are the quickest car. And Viking in third place there, about a second a lap, something like that. But the cars to watch out for here, looking down the order a little bit, quite quick here is 170, the Stobart Sport car. Is lapping quicker than those in front, so that's one to perhaps watch during the course of this stint. But certainly it's the top two who are averaging 57-second lap times, where everybody else is in the 58s or higher at this stage in the second stint. And of course that's how it's going to fluctuate with this multiple driver system in the Fun Cup Championship. And I guess what the UVO team are going to be looking to do in this stint here, Scott, is see if they can put some cars a lap down.
That certainly will be the next target, to try and obviously help them increase that lead even further. The gap it's staying relatively static between the top two. I mean, if anything, UVO is only drifting away by about a tenth per lap, rather than several tenths per lap, increasing it quite substantially. So it looks like they've both relatively got roughly a similar sort of pace. But whilst we ponder that, Jamie has another interview down in pit lane. Let's head down to see who he's got after that first opening stint.
So down at the JPR Team Mintex team, welcome to Will Plant. It's a bit different to the Morgan, isn't it?
Yeah, just a little bit. Yeah, it's a lot of fun, but yeah, very different to a Morgan. Short wheelbase, paddle shift, all the cars are the same. So yeah, no, it's been a good race so far.
And a bit of an unscheduled stop at the beginning, a slight bit of contact just to get some bodywork off the tyre. But apart from that, the car's all right?
Yeah, no, car's great. It was just, I had a good run on one of the cars in front, went into paddock hill. Maybe it was possibly a bit of an overzealous move, but, you've got to try these things to get up the order. And, we just came in just to check the car, just to make sure there was nothing wrong. I don't know how strong these cars are, so I thought we'd better be safe than sorry.
And is it, at the minute, just a one-off, or would you like to come back and do some more?
Well, I was only asked on Tuesday to come along, so I was in Italy at a friend's wedding and got a call and said, do you want to do a Fun Cup race? I was, of course, yeah. I've done 225 hours before with the Fun Cup and enjoyed it so much, I couldn't say no.
Excellent stuff. Well, good luck for the rest of the race, Will.
Thank you.
Back to Scott and Josh.
Great to hear from William Plant there, one of the new drivers in the new team for this weekend's race, which is, of course, JPR team Mintex. Of course, look, it's the white car out there with the big FunCup logos blazoned on the side of it. Good to have a new team, some new drivers to the championship and to experience it. And that's the great thing about FunCup, is that you typically tend to see at least 1 or 2 new drivers, whether it's just for one-off appearance or joining for the rest of the season or a full season campaign. The championship is always welcoming of new drivers at any stage of the season, and a lot of the drivers come away from it thinking this is a fantastic championship, which they might not have known too much about previously, but now they've jumped in, enjoyed it, and some, even for their first one, they're starting to get pretty hooked and kind of even want to come back time and time again. So it's good to see that William Plant seems to be enjoying himself, and if this is these guys for the rest of the season, then hopefully we'll see them a bit more going forwards from Brands Hatch from this meeting onwards.
Yeah, it's obviously a very different car to what Will is used to, racing V8 Morgans. But
there is a difference or two.
But it's probably a different style of racing as well to what he's been used to for the last few years, with the one-make cars here and very competitive, close battling that we can see here in the FunCup Championship. I think we had a change for 3rd place on the most recent lap there, haven't we? Because the 207 now ahead of 110, so that is Agu Colionte ahead of Team Viking, who tried to fight back there into Druids, but couldn't quite make that one work. So there's 1 place gained, but I don't think they're going to have the pace to go after the top 2, who in this, as I say, in this stint, the cars with the 1s in, 1 and 111, seem to be a good chunk quicker than the rest. Therefore, they have sort of a 10-second gap from 2nd to 3rd that has started to emerge here. But as you say, pretty small margins between UVO and GCI Racing. So that appears to be the battle that is starting to emerge at the front of the pack here. And then you've got this 4-car battle that now turns into paddock, which we saw that change on the last lap when Agu Colionte went ahead of Team Viking, but behind them you've got the Team Olympian car, who is just about fending off the Stobart Sport car, who I think is probably the quickest of the 4 cars in this group. Yeah, looking at the lap times, sort of a few tenths quicker over the course of this stint has been the Stobart Sport car. So it'll be interesting to see if 170 therefore can move its way up through the order. The door, the right-hand side door, looked like it was opening there as it went through 30. So the 4th of these cars, certainly to go through the right-hander, it's okay. Luckily there's not many left-handers around here, but that could be a problem that emerged. Not sure if that was sort of an optical illusion or something's not quite right there.
Yeah, it being a clockwise circuit has its advantages, particularly for that car, if that is the case. 1 or 2 of our YouTube viewers, which we're very thankful for those who are watching, so thank you for those who are. 1 or 2 are mentioning this is like a sprint race in many cases, even though it's a 4-hour endurance race. And that is that is one of the main characteristics, particularly of modern endurance racing, particularly of championships like this, in which, you know, you look at the race length of the race, you think, oh, okay, 4 hours is going to be quite a long one. I'll watch the beginning, nothing will happen in the middle, and I'll come back at the end. This is not the case with FunCup. There is always something going on. These 5 mandatory pit windows means there is always something happening, whether it's a pit stop or anything else, or whether it's a battle in the mid-pack towards the front, towards the rear. There is always somebody doing something on track, whether it's a battle or a pit stop or trying to lap faster in many cases. You spotted it again, Josh. Is it happening again through Surtees?
Well, it looks that way. Either that or the colour scheme makes it look a bit odd as it goes through the corner. I'm not sure. But it's gained a place anyway, because they're up ahead now, Team Olympian, and the 2 cars directly in front are challenging one another, because Team Viking goes to the inside. Stobart Sport think, well, we'll have a bit of this and go around the outside of both cars, 3 abreast with traffic in front into paddock, and I think they're going to gain 1 place out of all of this, the Stobart car, so it goes ahead there. I think of Agu Colionte that's lost 2 positions, because one side of them went Viking and the other side went Stobart, and now they might lose another place here because the Olympian car is trying to get involved. Now the back marker catches them all out, and finally Stobart Sport makes the move on Viking, so they did get all 3 places within a couple of laps there. So that was all quite impressive stuff by the Stobart Sport car in 170. They're still going at it behind him, though.
if he pulled off that double move around the outside at Paddock Hill Bend, I'd have rubbed my eyes in disbelief. That was quite a staggering move going up the outside line. If he pulled that one off, that really would have been, in the case of the late and very great Brian Jones, that would have been a high, wide and handsome move in many cases. But he's managed to clear the loss of them, and now he's going to get himself up as high as he can now. He's up into 3rd place now. He then becomes the main pursuer of the top 2. Speaking of the top 2, as we continue to watch Caliente trying to make an outside move into Paddock Hill Bend on the Team Viking car, that gap between the top 2 has stretched out, but not as far as I was expected, because again, those 2 teams very evenly matched in terms of pace. The gap has only gone out to 14.5 seconds, when a few laps ago it was 13.8, 13.9. So very even pace, but Uwe Hofmann appears to just have a tiny edge of about roughly even barely a 1/10 of a second per lap, and that's important because if Uwe hit troubles or have a slow pit stop, GCI can run at their pace, and if they then start to close into them and start to get a tow and get close to them as well, if that starts happening towards the end of the race, that's going to make it pretty crucial for the battle for the lead, particularly if they stay in contention. So Uwe's got to be careful here to kind of keep on lapping pretty steadily, but they've got to be careful also that GCI are lapping that quick enough that they can stay with them, given the pace that they're currently setting at the moment, which is consistent, strong, and relatively matching what they can do as well.
2 new cars into this battle. It's kind of now back to 5th because Stobart and Viking are pulled away, but we've been joined by the MJ Tech GT Tyres car and the PLR racing machine, and looks like they're going to gain positions heading up towards Druid. So it's 267, Team Olympian, that loses out at least 1 place there. I think you said Martin Gibson started the GT Tyres MJ Tech car. He's the British truck racing driver, so would have been racing here a couple of months ago, and that again is a very different vehicle to be muscling around the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. He was certainly a race winner in the championship last year, Martin Gibson, in the trucks, so a quick driver, and good to see him out again this season in the Fun Cup Championship. 262 we're watching here, that's the Truck Focus car, which is shared between Michael McCullum and Teddy Wilson, currently running there in 12th position, and in 11th position I should say, and have been catching the Vape Club EDF Motorsport car 246. Meanwhile, that GT Tyres liveried MJ Tech car is gaining more places there, isn't it, up the inside into Druids, getting themselves up ahead of Agu Caliente. So some of these quicker drivers in the second stint here, Scott, are starting to make their way through the order a little bit.
Seems to be the second stint is now starting to get these drivers settled into their cars for their first, what will be probably their first stints, or the first of 2 or first of 3. But so far it appears to be quite a comfortable run at the moment between these first few battling around these positions, and there was, so far it seems as though that Stobart has got this very much in command, and of course now that Viking is pulled away in 4th position, it certainly appears to be working out quite well.
And that GT Tyres car is back under threat now as they turn into Paddock Hill Bend, because up the inside looked the Agu Caliente car, but couldn't quite make that work out, and you've got another car getting involved here. That is the PLR racing cars. That is Neil Plimmer, isn't it, in that, and now they gain a place up into 7th position. And looking at the lap times of that PLR racing car, that is about the 3rd quickest car on the circuit during the course of this stint. So how many of these cars can Neil Plimmer pick off before the next pit stops, I wonder?
Well, if anyone can do it, it'll certainly be the captain, Neil Plimmer. As we said, he's pretty much the most experienced driver on the grid. He's been pretty much racing in, I think I'm certain now, every single race that Fun Cup has ever run in the UK since it started back in 2002. So if anyone knows what it takes to, and he's also been a former champion several times when the team was known as Team Honeywell. So I think if there's anyone who knows how to succeed and race a Fun Cup car and win a race and therefore win a championship in one of these things, I think you'd probably be hard pressed to find someone who has more expertise than Neil does. So his next target is going to be to catch these 3 in front, who are having their own scrap now for 5th, 6th and 7th, I think. No, hold on. MJ Tech GT. So 2nd, 3rd, and then 4th, 5th, and 4th, 5th and 6th. He's now currently 7th at the moment, so if he can pick off these 3 cars, he'll be able to close into the battle that's going on for 3rd and 4th. But you're starting to get a little bit close now, gap-wise, between Team Spobart and Viking. There's a move there for Agricaliente trying to put the Olympian car wide, so PLR Racing, of course, has moved past them. And now it's time for Agricaliente to possibly lose another position, because here comes Olympian down the outside and making a move now to pick up what is now 8th place, and Agricaliente, by the looks of things, have been shuffled back down to about 9th. That's the championship leader. That's the race leader. Uvia Hoffman's Lotus has stopped on the exit of Graham Hill Bend. The championship, well, not the last time race winner and defending champions, are in trouble in the same point that they were again at Alton Park. So the race leader's in trouble. This will put GCI Racing into the lead, but the car has stopped on the exit of Graham Hill Bend, and that is disaster for Farchini and Fabio Randaccio. We told you it's a 4-hour race. Anything can happen right there. Oh, and that's the MJ GT car, I think. Or one car that was very sideways on the exit. Oh, that's the CCS Media car almost tagging it as well. Now, is that either fluid, or is that them notes in the car on the exit of the Graham Hill Bend corner, and therefore cause a problem? Meanwhile, GCI Racing, they will, I think, if they haven't already, they have taken the lead now, and Uvia Hoffman's Lotus are tumbling down the timing screen. Now, my wonder is either whether or not everyone was running wide because they noticed the yellow flag and saw the car was practically on the racing line on the exit, or if something's been laid down as safety car, absolutely has to come out to clear that, or if there's something down there which was catching those 2 cars out, because I didn't quite catch exactly which cars it was. I think one might be one of the EDF Motorsport cars. Maybe it might have been the vape, the vape car. And then the CCS Media car, but both, particularly CCS Media, were so close to a big accident on the exit. So, whatever the issue is, it's brought the car ground to a halt. And obviously, pardon saying the obvious, if they can't get it going again, that's it. 0 points, they're out.
Yeah, it just seemed like this looked like drivers being a bit late to react to where there was not expecting the car to be on the racing line coming out of Graham Hill Bend.
Bob Thomason didn't. He was very close to tagging that car.
Yeah, so the car, like you say, dead stick there basically on the circuit, on the line. So obviously quite a significant problem. And you think a problem that's come all of a sudden because the driver wasn't able to pull the car off the circuit at all. As you say, big drama in the second hour of this race at Brands Hatch, and be interesting to see if the car can be towed or if the car's locked solid and it needs a flatbed. We shall see what the Brands Hatch Rescue recovery teams decide on that one. But as you say, whatever the problem is, it's a big drama. I'm sure Jamie will be down there with the team to find out when they know what the issue is.
And this is why they're second in the points, because the issue they had at Alton Park took them out of what would have been, I'm sure, another certain victory. But it was that issue that they had which took them out of it. And so that's the only race so far that they haven't won this season. The other 2, of course, were victories, again, coming from Silverstone, it was from the back, by virtue of being the defending champions. And then it was Croft from, I think, the random grid draw that they had to come through to take that victory also. But their fortune is quite literally a case of going very much up and down, very seesaw now in terms of victory, problem. So it's not the right way to go about a title defence, but some of that might be completely out of their control. So I think what's going to concern them the most is the fact that the car is seems to be rooted to the spot. They can't get it going. So whether it's something in the mechanicals, which is either forcing it in gear, or it's a mechanical, electrical issue, which meant it can't simply restart the car and get it going once more. Let me look outside. There is a trackside recovery vehicle that's come to it, and I think as per the rules, it looks like Farchini hasn't got out of the car, because I think the rules state that in any racing, if you get out of the car once it's off the road in an incident or gone off the road somewhere, once you're out of the car, that's it. You are classified as retired. So quite smart thinking for Farchini to stay in the car. Of course, the team will drag that car back to the pit lane to try and fix whatever the problem is. It's nothing that's got it completely rooted to the spot, as in the wheels won't move, because it's being towed along down the Cooper Straight towards Surtees. I'm pretty certain they will pull it in via the little cut-off road just before the exit of Surtees. I'm just watching it as it's going to cut in to the right. Yes, it does. So they're going to bring it into the pit lane that way. Now, in terms of where they are, in terms of what they've lost, they're currently now sat showing practically 2.5, if not 3 laps down. Now, obviously, if they've got good pace, they can try and pull it forward, so that'd be quite strong, but they have to work pretty hard. Now, well spotted from Josh, actually, because that's also good thinking from the clerk of the course, Julian Floyd, and also as well from the Brscc runyourfleet.com safety car, because it was stacked the pack up so much that once now the car was freed, they've been able to quickly get the safety car lights extinguished on top of the safety on the Jaguar, and now with GCI Racing now in the lead, still with 2 3/4 hours to go. They get this race back underway with GCI in the lead, of course, and they've been talking about the pre-race, of course. This team in the first 3 races have finished second every single time. Now, of course, again, as I say, there's still under 3 hours to go in this race. A long way still to go, but they're going the right way about it now if they can take full advantage to potentially go forward and take their first win. I'm certain I've probably put the commentator's curse on them, but let's just see how this plays out. GCI immediately launched itself off the restart, and now it's immediately got several seconds of clean air amongst this big battle pack already forming for second place downwards.
Yeah, and I think we're down to 10 cars on the lead lap, such as the pace by the leaders. As you say, it's getting very busy for second. I think they are in traffic here as well, and the GT Tyres MJ Tech car tries to come up the inside of Viking. They've gone either side of a slower car up towards 30s. I think they've sorted themselves out just about, but busy restarts with lapped cars higher up the train than what they would be perhaps otherwise. But a good restart that is allowed by the race leaders, GCI Racing, to pull away from this pack we watch across the line for P2, and the Stobart sport car here passes the final of the lapped cars as I think Scott Jeffs in the MJ Tech car goes barreling down the inside of Team Viking to get 3rd position and make it stick. So that car has worked its way up nicely during the course of this stint. There's Neil Plimmer. How's he getting on? Well, he's 6th now. So with this pack all closed up now, he's on the hunt to gain more positions. The Agu Caliente car is the next of those that he would like to get ahead of. Won't be too long until we get into our second pit stop window too, and that of course will start to shake things up once again. There goes Neil Plemmer down the inside into clearways, and he goes through. So that is 5th now for the PLR racing car ahead of Agu Caliente. But for the race leader for GCI Racing, they are now 5 seconds clear of the pack. So they've had this strong restart, as I've been saying, and they've got this gap for second. Scott Jeffs there has a look down the inside of the Stobart sport car, but can't make it stick, so they stay as they are, as we already work lap number 76 of this race.
So lap count going pretty quickly. Of course, we're now already heading towards half distance in this race. It feels like there's so much action. Yes, only about an hour and 20 minutes has gone past, but it's flown past rather quickly in terms of so much been going on. And again, that's one of the characteristics of Fun Cup racing, is that, as I said earlier on, these are not quiet races in which there's just cars trying to go on fuel mileage and trying to beat the others in the pit stops and what have you. These cars will race flat out from start to finish, bar any safety cars, of course, and in between safety cars, of course, which breaks the pack up a little bit. But of course, any safety cars they do get, for whatever reason, also of course spice up the action, of course, and brings cars back into contention they wouldn't have had before. It looks to me as well, just behind in this back of this 3, that the Team Viking car it looks like it's trying to eat its own front bumper, because there's a little piece of bodywork that came off. Now, the teams do have several of these front splitters available. Of course, they can the bonnet's available, and they've got the front, what you can call, I suppose, canards, I suppose, or front front elements of these front bumpers, which they can sort of refix back on. I've seen teams that have gone through maybe 2 or 3 sets of these sort of front splitter tabs. We just take the front section off and then just kind of drill the new sections back on. So I'm certain that certainly will try and fix that. They do have more of an effect on handling than you might realise, because of course these cars do have a rear wing and a front splitter, but they do obviously have quite a lot. They do produce some amounts of downforce on them, and they do have more effect than you think in terms of drivers will notice when they're missing. And of course that will cause even more tyre wear, and that can be quite crucial in particular if you're chewing your front tyres up, if you've got damage to the front end when you get to the closing stage of this race, particularly if you're trying to catch someone who is on the lead lap at the gym, you're trying to take seconds out. Having a damaged front split is obvious to say this, but it's obviously going to hurt the tyres a lot more, and that could possibly hurt your chances later on if you have an issue. Whether it is lost by their own doing or somebody else cutting across, Viking might choose to replace that if they have time to do so. If they're going to do so, they'd probably prefer Josh another safety car in order to do that.
Yeah, we've seen that you might lose track position, but if you do need to make a repair, that perhaps is the time to do it. Up to second now has come Scott Jeffs in the MJ Tech GT Tyres number 61 car. So he will see if there's anything they can do about the race leaders, the GCI racing car, 6 seconds the gap. And he seems to be taking the Stobart Sport car with him now that he is ahead. The pit window is open, and there's a car that's already making use of that. That's 246, the EDF Motorsport car backed by Vape Club. So that car is the first of our second scheduled pit stoppers of the race. There's the 98 car, which we heard from Will Plant a little bit earlier on in the Mintex back JPR car. But there's the one in the pit lane then, 246. One of the cars that was running on the lead lap. So therefore very much still in contention. And after that pit stop they head back into the race after the driver change there. So that was 246, and their 2 pit stops pretty much been equivalent times, 53 seconds through the pit lane for the first time and 54 for the second time. They did 47 laps in their first stint and 31 laps in their second stint.
So we saw the Greensaw Motorsport car, the car that had led for quite a while earlier on, in the pit lane for its second scheduled stop. So that'll be another Smith handing over to a sibling. So that will be, looks like, on my schedule here, I believe that should be Ted Smith getting on board and Simon relinquishing that car. Of course, Sam will get in for the 4th stint. Yes, they'll get in for the 4th stint, and it'll be Ted Smith in for his 5th stint. And no, sorry, they will reverse it for the next one. So Simon Smith will get in for the 4th, for the 4th stint. Then it will be Ted back in for the 5th, and they'll end the bookend of the race with Sam in that car in the final stint. I'm certain that they will do that in order to try and make sure they've got the strongest possible driver at the end if they're fighting for position. So that in itself makes a lot of sense. Plenty of pit callers coming in, one of which is the Team Olympian car. And that car pitted from 9th in there. And that, you're absolutely right. It's quite amusing we caught that on camera, because that was the Stobart Sport car. Get very well observed, Josh. I have to admit, that's very, very well observed that you caught that. I'm actually quite pleased we caught that. You got to see that in action. So that was not only the Stobart Sport car showing it had its door open, but then that was currently the wheel of that car at the moment, with Stobart Sport, which is Richard Webb, reaching in and firmly trying to close it to kind of keep it shut. So that might make the end of season montage, I'm sure. But I think the typical phrase is that you can't get out yet, Richard. You're not in the pit lane. It's not the end of your stint, so you can't exit the car just yet. You've still got more driving to do before you pit in and hand back over to Colin Kingsnorth for his second stint of the day.
Richard Webb's obviously been having to deal with that for quite some time, and he's not really lost too much in the way of track position. So. A difficult stint, but what's the fix, you wonder? Is there something that's broken that's causing that door not to shut properly? It's going to be a problem going forward, you wonder. There's the 98 car in the pit lane, so they're going through their pit stop. 248 has been in, I think.
CCS Media, yeah. Looks that they are still conducting their pit stop, but there they are. So that will be 248. This is Alan Onerman getting in for his first stint, taking over from Bob Tomlinson. And their strategy is very much the same as the Greensaw Motorsport car, obviously being essentially both associated with Nigel Greensaw. It's the same thing as you see here. This could be, I think, a 3 abreast move going on. This is Viking, PLR and Agua Caliente going at it for 4th, 5th and 6th. And PLR, the captain says, thank you very much, I'm the expert here, through to 4th place he goes. And so that was a pretty simple move for him. The battle on just ahead of him now is for 2nd place in the overall result. And what's also intriguing to me is that the gap is about 8 seconds or so. It looks like GCI pulled that away, but it's not the same sort of gap they've been running as the cars behind. As I say that, the GCI racing car has now put in a 56.853. That's its fastest lap of the race last time by. So it looks as the GCI managed to get themselves in the groove as Agua Caliente was looking up the inside, sneaking around to try and make a move into Surtees on PLR, but Neil Plymouth was wise to that, and then leaving the door wide open there was Agua Caliente. Team Viking tried to squeeze up the inside and then found the door firmly shut flat in his face, so he's going to try and come back as quick as best he can down the pit straight here, and I think that's a bit more of his front bumper has been chewed off on the Team Viking car. But 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th all in the same shot now, all on the same lead lap, all fighting for position, and I have a feeling that if they were in the pit window, this might shuffle around again, but if they do find themselves on track again, the harder these two fight each other, the easier it is for these three to start catching them up and making it a 5-car scrap for the podium.
Yeah, but as you say, the GCI car now 8 seconds ahead. They were sort of 10 seconds, and the safety car coming up, that all closed it back up. But GCI have pulled out again, back to 8 seconds. So that car looking very quick. On the average lap times in this stint, something like 0.4 of a second quicker than the chasers. So the GCI team going well at this stage. But that famous saying, 2.5 hours still to go. There's plenty of things that can happen yet, so they won't be counting their chickens just yet, but they know they've got good pace, and that is always a good place to be in these type of motor races.
I was just peeking out the window to see if the UV Hoffman's Lotus car was being worked in the pit lane, it worked in the box. It must be in the box because it's not showing as on the pit apron. So by the looks of things, they are fixing that car, or trying to fix that car within the pit. So, oh, that's CCS Media off the road. So CCS Media just come out. That was Alan almost just taken over that car. Bob Thompson must look at that and thinking, all my hard work, and now you just spun it at Graham Hill Bend. So he's gone back out, and that car has found itself in 10th position. I think it's Oscar more. And another car's gone spinning. That is the Olympian Holmes car that's had so much trouble in this race, number 97. There's a couple of cars gone spinning there. And of course, because we had the UV Hopper's Lotus car, we were talking about the fact that 2 cars got raised sideways there. And of course, then these 2 spins that happen here. Either it's just drivers going way too hot in tyres that have cooled down a bit during the pit stop, or maybe there's a tiny bit of fluid somewhere down there that's possibly catching drivers out at a specific point exiting Graham Hill Bend, because that's about 3 or 4 cars that have had some kind of a spin or a drama, not counting Manuvio stopped. So that's quite intriguing that there's a few cars being caught out at that specific part of the circuit.
Yeah, it was a bit strange, isn't it? That CCS Media car, that was its 2nd lap out the pit lane. So if there is some fluid down, of course, new driver working out where that is. But we sort of had a long gap between those spins. So interesting to see what happens again with new drivers are getting into cars. 10 seconds the lead gap now for 111, but they soon have to be in because there's only, 90 or so seconds left of the pit window for this particular stint of the race. And we have had more cars into the pit lane. Stobart Sport, one of the have been in for their 2nd scheduled stop and came back out in 7th position. That's one of the quicker stops, I think. They did 45 seconds the first time round, 42 seconds the 2nd time around. Looks like MJ Tech are in now.
Sort of thing. It's a bit difficult to explain.
That's right. That's 99 car, Kaiser Motorsport. That's gone. Looks like it's gone off the back into the barriers, rather than off, just simply off the road. And there's a couple of the marshals looking in.
That's pit in, I reckon.
Is it pit in?
The car's facing backwards. Yes, there we go. We can see it now as our camera zooms out.
Oh yeah, it is facing backwards. So they've lost it coming into the pit lane.
It looks that way, doesn't it?
The sports spot in one of the rector cell barriers. It looks like it's hit one of the rector cell barriers, or if you call it rector cell barriers.
Yeah, there's quite a few damage, aren't there? You can see one on the wrong side of the barriers.
Now, either they've been following somebody in and they've obviously been a bit spooked, or they've just simply come in too hot and not only clipped the recticel barriers, but then obviously found themselves facing the wrong way. I was wondering for a second if, because there's quite a few marshals in there talking to the driver, but I was hoping it wasn't because he was any kind of discomfort or had any kind of issue. But hopefully the driver is okay, obviously, in that instance. There's the Team Viking squad. Have just completed their refueling. Now they're having a quick look at the front end of that car, they're trying to straighten out the splitter. I think what's happened is straighten it out and then rip it off. So now obviously they won't replace that straight away. But again, if they choose to replace it, I would imagine the smart thing to do would be is if there is a pit stop, if there is happens to be a safety car when there is a SuperCup period. A safety car in the pit stop period, if I can get my words out, then they would choose to use that to lose the minimum amount of time. I noticed as well, just before that was all happening, that the MJ Tech GT car pitted, so that scrap was going on between Agua Caliente PLR, who are now in the pit as are Agua Caliente, and Team Viking, had now become the scrap for second place erstwhile, whilst this pit stop sequence was shaking out. So Neil Plymouth jumps out of his stop then, he's going to hand back over to Ben Pitch.
Yeah, for Team Viking, that was a 62-second pit stop. So with doing that bit of work, that was a longer stop for them. So the only car we're waiting for, which comes in now, is the race leader, isn't it? So that'll be the last car to make its second scheduled stop. Looks like the recovery crews have already got that car behind the barriers, the one that had the instant into the pit lane. So that says to me we shouldn't need a safety car. But
they've been incredibly impressive today with the recovery crews trying to get these cars in, whether it's Mazdas or FunCup, sorted. It looks like, yeah, that's the GCI squad in, and they're also in not just that's the of course possible. That was we've seen the race leaders that were going in for a stop. There's all sorts going on now because the two.
That was that Yagu Caliente car.
207 car being pushed back into the box. So Jamie's going to be quite a busy boy down there to figure out what's gone on with Evio, what happened with the Kaizen car. Maybe what happened with the Team Viking car and why its front splitter was damaged, and now why the Agua Caliente cars have problems in terms of why it's been pushed back into the box. As I thought there was somebody off against the barriers, it was not. It was someone in the pit limits, so going into their pit stop.
Yeah, so that was the GCI car, which had a pretty quick second stop, just 47 seconds. So therefore, they should come back out in the lead. It looks like Stobart have come out in second. That was one of the cars that made an earlier second stop, and they also made a pretty quick pit stop of 42 seconds. So therefore, actually, the gap is pretty stabilised at 9 seconds. Then PLR Racing come out in third place. They had also a quick pit stop there of 41 seconds. So it's those with longer pit stops that have started to fall down the order a little bit.
GCI is getting a little bit sideways over the curb, hit the bump and just give it a little bit of wiggle of the tail through 30, so they can tell they're pressing on. So trying to get some good pace into that car. 9.3 seconds is the gap. So that was a nice, clean, slick stop for them. It looks like they took it, I think, one churn of fuel. So either they just rather than going to the strategy of going longer. That should be the case.
I think we can go downstairs and hear from Jamie Peters-Ennis in the pits.
Yeah, I'm down at Fueled Up Racing, fresh from their top 10 at Croft. I've got Paul Ellis-Smith with me. His wife Wendy has just got into the car. You must have been so happy to get the top 10 in only your third ever FunCup race at Croft.
Yeah, super happy, super stoked. It was a really good race. Came away with, I think it was 10th in the end, wasn't it? Yeah.
And you had a quiet first stint. You just sort of kept yourself out of trouble. But you said it's very physical around here, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a short circuit, really physical. I think after your 40, 50 minutes, you tend to lose a little bit of concentration unless you're really careful. But yeah, there's some fast boys out there.
And Wendy's in the car now. I mean, as we saw at Croft, she wasn't scared to get her elbows out, and hopefully now you'll start climbing up the field.
Oh yeah, Wendy was proud out there. The slight problem, I went out with her earplugs in earlier by mistake, so she couldn't be the second driver, so now she's third. So I'm in the doghouse for the way home.
Excellent stuff. Thanks a lot, Paul. We'll come back to you later. Agua Caliente in the 207 car, unfortunately, snapped a drive shaft as they were pulling away from their pit stops. That's why they've been pushed back into the garage. Back to Scott and Josh.
Thanks for that, Jamie. Sad to hear the fortunes of Agua Caliente hitting trouble, and good to hear from the Fueled Up squad. As you mentioned, this there goes the Stobart Sport car again. Door ajar. This time he wasn't slamming it shut on the exit of Gravenhill Bend, but he's still having to cope with that as he comes through. At what point, Josh, does that become an issue where Julian Floyd, the clerk of the course, has to throw out the black and orange flag for that, because surely him having to reach up for the doors, try and close it all the time, and it's something that's been caught on the live stream a couple of times now. Surely at one point there has to be a point where the clerk has to go, enough now, we have to call you in to try and fix that door, otherwise you ain't going back out again. So there has to be a point, certainly, unless it completely flings open and the driver can't reach it. Is it a case of just trying to hold it shut and reclose it every time it comes open, or is it just wait until you get the signal?
Well, I guess that's what the team will be doing, because they won't want to be coming in. Obviously, it's something that isn't a simple fix, otherwise that would have happened in the last pit stop. It's not working, is it? Just slamming the door shut, because again you can see it open there. And as you say, the marshals around the circuit will be reporting that back to race control, and then race control will be making a decision. And but then what is the fix for the team? What can they do to get that sorted? They can't just tape it shut, because then the driver will be trapped inside, and that certainly won't be allowed by the scrutineers here at Brands Hatch today. So we shall see, won't we? We'll let race control sort that one out. Looks like we're down to 7 cars now on the lead lap. So that's one thing to monitor. The second thing to monitor, despite the door issue, I think Stobart Sport are actually catching the leaders here. Let's have a look at the lap times. And 58.0 for the average for Stobart in these early laps, and for GCI Racing 58.3. Yeah, so Stobart Sport catching about 3/10 a lap on average at the early stage in this stint. Stobart Sport did make the pit stop a bit earlier, and we'll see how much of this 6 seconds they can close up. But at this stage, the 170 car does seem to be a bit quicker than the leader.
Position change there. That was for 5th position. That was the 267 Team Olympian car getting past Viking 110. I think that's also a 3rd car in position behind it, which is the Vape Club with EDF Motorsport car, which is now back to its original driver that was at the wheel of that car. And I will again find the driver list once I have a quick scroll through and find it in doing this. There we go. So the drivers now for each of those 3 cars that are battling over position. The 267 car, which now has Christian Rose at the wheel, who's son, of course, of Series Championship owner Paul Rose, and quite a prominent driver in his own right. And then we have the 110 car, which is Mark Holm back at the wheel again. He goes scything up the inside into Paddock Hill Bend. Nice and simple pass. And even though Christian Rose will try and get the undercut on him, which he is going for, he has got momentum. So looks like, yeah, nice and simple move. So it looks like Christian saw that coming, set him up for the undercut on the exit, straight back up the inside, and through he goes once more into 5th position. Now the car behind looks like is the Vape Club EDF car, and that now has Vlad Vasiliev back at the wheel after Matt Dawkins ran it in the previous stint. So the second pit window is now closed. Everyone's now shaken out with their second stops, and the order now so far sees GCI Racing hold the lead by 5.5 seconds over Stobart Sport in P2. Then it's about roughly another further 5.5, 6 seconds to PLR Racing. So thanks to the efforts of Ben Pitch and Neil Plymouth and some quick pit work and turnaround from their crew, they've managed to get themselves into a podium position so far, with still just over over half the race to go. MJ Tech GT have risen up to 4th position now in car 61. 5th now is number 267, which is Team Olympian. You see here, this is the scrap we've got on screen, which is for 5th, 6th and 7th between Team Olympian with Christian Rose at the wheel, Team Viking with Mark Holm and Vlad Vasiliev at the wheel of the Vape Club with EDF Motorsport 246 car, and then 262 Track Focused, who are currently sat in 8th position at the moment, with the driver Neil Smith taking his first stint in that car. And then 9th is CCS Media after its spin has now got Alan Otterman back up to speed just inside the top 10. And on the verge of it is their sister car, if you like, in some case, at least for Nigel's Greenswell at least. That's the Greenswell Motorsport car with the 3rd of the Smiths now at the wheel. And that is now Ted Smith taking his first 2 stints throughout this race. So the current gap, as you say, the current gap at the moment seems to be roughly about most of the top 10 still on the lead. That 1 or 2 are just about outside it. But apart from that, races, I say it's a bit of a sprint from start to finish, and it is, but this race is now just starting to get, touch wood, a little air of calm about it at the moment. This three-race scrap looks, at the moment, quite civilised, but you can only take one mistake from any of these 3. It works in the favour of the other 2, and it all starts to kick off.
Yeah, so these guys are just over half a lap down on the leader. So what they'll be making sure they don't do, of course, is go a lap down, because that is where things get very difficult. But the gap up front is coming down. Before we did that rundown, the gap was 6 seconds. It's now 4.7. So the Stobart Sport Car bringing the gap down. But for the leaders, the lap times are getting better for GCI Racing. They started in this stint on a 57.9, then it got 57.7, 57.6, 57.4, 57.5, 57.5. So it's sort of evening out now. But for the second place car, for the Stobart Sport team, they started 58.6, 58.0, 57.6, 57.4, 57.4, 57.9, then 5, then a 57.2, 3, 0, 1, and 0 again. So for Stobart Sport, therefore you can tell by those lap times, are 3-4 tenths of a second quicker than the race leaders here, GCI Racing, and that is what is allowing this gap to come down. And the gap now 4.2 seconds, which to begin this stint was about double that. So great stint here from the Stobart Sport team as this battle behind continues, as the battle for 5th, 6th and 7th positions through Clark Curve being headed by 267, which is Team Olympian. Now up to 6th position comes 246, the EDF Motorsport car backed by Vape Club, and then Team Viking. But there you can see on our screens the gap, first to second, coming down, despite these door issues that continue to be a problem for Stobart Sport. The gap, the pace is there. This is the quickest car pretty much on the circuit in this stint. And as I say, the gap coming down across the line, another 6 tenths of a second the gap came down by. So the gap now, as you can see on our timing tower, is 3.5 seconds. So at that rate, another 6 tenths, it won't be too long before we might get a battle for the lead, which again, this is all part of endurance racing. Different drivers are quicker than others, so therefore the gaps ebb and flows as different drivers get into these cars.
Closing in now for a move possibly to paddock Kilben. Looks Vlad Vasiliev, and he's trying to put a challenge on Christian Rose, who of course I guess knows a lot of these cars inside out, of course, with of course Father Paul being the championship boss. It's good to see that he's also following the footsteps of his dad as well. Of course, Paul was a racer of these cars before he took over the running of the championship. So again, he knows all about these cars all too well. He's one of those people within Fun Cup where anything he doesn't know about this cars probably isn't worth knowing, in terms of he is very much the all font of knowledge, as are the likes of Neil Plimmer and Bob Tomlinson. Probably throw Nigel Greenstall on there as well. And this battle continues on. It looks fairly static. It's a civilised battle at the moment, but of course it takes one twitch of a tail too far from Team Olympian out of a corner, and that can put the Vape Club EDF Motorsport car straight onto a potential attack here as these three run on the same lap. Speaking of laps, we've now hit triple figures because GCI Racing has now completed 100 laps in this race so far. So we've reached 100 laps in 2 hours 16, and that was with 2 very brief safety cars. So if we reach at the current rate, we should breach at least 200 laps by the end of it.
The Vape Club 246. One of the quickest cars on the circuit in this stint is Vlad Vasiliev, so that is impressive. Somebody that joined the championship not that long ago, really, and is proving to be quick here, as you say, putting Chris Rose under plenty of pressure as they work this lap, and the battle for 5th place then will complete another one. I think they are going a bit quicker than the MJ Tech car ahead, but they are some way behind, so I don't think they're going to catch that in this stint. The gap, 12 seconds. So it's a battle amongst themselves, but they are going as quick as the leaders, so they're not losing any time on them, staying 32 seconds apart. And Rose runs maybe a touch wide there, but that didn't really give Vasiliev the chance. And they then turn their way through Graham Hill Bend. Meanwhile, the leaders cross the line to complete another lap. and the gap continues to come down. 2.4 seconds first to second. So this battle between GCI Racing and Stobart Sport soon to be on, but until that happens we will focus on this battle for 5th place, which is the closest battle on the circuit for now, with that Olympian car of Christian Rose a car length or so ahead of Vasiliev, but in the tow he's catching and catching, draws to the right hand side of the circuit, the inside line, and this progress from Vlad Vasiliev therefore continues, and he goes through into Paddock Hill Bend up into 5th position. So a really good drive this from him, but did he run a little bit too wide? We could fight him back. To the inside goes Christian Rose, and yeah, that pass didn't last terribly long, did it? Because they switch around again.
So great clean battling at the front of this pack of 3 cars as they continue to scrap amongst themselves for 5th, 6th and 7th. Still the gap at the moment is, intriguingly, the gap is 2.8 seconds at the moment between GCI Racing and Stobart Sport. So either there's been a drop in pace somewhere, or it was that relatively close at one point between GCI and Stobart Sport after that second set of pit stops shook out. So GCI Racing's lead is not as big as it once was.
Yeah, it was something like 8 seconds. It's been coming down, sort of half a second or so a lap, although actually on the last lap it was a slower lap by Stobart Sport. Maybe traffic that caused that. But it would appear that we might get a battle for the lead of the race before the end of this particular stint, and this stint takes us to the halfway mark in this race. So out of Druids, this battle for 5th, 6th, 7th. The last 3 cars that are on the lead lap. Leaders across the line, this time 0.8 of a second taken back by Stobart Sport, so the gap is now just 2 seconds. So that's more like it for the Stobart Sport team. There's the Olympian Homes 267 car through clearways, working another lap. And that move we saw a couple of laps ago for Vlad Vasiliev that didn't work out, he's now dropped a little way away after all of that. Busy here, coming down the Cooper Straight. Now, does this involve our leaders? It does, doesn't it? Both our leaders are in this group, trying to work through the traffic. So now the 2-second gap that was between GCI Racing and Stobart Sport is much less, as struggling to get through the traffic is the race leader.
Yeah, that traffic really hasn't worked out for GCI Racing. Of course, they're now currently battling on track at the moment. I think that's the fueled up racing car I think they're currently running with at the moment, I think. Yes, I think it is actually, because across the line they've gone. And also in there too is the Greensaw Motorsport car, which doesn't have arguably its fastest driver at the wheel just yet, because that'd be Sam Smith, who doesn't get back into that car until the end of the stint, and their car's back end of the race in the final stint, and they're back in 10th position at the moment. So after a promising start, they've got some more work to do to try and work their way up through the order. But who knows? The race might come back towards them as it progresses on. A Stobart Sport car door again, continue to kind of creak open as he comes down the straight towards Surtees. So yeah, I do wonder how much longer Julian Floyd will allow that to happen until he finally calls that car in and hands it a black and yellow, black and orange flag.
Certainly not holding their pace up, because they aren't the quickest car on the circuit.
I mean, if anything, they can probably argue that the door coming open acts as a bit of an aerodynamic aid trying to slow the car down to the corner. So, I mean, in many cases, they're probably thinking, hold on a minute, you're using that door for a purpose that you're not meant to be using it for. And you're probably thinking, I'm honest, Gov, really, it was just trying to open, I was trying to close it. So, can you say it's not slowing the pace down? They keep it up with GCI Racing. So, you know, flapping door and all, it's not having that much of an effect. But I'd be surprised if they don't get called up at least once by Julian Floyd on something like that, but because it is something that could potentially get worse.
What might have happened is that race control would have gone and spoke to the team, and that's something they've got to fix in the next pit stop. So we shall see if that happens. But like we say, it's certainly quick out there. Nevertheless, that Stobart Sport car, the quickest car in this stint, bar none, the quickest car out there catching this lead gap. But the next question is, can they get through? Can they take the lead before the stops, which are still a little way away? So these cars come up across the line and up the inside. Is this going to be the move for the lead into Paddock Hill Bend? It is. So on lap 108 at the start of it, Stobart Sport take the lead in the 170 car, the car that's shared between Colin Kingsnorth and between Richard Webb, goes ahead of 111, the GCI racing car, which is the Graham Butterworth and Craig Butterworth car with Ian Wood, but they fight back up the inside into Graham Hill Bend there, but again that doesn't work out. The door doesn't seem to be going fully open this time, does it? It seems to be like ajar ever so slightly, so whether they have got something that is stopping it opening fully, I don't know, but it's certainly that's one for Jamie downstairs to see if he can find out what's going on there, and we'll have to keep an eye in the pit stops to see if the team do anything about it.
If there is something which is stopping that, then obviously it's certainly working to their favour in terms of making sure that it doesn't fully open. Otherwise, it really would be a problem, and they really would have to call them in straight away. So, but as you say, as we've said, even though there is a flapping door, it's not slowing their pace down. Of course, if they carry on like this, they could potentially, and I stress the word potentially because there's still just over 2 hours to go towards their second win out of 4 races. Because of course, if they do win, they would still be only the only other team other than Uvio to have won a race so far this season, and it would be alternating with Uvio winning the first race, Stobart second, and the Uvio the third race, Stobart fourth. So looks like, I think that's Diego Caliente car. I didn't recognise the paint scheme. I think that's just left the pit lane. Yes, it has. So the 207 car is back out after whatever the issue was. After the fix that it's had.
Yeah, that's been in the pit, Scott, for something like 20 minutes. So a long fix, but it has got back out there, which the same can't be said for the Uvio car. That's still down in the pit lane after it was towed there. And of course the other car that we saw come into the pits, maybe not how it should have done, was that Kaizen Motorsport car that had that incident. That's also not returned to the race. So that means the 97 Olympian Holmes car is starting to gain positions back, with problems for others. Up across the line, 248, the CCS Media car. That's the first car that's a lap down in 8th position, and it's the battle for 5th, isn't it, that's working its way through. So Team Olympian 267's already done that. Now 246, EDF Motorsport squeezes through just about, and then similar is going to be done by 110, the Viking car. So those 3 cars have all made a lap down. So there is actually now a full lap from 7th to 8th then, isn't there, from Viking to CCS Media.
Yeah, and all they want to do is simply just unlap themselves, so that there should be any safety cars within the next 2 hours and 7 minutes. It will certainly work their advantage. One of the teams that could gain quite a lot of time back, particularly if they can sort of get around and join the back of the queue quite quickly. So let's see how that has the potential to play out on. And I was also noticing that whatever the issue was for the Evie Hoffman's Lotus car, I don't want to make too many presumptions yet, unless Jamie can find out exactly if it is kaput or not, but that car has not been seen since it got towed back into the garage. So whether that is a problem which has essentially stopped it quite literally dead in its tracks and means that it will not score anything from this round. Obviously, it'll have to count as a drop score, obviously. But shame for the defending champions. And again, it's some type of defences are quite smooth, some type of defences have their own bumps and challenges, and so far I think it's just the number 1 car just going through the motions at this point.
So the race leader, Stobart Sport, here they are, still under pressure actually, there for the lead, but every single lap in the stint, bar 2 I think, have been in the 57s, and the 2 laps that haven't been in the 57s were in the 56s. So that's the consistency and the speed here of the race leading car. But now they're in front of GCI Racing. The second place car is able to go with them here as they make their way up towards Clearways. Again, most of their laps are in the 57s, apart from 3 I think, and they were in the 58, so they were going the wrong way. And that's the difference during this particular stint for these 2 drivers. The Stobart Sport car's been out there for 5 more laps in this stint, and their average lap times are about a quarter of a second difference. So small increments, but of course that's what makes a difference in a long distance race like this. And they turn their way through Druids, 0.3 of a second apart, and they are 15 seconds clear of PLR Racing. And PLR Racing starting to be caught by the MJ Tech GT car that's there in 4th place. And a change for 5th now, because the Vape Club EDF car finally got past Team Olympian by the looks of it. Here they are into Druids. So that pass that's been coming for a long time by Vlad Vasiliev has finally happened, it would seem. So they're into 5th ahead of Team Olympian. And then the Viking car, I think, just behind the pair as they come up to Surtees for another time.
Let's look at some other battles that are going on further down the order. Any close ones that are currently happening at the moment. One of the closest ones actually appears to be Track Focus. We talk about CCS Media trying to get themselves back on the lead lap. They are... I was about to say they were quite close to Track Focus, but they're actually clapping at the moment about a second quicker than them, at least on that lap they were. And in fact, there is the CCS Media car. So Track Focus is going to have to possibly rethink and regroup in the next stint, because they're currently sat in 9th. They've got, they're also losing time to the other Greensall associated car, which is the actual Greensall Motorsport machine in 10th position, because that car is currently sat down at the bottom of the top 10 and has got a lap to make up on Track Focused and CCS Media. So if they can find some pace, the Track Focused car might find itself slipping further down the order, right down towards the very base of the top 10. Still 15 of the 17 cars which started this race remaining in terms of racing. The Kaiser Motorsport number 99 car that we saw having what we interpreted as bizarrely spinning in the pit lane entrance, hitting the rector-cell barriers, which scattered several of them everywhere, and ending up facing the wrong way against the barrier, has still not come back out again. Right, there's a car which I was about to say I thought was dead, but there it goes. The Uvio car has literally just popped into view in the pit lane, so that car appears to have been fixed, and that at the moment has... Looking where it is, it's exactly where it is. There it is on screen as it goes out. I just saw it pop into... I heard the pit lane siren and thought it was somebody coming in. And then it just popped into view from the left-hand side from out the back of the garages. So it's obviously been fixed and now back in the race. All they can do at this point is carry on and try and get some points. Now, obviously, if they finish and there's no more dramas with this car, they will, of course, have to use it as a drop round in case they have any... Unless they have 2 DNFs, in which case I'm sure they'll probably use both of those. But... this is one of those championships, particularly the endurance championship, where just getting out there and finishing and bagging the points that you can is all important to keep yourself in contention for victory. So that's going to be something which they're going to have to keep in the back of their minds. And for them now, these next 2 hours and 2 minutes is going to be what the phrase I like to call it as, for them it's just going to be something of a well-publicised test session in terms of them trying to get out there, make sure the car is actually running okay, get whatever laps they can in, be as competitive as they can be, given the fact that they're down in 15th place at the moment and 45 laps off the lead. So they lost so much time, lost 45 laps for being stationary and having to get that repaired, that they have to try and work their way up. But at least it's a positive. I was about to say we've now got 16 cars running the 71. I was about to say the unfortunate apparent demise of the UVO Hoffman's Lotus car, but thankfully it has come back out, back in the race. It's way down the order, so it won't be winning the race, but certainly if it can finish, that'll be just some valuable points that it wouldn't have had they chosen to throw in the towel. And I think knowing UVO, they never throw a towel unless they've got no choice.
A battle for third is starting to develop because PLR Racing have been caught by MJ Tech GT. They've just gone across the line now and just 0.3 of a second apart. So that is a battle that didn't look like it has done due to the pace of the 61 car, the MJ Tech GT car. So we'll see if we can pick up on that a little later. This is a battle behind them for 5th place, being headed by Vlad Vasiliev, who in this stint has been something like the second quickest driver, only slower than the leaders, and has been working his way through the order. But here we go. Here is that battle for third. So thanks our TV director for picking that one up. And that change has happened, hasn't it? So the GT car, the MJ Tech machine, has gone ahead of the PLR Racing car and has got themselves up into third position as they come to the line. So this has been a good stint by that car to make up a place towards the end of this stint, and that is due to some good pace on these last few laps, all in the low 57s, which compares to the PLR car, that has been lapping in the high 57s and 58s towards the end of the stint, so hasn't had the pace. Has the car second in shot here. There it is, 146. PLR Racing hasn't quite had the pace on the MJ Tech GT car, and that is what has caused this chase to happen. And now a change of position into third position for 61, which is best part of 20 seconds behind the leaders. So that's as far as they're going to get during the course of this stint, but that's all positive going forwards for the second half of this race, which we are into now, which means the pit window open board is out as a car has gone off at paddock there.
That's Greensill Motorsport 263, so that's the car that was trying to make up laps in 10th position, and that's, as you say, just on the exit Paddock Hill Bend on the run up Halewood Hills. They've obviously lost it on the exit of Paddock Hill Bend and spun off onto the grass. I don't think they've backed it into the tyres. Usually something like the wing would come off quite easily, but then trying to get that car going, it's quite tentative, and maybe it has backed into the barriers because there is.
Oh yeah, there's
it's now trying to undress itself going through Drury's because it's now the left rear corner of the car is trying to peel away, so the one on the left rear wheel arches. So unfortunate for one of those cars, but it's got itself back going again. Hopefully it will try to get back to the pits and do so. Right, next set, the third of our pit windows is now open, so now going to half distance, and leader Stobart Sport are making their second manager pit stop.
You can see the mechanic there looking at the door. We know this
okay, cancel the interview,
left-hand door is problematic. They haven't done anything about it yet. Or to the right hand, no, sorry, it's the right hand side door, isn't it? That was the problem.
Yeah, we're looking at it now. I think they're taking a bit of a socket wrench to it, see if they can try and tighten it back up again, if possible.
Well, there was a thumbs up from the mechanic, then the door opened again, which
all this. Yes, they're trying to readjust it, but all this is costing them time because the longer they stay in the pits trying to fix the door, the more problem they've got, the more potential time they're going to lose out on track. So I think what they can do is try and fix as best they can and go out there and hope that it doesn't start flapping around too much more, that the clerk of the course deems whatever they try to do there as unsatisfactory, and they have to come back in and eventually get, as I say, black and orange flagged. It's one of those situations where I don't think anyone will want to, no one will want to see them get black and orange flag, maybe except maybe possibly GCI Racing, of course, so battling with them for the lead. But it's one of the things where kind of you don't want to see it, but at the same time it's quite amusing. But at the same time, there's always that danger that something more could happen with that part, and that's I think what Julian Floyd will be thinking about, have they secured that enough, or if it carries on, what could that turn into?
And that car came in on the first lap it could do in the pit stop window, which says to me that they were told to come in as soon as possible and fix it.
Yeah.
The pit stops before that one were in the low 40 seconds. That pit stop was over a minute on 62 seconds. So that kind of says that they lost about 20 seconds trying to fix the door, which will lose them the lead. Might lose them some more positions as well. We'll see when the others pit. There's that damaged car, the 263 Greensill Motorsport car that's now dropped outside the top 10 after that spin, but that car hasn't come straight into the pits, perhaps surprisingly, despite the damage. And more pit stops going on here. That's the 97 Olympian Holmes car that's come into the pit lane. Also in is the 104 EDF Motorsport car, so 3 cars have pitted since this window opened, and it's all a little while through this particular window, and most teams so far have sort of left it to quite late within the stint, so it'll probably be a steady flow of pit stops here, I would have thought.
Unless something dramatic happens and it decides to throw everyone into the pit lane in a reactionary state. Some more conversation going on between drivers here.
Electrical plant on the right hand side with the bright helmet.
Yeah, that's possibly Team Viking. I don't think it maybe is. I was about to pick up the wrong driver. There's the Olympian Holmes team. This looks like a more scheduled stop rather than the now. This is one of their now 9 visits to the pits they've had so far this race. I think 3 have been actual proper ones for pit stops. Meanwhile, the JPR Team Mintex car comes to a stop in pit road, so that's now a change for them.
Will Plant about to get in. Driver out slightly unceremoniously there.
Yeah, in some of these cases, some of these drivers do literally get thrown or dragged out of the cars in these Fun-Cup cars because they're not the most dignified cars or the quickest cars to get out of, so they have to get a bit of assistance. In order to do that, they'll unbelt them as soon as they're able to get the drivers out. Some teams will literally drag and throw the drivers out. Not to pardon, of course, but it's the quickest way, unfortunately for them, to get them out so they can change drivers. So that seems to work there. That's the Brscc Motorsport squad. They are just assessing what happened after that incident. So they're having a look inside, strapping the driver in. Of course, it's missing one of its front splitters. So is the 98 car, which has lost most of theirs, as they now restart that car and get it fired up and back out onto the track.
So just left in the pit lane there, 263 Brscc Motorsport, repairing the rear of that car after the incident that we saw. That is Smith there, waiting to, I think, get aboard a car that will pit later. And the Brscc Motorsport car is on its way too. So I think everybody is back out of the pit lane, leaving an empty pit, which is yet to get busier again as the top drivers are yet to pit. The top 6 cars we await a pit stop from, which GTI Racing are the leaders of the race, of course, and by a fair margin over the MJ Tech GT team, who have not been able to pull away from PLR Racing after they made that move. There's Robert Croydon waiting to get aboard his car, using the tyres as a good chair before he gets out onto the circuit.
He looks very deep in thought and concentration there, trying to contemplate what's about to happen next as he jumps into his car.
Of course, it's endurance racing, unlike anything else, is where you get out onto circuit, you immediately have to be quick, whereas with sprint racing, you at least get a green flag lap just to build yourself up.
Yeah, I think it's race taking over from a stint and getting out there in the middle of endurance race. I think is literally a motorsport definition of out of the frying pan into the fire, in terms of you're jumping straight into racing action. And you're absolutely right. You have to immediately think, right, what does the car feel like? What's my apparent pace? How does the car feel? You know, whereabouts in the race are we? Who are we fighting? There's a lot of things you have to think about when you jump into a car and head out pits for the first time to begin your stint. And it does take you maybe 2 or 3 laps to kind of settle down, to kind of settle into the seat and get an understanding about how the car feels after taking it over from the driver you've just jumped into the seat from. So there's a lot to have to contemplate and think about in endurance racing. As you say, it's not just sprint racing where you can get a couple of warm-up laps, get a feel for the conditions, and there you go. You have to be pretty much be on it from the word go and switched on in terms of what's happening. So very crucial for all these drivers once they get in to have an understanding of from the driver what's happening. And that's why sometimes driver feedback, when they jump out and they say this is happening with the car, that's why it's so crucial, particularly for some drivers who are doing their first stint under race conditions in the race, because obviously they wouldn't have gone out and since qualifying in the morning, when the conditions and the temperature, any moisture in the air, moisture on the circuit, rain, etc. Any of those factors could have changed things. So it's always important to get a proper understanding as much as you can from the drivers jumping out, so that you've got the best chance to go out there and understand the conditions quick enough to be able to get up to speed. As pit calls for both MJ Tech and Vape Club, as both these cars, of course, battling for 5th and 6th position overall.
Yeah, that's right. So we know for sure the MJ Tech GT car has been a front runner. So it'll be interesting to see where they come out in comparison to the Stobart Sport car, which had about a 20-second longer pit stop, but was 20 or so seconds ahead before the stops there. So driver changes going on down in the pit lane. So MJ Tech, their pit stop, now they're back out again with 51 seconds. So I suspect that means they will have fallen back behind Stobart Sport. The UVO team have gone through. So it looks like that car's running okay now, but as we've been saying, many laps down, so won't be a contender. We also saw the 146 in earlier, 246, the Vape Club car. They had a slower stop, 64 seconds. This might be where more fuel is going in as the race goes on. there's the Olympian Homes car.
1 churn of fuel for Team Olympian then, so they're obviously spreading out their fuel strategy a bit more. And that's the thing, some teams will either choose to refuel and put a churn in order to kind of keep themselves going. Others will choose to put 2 churns in to kind of top their fuel levels right up to the limit, and then just see how much they can basically make it last for those 2 stints, and then come in to then keep on doing that. And they can essentially, I think, a full tank by the looks of things, depending on the circuit, it looks like it can last about, or they try to make it last if they can in some strategies, 2 stints per refuel. They're putting in 2 churns worth.
So sorry to interrupt, Scott, that was a quick stop we saw from Team Olympian, just 45 seconds, and we heard from some of the others that we've just seen it, sort of 50 and 60 seconds, so they should have gained some positions during the course of that stop. We still wait though, don't we, for more to come in, including the race leader.
Just entering pit lane now. You can see the little icon next to number 1 on the GCR Racing car to put in the timing. It's changed to a cog. There's the visual proof that GCR Racing are in for their pit stop. Now, again, remember, the pit lane window is now closed, but as I said earlier on, the rule is for the pit lane that you can go past the pits technically if the pit lane is closed, because there'll be that board that we send that'll be hung out saying pit lane closed. But you can only pass that board once, as in when you first see it. You have to come to the pit lane next time you come around to the pits. If not, that's when you start getting penalties for essentially pitting outside of the regulation pit window within the race.
So GCI Racing, they've done a good stop, 46 seconds for them, compared to 47 seconds of the last pit stop. So very consistent in the pits as well as out on the circuit for GCI Racing. So they come back out and lead the race over what is a battle into paddock. I think it's probably going to go the way of Stobart Sport, something like 16 seconds behind the race leader because of that long pit stop that we saw, trying to fix the door. We haven't seen any evidence that there's problems with that, so hopefully that stop and fix has been successful. There's 207 who have had their problems.
Sacro Caliente, I can't tell if that was a regular stop or that was it coming in for something else.
Just 50 seconds, so that was a quick regular stop for the team, but they lost, what, 20 laps in their earlier issues. So the race leaders come back across the line after 130 laps, so we get a confirmation shortly who is second. Bets on for Stobart Sport to be ahead of PLR Racing, and that is the case, and it's 16 seconds as the gap to monitor. Now this is an unscheduled stop for 104. That's the EDF Motorsport car at 11th position. They're pitted after the pit window.
Yeah, this is their second unscheduled stop, because the first one, of course, remember, was for that left front tyre delamination or left front puncture, and that's never a good sign when the clamshell goes up either, because the back end of the car has been pushed up. So unfortunately that's a mechanical problem which the team are having to deal with.
So Stobart second, just a second ahead of PLR Racing, so lap times to watch there, and we remain with 7 cars on the lead lap. But that slow pit stop for the Vape Club car, I mean, they're right at the end of the lead lap, and therefore will be under threat to lose the lead lap if they're not careful. Now, what's going on down in the pit? Seconds, so not the longest unscheduled stop we've seen, but obviously any sort of unscheduled stop is far from ideal. So into the second half of the race. We've had 3 pit stops. We've got 2 more stops to go in this race, and I think we can go downstairs where Jamie Peter Dennis is catching up with drivers in the pit lane.
So down at EDF Motorsport, we saw the 104 car come in for an unscheduled pit stop, but I've got Vlad Vasiliev, who's in the sister car, the 246, full of confidence after Croft. But as we spoke to Matt yesterday, he wasn't making your life easy, was he?
No, he wasn't at all. No, obviously having the car upside down in a gravel wasn't the best of starts to the weekend, but I have to say EDF Motorsports did a fantastic job bringing the car back, getting it tuned up again, and it's obviously running on pace today, so we're having a great time.
And we understand from Eddie that not even the Geo was disturbed. They put it on the flat patch and it was fine.
Pretty much, yeah. Honestly, we could have fixed it with Mr. Sheen and gaffer tape. So yeah, it was good.
Obviously,
it's incredible how tough and resilient this car is. So that's the one thing that kind of made me even more confident to push it.
And today's race has been a bit of a quiet first half of the race for you. Just getting on with it and just staying out of trouble, aren't you?
Pretty much, yeah. We got drawn at the back of the pack, so it was a matter of staying out of trouble and just making consistent progress. But it looks like we're running up to 4th now, so fingers crossed.
Excellent stuff. Thanks a lot, mate. We'll also grab Dave Farrow who's the team manager of the 104 car. That wasn't a scheduled pit stop for the 104. What was the matter with it?
No, just a slight misfire on top end of rev, so just swap the TZ units off and away we go. So should be okay now for the rest of the race.
Excellent, thanks, mate. And another thing as well, for those that think to ourselves, do you know what, I might want to come and have a go at this Fun Cup lark, and you've never raced one before, if you can get a team of drivers and you win your first race, there is a £10,000 prize. So for anyone out there who thinks they can come and have a go and beat this lot, get in touch with us and you'll be in for a £10,000 prize if you win your first ever race. Back to you guys.
It's quite a tempting prospect, isn't it? 10,000 grand for winning on your first go. I'm sure there'd be some GT drivers that want to find an extra 10 grand for their budget if they're able to do that, I'm sure. But and that's one of those things in terms of if there's any skilled drivers out there that were thinking, oh, I can jump and do that and find a group of drivers and then win it easy and get 10 grand. The one thing you have to realise is that those drivers are going up against teams and drivers that have been doing this for years, and they've been doing it for so many different races. They have so much more experience of racing these cars. I think you have to be a very exceptional team and a group of very exceptional drivers, I think, to be able to win a race in your first time out. You might get a bit of help from a safety car or the elements because the weather might work in your favour, but on the whole, it's to just jump into one of these cars straight off for your first ever go and to be immediately on the pace. I think like any other club championship out there, any other series coming for the first time against established names, it's an easy thing to say, obviously, but it's not easy to do that, and to try and do that on your first go, I think is a real challenge itself. I think that's also the reason why Paul Rose has put it on. So you're right, if you think you're good enough to tackle Fun Cup and win it on your first time out, go and grab yourself a car, go and race, you win it first time out, I'll put 10 grand down. So that's a good incentive. So it'd be intrigued to see if anyone does actually try and pick that one up at some point in the future.
Yeah, that prospect's been around for quite a few years now, but no one's done it yet, so Paul Rose hasn't had to get his cash out. But it's a great incentive, and there are very few cash incentives in British motorsport nowadays, so it's great to see that from the Fun Cup, and it's certainly a nice payday if you do manage it. But like you say, it's a far from an easy task, but we shall see if anybody goes for it and succeeds, more to the point. So we're into this next into the race now, where I think all 7 leading cars all sort of got gaps between them, so it's all about the pace, and has anybody got the pace here on one another? Nothing in particular, looking at the times here. The one car that's been a bit off the pace in this stint so far is the Team Viking car in 5th position, and wonder if there is any reason for that. They had a lap over a minute earlier on and are sort of hovering around the 59s, where we know really you want to be looking at least a 58, more like a 57. So the Team Viking car might therefore come under pressure from the Olympian car that is behind it. So that's perhaps one to watch. Also, that battle of 3rd changed around in the stops, didn't it? PLR Racing back ahead of MJ Tech. after the pit stop, so that must have been a quicker stop one from the others. The leader's going through traffic, and that's putting the vape club car a lap down. So the 7th place car there, Scott, goes a lap down. You just witnessed.
Yeah, you left him no room on the exit either. He kind of just came straight through and was like, right, deal with this, and I'll come through and take just put a lap and take the track position from me. So the vape club down in 7th place with a bit more work to do to try and keep their pace up a bit more. Hour and 40 minutes still to go in this 4th round of the 2022 Fun Cup Endurance Championship. Bit of a synopsis of what's happened so far, in that the defending champions JPR Uwe Hoffman's Lotus had some kind of mechanical issue that forced him to stop on the exit of Graham Hill Bend, roughly around about into the kind of roughly hour and a half. Yeah, it was roughly about the hour and a half mark at that point. And because of that, they dropped out of what had been then the lead after the first set of pit stops, after they managed to work their way from the back of the grid after winning at Croft last time out. This has put the GCI racing car into the lead. Now, this is the team which leads the championship after 3 consistent second places at Silverstone, Alton Park and Croft. And so, at the moment, they are in position, and I stress the words at the moment, to finally secure that long-awaited first victory, because they've been chasing that for quite a while. And so, they will be hoping that the fortune works in their favour, and that this next 100 minutes or so runs as smoothly as it possibly can for them. Stobart Sport are back up to roughly where they were. Well, they're back up to the equivalent of them being on the front row of the grid again, because they're in 2nd spot at the moment. And PLR Racing are having a strong effort with Ben Pitch currently at the wheel, and he'll hand back to Neil Plimmer when the next set of pit was. Oh, I know he would have done at this next stop anyway. So Neil Plimmer should be in this car now. So Neil Plimmer there at the wheel of the PLR machine, and he is less than 2 seconds now behind Stobart Sport. So that could be interesting for 2nd place. And GCR Racing there was trying to put a lap on the Agrocaliente car, which is several laps down, and despite 2 attempts now, it doesn't seem to be all that interested in complying with letting it through. So frustrating for GCI. Now it gets the blue flag to say, look, there's a faster car behind you, you need to let them through. And whilst he might have decent enough pace, also at the same time, there's a fine line to balance here between not respecting blue flags, not getting out of the way because you're being told to, but also having the pace not only run with the faster car behind you, but to even stay ahead of it. So it's a delicate balance that you have to find in terms of what's considered within acceptable and what's considered outside the rules in terms of not moving over. Finally, with a big dive up the inside, the GCI car does make it happen, but you kind of feel as though that should have happened a lap ago.
And of course, it is a car that's well out of contention, so it's not a car that's just trying to keep on the lead lap, where there's more incentive to defend. And that a change of position there, Scott, into paddock?
P5, so that was now Team Olympian past Team Viking now for 5th position. There's the slightly wounded Greensall car, I would say basically wounded in bodywork only, it seems.
Yeah, it's the Viking car that I was thinking was a bit off pace, wasn't it? So perhaps not the biggest surprise to see them lose a position. And of course the question is whether they can keep on the lead lap in this stint, Team Viking. So they're in 6th position now, as you say, behind Team Olympian that move up to 5th. The top 4 cars in this stint, very similar pace, all pretty much on the same pace to one another, so those gaps aren't changing. It's those behind where we are seeing the changes as we saw just there, and immediately the Olympian car has been able to pull away from the Viking car, and that gap is extending out as they complete another lap.
So coming up to an hour and a half left in this 4-hour endurance race here for the Fun Cup at Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit. Certainly hasn't been without its dramas, but on the whole it really has produced quite an entertaining spectacle. I can hear a pit car coming. Is that 97? Well, it looks like it's coming back in again, because their icon on the timing has turned to a cog. There it is, and that does not look good at all. That's now this time. That's either that's we're that far behind, it's not working out for us, or this is a problem that's not something that's just fixable in the apron. This needs to go to the box. Either way, it has gone into the garage.
That's our 11th time down pit road, so that's yeah, rather more than what they'd like. As you say, it would seem that whether they're just giving up now or if there are problem after problem after problem. They were only in a pit's last less than 10 minutes ago. So many laps down, 51, and it's going to be more than that now. We'll see if they do reappear before the end.
Being true endurance racing fashion, where teams try and get the car repaired so they can get it out just for the last few laps, just so that it can get the promo shot with their teammate in that case. But as I say, these cars now, in particular now, the Olympian squad and the Kaiser Racing guys, Nubio, are essentially now treating this race, or since they've come back out again, as a well-publicised test session, because they're way down the order. They're not likely to score any solid points compared to their rivals ahead of them, and this is now just them trying to put in as much damage limitation as possible in terms of the points they can still score. I think that was the JPR Team Mintex car that was trying to eat its own front bumper going through Surtees. And looks like the Mintex car is chasing 104, and this is, I believe, for position. Because they come across the line together. I'm intrigued to see what the gap is between them, if there is a gap. All right, there's a lap gap between these two. So at the moment, the Mintex car is lapping quicker than the EDF Motorsport car. And just behind them is the race leader. So GCI Racing holding on to their advantage. Their gap is now just over 18 seconds over Stobart Sport. And then PLR Racing in third at the moment, with MJ Tech fourth and Olympian fifth.
Yeah, the leader just done their personal best lap of the race for that car, 56.83, and therefore are going away from the pack. As you said, the gap's up to 18 seconds. That was 16. So slowly getting that gap out bigger, and they'll be wanting to deal with the traffic without issue. So in this stint, this is the quickest car, the race leader, by a tenth or so, and therefore the lead is, as we say, extending out. So a great stint this from GCI Racing. We're seeing more cars being put down a lap, taking more drivers out of any sort of realistic contention. And they work their way down the Cooper Straight, and the gaps behind are all going out as well. Now 2.6 seconds between Stobart Sport and PLR Racing, 6 seconds back to MJ Tech, then 16 seconds back to Olympian, who in turn are pulling away from the Viking car by 6 seconds. So no real positional battles currently out on the circuit.
There's the, I thought it was the UVA car for a second, but it's not. It's the track focus car at the moment, which is a couple of laps behind the Viking machine in P6. It's getting closer between Stobart Sport and PLR Racing. Gap is 3.2 seconds, so I think that's one of the closest battles on track for position. In fact, it is the closest battle on track for position. There is Stobart Sport. Where's PLR? They will come through in shot in a second. Or not at the moment, because Stobart Sport cameras firmly focused on their car for the time being. There is the door still slightly ajar on driver's side, a little out of shape on the exit over on the curbs over Graham Hill Bend. But there goes the captain. Here's Neil Plymouth as he sweeps his way through Surtees. And again, in terms of the weather, you can see it's looking relatively nice and bright out here sunshine wise, but there are still some clouds hanging around, but they don't seem to be very threatening in terms of any rain, although maybe that might speak too soon if that does indeed occur. And now we're seeing here 3 generally quite quick cars anyway, but having very different races. You've got the 263 Greensall car, which is in 10th position, the Olympian car, which is now in fifth place, and then the UVO number 1, which appears to be back to some kind of full strength, if not most of its strength is back again. And I think this is Farkini at the wheel, And I think even he realises that, yeah, I might be one of the fastest cars on track, but at the same time, I am tens of laps down, so trying to battle too much for a position that's way ahead of me is probably not the wisest thing to do. But then again, he still goes for the inside line on the Greenswell Motorsport car. Next target is going to be to, again, at least for what he can salvage one of the laps back from the sort of 45 that he lost in the pit lane. And Ubio's still just about closing in. There's the 49 car, that's the fueled up racing squad. If I'm right, I think that should now have, I think it's Paul Ellis-Smith at the wheel now, but it did have Wendy Ellis Jr. at the wheel for, sorry, Wendy Ellis-Smith at the wheel for that one. Still a gag of the cars going on. This is on track now between Stobart Sport in second and the CCS Media car, which is back into 8th after some of its dramas. Stobart Sport is by far and away on a much better pace, up in second place and trouble-free at this point. They have managed to extend the gap a bit more over PLR Racing, so the gap is now about 3.6 seconds between Stobart and PLR at this point. So Stobart has the pace to not only keep PLR at bay, but to pull away from them in this second half of the race. And then it'll probably take some kind of a safety car or bunch up in order to bring PLR and back into contention. The car we thought had ceased in the race has now managed to amble back out of the pit box and onto off circuit again. That's the 98 Olympian Homes car. I suspect it's Olympian Homes maybe by team only, unless that car's been sold on by the GT Radial team. Either way, it's still showing the GT Radial branding on that car, which just it's probably a car that hasn't been liveried yet, or it's something else on that side of things.
Those clothing on as well, so a bit of a rebrand for the new season. That's a new sponsor coming aboard. So these top four are all sort of spreading out in this stint because the GTI racing car's pulling away, quickest car out there. So therefore no visible battles. There's the 49 car, that fueled up racing car that I think you mentioned a moment ago. And they run in 12th position. Here's the leader. So this is GTI Racing lapping quickly in this stint. Done 23 laps so far, and all of them I think in the 57s, yeah. So recently a 57.7, 57.1, 0, 0, 0 again, 9, so one slightly slower lap. There was a 56.9, 56.8, 57.1, 57.1, 57.6, 57.7. It's all pretty consistent, but consistently quick, importantly, for the race leader. And therefore the lead gap's gone out to 20 seconds over Stobart Sport, who are lapping sort of mid to high 57s. Last few laps, 57.6, 58.1, 57.5, 4, 2, 6, 5, 2, 2. So we're lapping lower 57s there for a bit, but it's gone back up again over the last few laps. PLR Racing in third place, sort of a similar type of story. So therefore the lead gap going out to 20 seconds. Stobart Sport to PLR Racing 4 seconds. What about the MJ Tech car? Well, they're a further 3 seconds back. Had that longer last pit stop, but they are lapping quicker. They're lapping in the lower 57s. The last laps 57.1, 2, 2, 3, 2, 5, 4, 4, 5, 6s. So all pretty consistent, sort of in the low to mid 57. So fractionally quicker than the PLR racing car, averaging sort of a tenth and a half, are bringing that gap down slowly. So whether that probably won't change before the next pit stops, because we're not too far away from that. Now, has the leader been able to put the lap on any more cars, I wonder? Well, they've completed 153. The next group coming through now, the Stobart PLR and MJ Tech crew. Then Team Olympian in 5th place, on their way through their 153rd lap. But I think are on the lead lap still. Wait for that car to come across the line. Does so now. But yeah, I think the Viking car is probably a lap down, because the Olympian car is 51 seconds behind. And yeah, see GCI across the line now. So we are down to 5 cars on the lead lap here, with the Olympian car not too far away from being a lap down. So less and less cars on the same lap as the leader, therefore less cars in contention really here.
I think we're coming up to our second to last pit window within the next 4 minutes or so, because when we hit 1 hour 20 minutes to go, there's been another 40 minutes or so that have elapsed. So that will be another chance for the order to possibly switch around again. Just for the record, the gap is still about 3. That gap for second stayed rather static at about 3.6 seconds. That hasn't really changed too much between second and third at this point. So that's looking fairly competitive between those two. And then as we head back down into the right-hander, we're still seeing 6th place for Viking. We're chasing the track focus car. That's back another lap in 9th. And they turn their way back out through Druids again, also trying to close in is the Agricaliente car. That's 21 laps off the lead, had its own dramas, not as long in the pits as the Uwe Hoffman's Lotus car spent, which is where it lost some 45 laps or so. It is still 45 laps off the lead. So there goes the GCI racing car, the race leader, carving its way past the Greensill Motorsport car 263. Here's CCS Media, who also had 1 or 2 spins of their own, and they're battling with the ever-troubled 98 GP... 97, sorry, the Olympian Homes car, which is at the moment sat in, obviously, 16th in the order of 59 laps off the lead. It looks like the only retirement that we've had that is permanently out of the race is the 99 car, the Kaiser Motorsport machine, which had that spin in the pit lane, which we didn't see, but we saw the aftermath and looked all too bizarre.
Yeah, that 99 car is 99 laps behind, as you you mentioned it, which is a good bit of symmetry. That won't last very long, of course. Drivers preparing in the pit lane, because we are, as Scott was saying, not far away from our penultimate stop of the race. And of course that is a point where you can easily gain or more so lose time if something doesn't go to plan. The Viking car here we're watching, after being in a bit off the pace earlier on in the stint, gone a bit quicker on recent laps, and therefore it's just about keeping the gap to the EGF Motorsport car, but I think that could actually change before the end of this stint. So 6th to 7th is perhaps a gap to watch. Team Viking in 110. In this group, you look just behind, the 246 Vape Club EGF Motorsport car is catching at a rate on the brakes here into the hairpin. That gap was 1.6 seconds at the start of the lap. It's not that now. 6th to 7th. They may be a lap bit down on the leaders here, but this battle is going on. And it's an important one for a top 6 position. And as I was saying, the Viking car has not been the quickest in this particular stint of the race. So the Vape Club team might gain a position before too long. Also, the gap 3rd to 4th has come right down. PLR Racing have been caught by the MJ Tech car. So that's a couple of battles to keep our eyes on before the pit stops. Here a couple, I think, of lapped cars going wheel to wheel into paddock, but behind the challenge is on for 6th as the Vape Club team try to gain the position. Can't quite do it, I don't think, as more drivers prepare for their stints. Up across the line, just 1/10 of a second, 3rd to 4th, so into Paddock Hill Bend, the battle for 3rd. Challenge from MJ Tech GT there to try and get a position away from PLR Racing, and we'll check at the end of the lap whether that has been a success. See if we can pick that up as they come down into Graham Hill Bend. Has that change happened? It might have done there. They're 2nd. That's the Stayward car, which has got a bit of a door issue, hasn't it? By the looks of things. But the cars behind them was the one that we had the potential change.
So ironically that time, the car looked fine. The door wasn't trying to swing open again, but maybe it is just certain corners or certain angles when the car leans that it causes the problem. So that might be interesting. This, I think, is for position now. This is for 3rd place. This is PLR versus MJ Tech GT, and this will be for the currently the final provisional step on the podium. And they have got quite a battle going on here, and looks like Neil Plymouth just drifted out wide, and this has now allowed the MJ Tech GT car to squeeze through on the advantage. And I think on this being the 4th stint, this will be 6th. This will be Scott Jeffs at the wheel. So Scott Jeffs puts a move on Neil Plymouth. He throws it back up the inside into Graham Hill Bend, and I could see an accident coming there. I think so could Neil Plymouth. I think his wiser part of his head thought, maybe if I do this, it's going to cause an incident, so I'll sit back here. But he's looking very racy on the exit here to try and find a way through and get back past. Now the pit lane window, I think, has now officially opened. It has, because now in the pit lanes both come the Vape Club EDF Motorsport car, and also as well at the top of the screen is Team Viking. So pit stops galore there for them. And those are the cars. They were battling over position. This is on the same lap. They both came in together. This is for position. Let's see if Viking can possibly leapfrog Vape Club in the pit stops. It looks like both are fueling at least one churn, if not 2. So the intriguing thing will be is who can conduct the quicker pit stop and who can get out ahead of who. Whether it's Viking are able to quickly leapfrog Vape Club, but they would need to kind of get the jump on them by about a good 3 or 4 seconds to be able to stand a good chance of passing them whilst they're still stationary, finishing off their stop. As they come out, it looks like Vape Club. Yeah, Vape Club's made it out first by far, because Team Viking is still, they're still in the pit lane, sort of either fixing something or having an issue.
That's the car that I said has been off pace all the way through that stint, the Team Viking car. So perhaps there are some repairs necessary going forward into the final hour of the race. As you say, they're still there in the pit, so this is going to be a very long pit stop for the Viking team. So you mentioned Vape Club already out. That was a 54-second pit stop.
And whilst you're looking at that, CCS Media have also just passed them as well. So that's for position 2 as they went past. So Viking not getting out. On the timing screen, once they're back out the pits again, they will then show as being solid again on the timing screen because they're greyed out slightly. There it goes, in fact. But maybe it's one for Jamie to find out. Why was that Viking pit stop so long? Because whether it was a piece of particular damage or an issue which they had to try and fix, or maybe it was a longer fuel stop.
1 minute 48, so it's a very long stop.
The only thing I can think of is if something's been damaged also, then again they were working on the car anyway. The only thing which can sometimes take quite long is potentially fuel. So even with 2 churns, that shouldn't take nearly 2 minutes to do that pit stop. So I don't think all was well with that Viking car when it came in. So I think that's possible for Jamie to go and investigate Team Viking as to why their pit stop was nearly 2 minutes when others have been throwing in stops as fast as 35 seconds. So that's one thing they've got to try and find out in that sense. This is the Lincoln Homes one, and they're doing a double. So basically they're doing a full refuel here, and this I think should then take them to the end of the race. It means they're going to do one more stop, scheduled stop. They should only have to do a driver change, and that's it. So they're starting to go long and get their fueling out of the way. all at once. Ooh, that's a tricky one. I don't know if that's going to be picked up on because they essentially touched the car. They're technically working on the car or touching the car whilst the refueling was going on. And the refueling wasn't finished, so I'd be surprised if that's not a penalty, because obviously at any one time, whilst the refueling's going on, nobody else can touch the car. Now, there is a small argument that says, all right, technically, when you went to touch the car, they were in between fuel churns, there wasn't any refueling going on. But at the same time, I guess it must be a rule that you have to not touch the car until the refueling process as a whole is finished. So that's that. There's probably an element in which they don't, but at the same time, you know, rules are rules. So obviously, it's them trying to understand it in that sense and go forward. So there goes the newcomers, which is the JPR Team Mintex, holding 13th place at the moment from their first Fun Cup race, and still the top 4 yet to make their 4th scheduled stop. So that's GCI Racing, Stobart Sport, MJ Tech GT, and PLR Racing. That's not a good sign either, trying to get this car restarted. Sounds like a rather tired starter motor.
This race.
They finally managed it, and away it goes. Point you with a slightly glitchy pit camera there. It's something to do with the signal right at the top of the pit lane, but that's one which is possibly fixed by coming nearer the aerial. One car at that group of 3 coming down the pit straight came into the pit lane, and it was, I think, Agua Caliente, because they're the only one showing on our timing screen as having a cog next to their position number, which means that they are in pit lane. Indeed it was. So this will be for their 4th pit stop. So one more to go after this round is complete. And that will come at the 40 minutes to go mark, because they've obviously opened it up with 80 minutes to go. So the pit window... So they split it essentially into 40-minute stints, but those pit windows obviously open at 40-minute intervals, and I think there's like a 10-minute period within that next 40 minutes to then complete the pit stop and go forwards. And then once the next one stops, it's then a cycle until the end of the race. Agua Caliente then heads back out, so they seem satisfied with whatever their pit stop involved. And getting towards the hour, GCI Racing still have this lead advantage. They're lapping in the 56s. Their last lap was a 56.910. So if Stobart Sport can take full advantage of this, we'll have to wait and see. Now this is a double fuel. This is for Greensall Motorsport. I can tell that because I can spot the Greensall Motorsport stickers on the fuel churn. There's Stobart Sport. This is an important stop. This is the 2nd place team. Whoever that was in the car literally got sort of hauled out of where they were. So that was a quick one.
So this is the one that did have the door issue, isn't it? The Stobart car. So a slow last pit stop of 62 seconds. And look, they've got a load of tape that they're putting on the door. Kind of surprised the race officials are happy with that. So that might be why we've seen it a little bit ajar but not opening anymore.
I think at this stage it's all they can do, because obviously if they're in there battling for the lead, they can't spend. They haven't got the full amount of time to either refit a different door or to refix the door fittings or whatever it is. All they can do is do something essentially that allows the door to stay shut and to try and satisfy the clerk of the course, Julian Floyd, as much as possible. And that's all they can do at this point in time. Double refuel or 2 fuel churns in for CCS Media, which means that it looks like they're going to go to the end as well. So it's all about really anyone who doesn't fuel on this second to last stop almost certainly will have to at the last one. Anyone who does refuel on this one and decides to go double, in particular, it's more likely that they will go to the end without too much trouble. I just saw there as well, I saw GCI Racing was having quite a race there with the 267 Team Olympian car, which is currently classified 5th at the moment. And so they'll be looking for a clean move past them to go forwards to the next, going towards that final stint. 1 hour 11 still to go in this 4th round of the 2022 Fun Cup Endurance Championship. And as the race continues on, there's the Stobart Sport car. I'll be intrigued to see if we can get a close-up of the Stobart Sport car now when it's brand new tape on the side of the door to see exactly what it was. There's the Stobart Sport car just going through the green and white car in there.
They did a quick pit stop, Scott, just 40 seconds. So we'll see when the leader comes in whether their pit stop is any longer and whether that gap therefore might come down a touch. It was a slower pit stop from the GT Tyres car again. That's been slower all the way through the race, so that means PLR Racing are back ahead into third position. But all the time, the MJ Tech car sort of had about a 10-second longer pit stop than the others. So we await the leader in. I think that's about the only one of the contenders not to pit this time by. They seem to wait until the last moment in the stints. So doing about 40 lap stints here over the 40-minute period. So should be in this time because the pit close board is being shown by our start line marshal on the gantry. And at the top of the shot there, you can see pull into the right hand side of the circuit is the leading car. So CGI Racing into the pits for their fourth stop. The first stop was 35 seconds, then 47, then 46. So the last two stops when fuel has been going in has been pretty consistent. We'll see what this one is like when they come back out.
I was intrigued to see how much fuel they were taking on, if any, because if they were going to put 2 churns in, of course, then that would put them to the end of the race. If they're going to put 1 churn in, or even not fuel at all, then we know they're going to have to potentially, well, if they don't fuel on this one, we know they're going to pretty much have to get fuel on the last pit window, and that might save them time. Well, it won't save them time. Whereas any time they can gain now to try and get out there and extend the gap big enough so that if they do have to pit, they're losing minimal. It'll be intriguing to see. GCI Racing have already gone straight back out again. So my suspicion possibly, Josh, is that maybe they didn't fuel. Or if they did, it was maybe 1 churn.
Yeah, they had 45 seconds, which is pretty much the same as the last 2. Yeah. So probably one churn, like you say. They did 35 seconds on the first stop, so that probably was none. Then 47, 46, 45. So they're getting slightly quicker on each stop since. But CGI Racing back out with this reduced margin though, because the Stobart Sport car only pitted for 40 seconds. So 5 seconds brought back by Stobart Sport. So the gap just around 20 seconds. As we have just 1 pit stop to go in the race. Fueled Up Racing have also been in, but they've gone back out again. Track Focus are in as well. And they have headed back out now. So that's all the 4th round of scheduled stops completed. With CGI Racing across the line as the leaders after 171 laps. And with this slightly reduced margin over Stobart Sport due to the different times in pit stops, a gap at 18 seconds. So we'll see how that alters over the next 40 minutes or so.
Yeah, now's going to be the crucial thing to see what kind of pace they've got at this point. And the fact he's got that 18-second cushion seems to be working quite well at this stage.
Tim Viking are back to 7th after their long pit stop, and but a long way now behind the top 6, and I think we're down to 4 cars on the lead lap. So CGI Racing are picking them off one by one and getting more and more cars a lap down or more. I'm going to say just 3 other cars on the lead lap now going into the final hour of racing.
So getting towards, as you say, getting towards the last hour, and this has been one of those fun cup races where it has calmed down a little bit. As I say that, so just watching Stobart Sport getting to a fight with Team Olympia there, and Team Olympia actually unlapping themselves on that stage, so they have taken the on-track position back again, and Vape Club are right behind them. So in fact, actually, I think this is, in fact, I'm certain this is going to be for possibly for position, and Vape Club have caught them in the pit stops. So there's Vape Club right behind the second place car, Stobart Sport. But now, ironically, this is a battle that's going on for what looks to be 5th and 6th position on track. And it is the second place car that's wedged in between them. So this is going to be quite an interesting situation.
Yeah, it looks like the Vape Club car is quicker through this stint than the Olympian car possibly ahead of it. So that's a potential change of position that could happen during the course of this stint. The Stobart Sport car desperately trying to get ahead of them so they can speed on and try and close in on this gap up front. It's not really working out for them here, Scott. They're stuck behind the traffic.
And that's the thing we were talking about earlier on in terms of the fact that you've got these cars that have just about the same sort of pace as the leaders, but they have to try and not get in the way too much of what.
She said that the door was well and truly shut into Surtees. So frustration, I should think. The blue flags are waving there at the marshal's post. But in this type of racing, blue flags being probably a little bit less than others. Now they move to the left-hand side. I think the message has got through. So the Stobart Sport car now can get past the Olympian car. But it's a couple of laps where perhaps they've lost a little bit of time to the leader. And that means 5th and 6th place battle can continue with Olympian under pressure by the Vape Club car that goes down the inside into Druid, but the gap is shut, but locking up the Olympian Holmes back car, but just about stays ahead. But you kind of get the impression that the Vape Club car have got the speed here to come through, but it's 104, isn't it, behind? So that's not quite a battle for positions. That's the EDF Motorsport car, the other one, confusingly. So it's not actually a battle for position, although it might look like it because it's a team car and it's all getting very close to one another, and perhaps the Olympian Holmes team haven't quite realised that, and that's why they're battling so hard. So it's not actually a battle for position, this, but a battle against a very similar looking car. So across the line for Olympian Holmes. Now they realise it and allow what looks to be a faster car, although further down the overall order, through. And the Vape Club car is actually 10 seconds behind, so they've got time to find if they're going to close in on this Olympian car. That hasn't quite got the pace, it would seem, so far in this stint. Lead gap 18 seconds still between CGI Racing and Stobart Sport. And then 10 seconds back to PLR Racing and 7.5 back to MJ Tech. But see here this Olympian Holmes car, which is struggling, the 5th place car. Let's have a look at those lap times in this stint. It's been hovering around 59 seconds, where the leaders are more like 58. So going about a second a lap slower, the Olympian car in this stint. The latest lap was a 59.0, before that 58.5, 58.6, 58.6, 58.4, 58.0, but then back up to 58.8, 58.8 and so on.
Just notice also with our leaders that the Stobart Sport car's taken about 0.4 per second out of GCI Racing. Gap is still 18 seconds, but it still seems as though that Stobart Sport either has found a turn of pace, or GCI simply got caught up in a little bit of traffic, which slowed them down a tiny bit and lost them a handful, a few tenths or so.
Yeah, looking at the averages here, Scott, the Stobart car is quicker in this stint, and this is what we saw 2 stints ago, wasn't it? Where the Stobart car was quicker. So without that door issue, which lost them about 20 seconds, it would have been very close indeed. That's could be the pivotal factor in this race.
That's a very good point, because they lost that time trying to fix it, and there was an extra longer stop. So you're absolutely right. It's the time that they've lost trying to fix that door. Ironically, it's the door that's losing them the race.
Down to
Uvio Hoffman's Lotus team. Farkini, great first stint for Fab, but unfortunately it sounds like you had an upright failure.
Well, it was a bit more complex than that. We're going to have to look at it, because the car lost drive and I coasted down from Druids into Graham Hill Bend, and when I went into Graham Hill Bend, then the actual bearing assembly broke and the wheel was loose. So it looks like the bearing is broken and actually snapped the drive shaft inside the bearing, so it was quite complicated. Unfortunately, with the timing of everything, there was some miscommunication, and they actually recovered us into Parc Fermé, which meant that we couldn't move the car, and we probably lost another 15 minutes sitting there. But car's out there, it's fine. Honestly, the guys did an amazing job to get that fixed over there in Parc Fermé, because the whole thing was mashed together. It was horrible. But car's running sweet. We'll just keep circulating and see what points we can pick up.
Yeah, and I suppose as well, it was a bit of a shock when the 99 car arrived coming into the pit lane.
Yeah, it was. I was standing right there. So I've never had that before, and the car was coming side on. There was a photographer there. I started to run. The photographer, I think, was just rabbits in the headlights. He was frozen, but it was a big bang. It was a big bang, but I'm glad he's okay.
And obviously for you, like you say, it's going to be sort of damage limitation now to see what points you can get and see what you can... So you'll be watching what GCI are doing very closely as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, they're doing a terrific job. It's endurance racing, that's what happens. We just got to keep circulating. First rule of Fun Cup, just keep going.
Excellent stuff, thanks mate. Back to you guys.
So we've solved two mysteries there. One, what happened to Uvio. It sounds like it was mainly a drive shaft failure that then apparently completely destroyed the inside of the wheel bearing, which obviously because of and the wheel sort of rear wheel section, which meant that they just, I guess, couldn't go forward if they wanted to. And the other one, what seemed to happen in that sequence with the 99 car that went off, where it sounds like it did just possibly, I think, came in too hot, and because of that had to stand on the anchors, lost it and hit the barrier. So and kudos to the photographer who decided to pretty much just stand there and do his job whilst he had a car coming at him sideways into the pit lane. So fair play to him for doing that one. But I think that is one of the key things in endurance race, which Varkini absolutely says, I can't disagree on it, is that essentially, because you never know what might happen, wherever possible, just get the car back out there, just get the laps in and just finish the race, because you never know how many cars might have problems in front of you that help you at least climb up a few more positions, at least get a little more out of the weekend than you originally thought you would have done. But it is good to see that car back out, and of course at the moment they're currently sat in 15th place, so they'll get whatever points they can for 15th. So and I'm almost certain, as I said earlier on, unless they have two more results where they will score nothing, then this will certainly be one of their drop scores that they will take into account when it comes to, or they will subtract from their total when it comes to totting up the scores, totting up their best results towards the end of the season if they're still battling for the championship. I'm confident they still would be, but of course it depends on how well GCI capitalises on things when it goes wrong for others. And so far they're fully doing that by currently leading this race by 16 seconds at this point. Although I look at that gap again, Stobart Sport chipping away at that gap. Another 4/10 to take it out on the last lap. 16 seconds now. That was about 18 seconds a few laps ago. They're coming.
Yeah, that's right. So the gap is coming down at between 3 and 4 tenths a lap, I think. And of course, as the laps come through here pretty quickly, a 40-odd lap stint, a third of a second a lap, you're talking about 15 seconds over a stint, which would make it pretty close if they can keep that pace up. And then it'll be all about the last stint of the race. So across the line again for the leaders, 58.7 on that lap, sort of a below par really, the pace there. So we wait for the Stobart time to come through, and that's a 57.2, which is sort of a quicker
second and a half quicker. So they really are on fire. I'll be very intrigued to see what the pit stop times for this last pit window is, because or in many cases, who needs to take fuel and who doesn't. Because if Stobart Sport don't need to take fuel and GCI Racing do, that's going to be crucial seconds that they will gain on GCI to get much closer. But it's all the work they're doing now to try and close in, and it's stuff like this that isn't going to help GCI either. Yes, they're getting a bit of a tow, which will give them a small bit of benefit, but at the same time they're still having to run around behind the slower car. So it is the fueled up racing car, but as I say, one benefit of them staying behind them is getting a bit of a slipstream to aid them in a bit of speed, and also aid them in a little bit of fuel economy as well. Last lap was a 58.3. That wasn't a good lap for them either. They've been lapping the 56s at one point, and they've got cars. Oh, that's not going to help them either. GCI Racing are getting very frustrated right now. That's going to lose them even more time because, and I don't blame. It's a fine line because the Vape Club car clearly has, in many points, the pace to be able to run with GCI, but at the same time, it's got to respect the blue flags. And if GCI was trying to come up the inside there, in all fairness, Vape Club should not have defended that. They're under blue flags. They're a couple of laps behind. If a faster car's trying to come through, they've got to let them through if they're trying to make a move. Otherwise, that's just going to work. Not going to work out. And I will fully. Whilst I understand that Vape Club wants down the lead lap, at the same time, I will fully understand GCI's frustration. But they're trying to go ahead and win their first race of the season after 3 second places, and they're getting sort of potentially caught up behind them. But maybe that's just me ranting, but I'm not sure. But that's just what it seemed to me in terms of maybe Vape Club didn't want to give it up, and that's not going to help matters either. That's a 97 car that's had all sorts of dramas and mishaps and pit visits galore today, and I think they'd rather just forget that Kent Brands actually even exists at this point because they've had a spin up at Druids, and they'll get going again very shortly. What's intriguing there is, I was about to say, well, the Evio car has gone past the. That's the Vape Club car. Sorry, forgive me, I'm talking about Vape Club as if it was their fault, but I think it was fueled up, remember, of course, it was ahead of the GCI racing car. The last lap was a further 1.3 seconds taken out of Stobart Sport, so they are charging along to try and catch and potentially even pass at one point the Stobart car. And was that a car running a little wide, a little slowly on the exit of Greenville Bend, or was running wide?
Well, that is the Vape Club car this time, I think.
Yeah, I think you're
right. I
think
it had a wheel on the grass going down to Graham Hill Bend.
And Agua Caliente getting very sideways there, and they, even though they're several laps down, they're still enjoying themselves out there at UVO. So again, granted they are several laps down, and obviously, but they will still be at least wanting to try and have a good time at this point.
So this problem with the traffic for the leader means the gap is down to 10 seconds. We talked about that being 16 seconds. Just a few laps to go, so it's a real problem this for GCI Racing. So the last few laps have been a 58.5, a 58.3, 58.7, 58.0 and a 58.3 over the last 5 laps, compared to Stobart Sports 57.2, 57.2, 57.2 consistent, 57.6 and a 57.5, so averaging over a second a lap quicker over the last 5 laps. Means this lead gap is coming down rapidly all of a sudden.
Yeah, the last lap, for example, that was more than 1.6 seconds taken out. So, all right, the pace has upped itself again now, 57.8. That's better than GCI Sport now, and they were on the same pace as Stobart Sport last time by. So still the gap is held at around about 10.5 seconds so far.
Yeah, I think they got past that traffic, haven't they? And
yeah, they have.
The difference.
Yeah, they've cleared the fueled up racing car. I think that's one of the ex-Make Happen racing cars, I think. So that's the I think that's the one which didn't have previously the Domino sponsorship, I think. And while Stobart Sports' efforts to try and clear that door closed have been commended, unfortunately the tape has had other ideas. It's trying to escape from keeping the door shut, and therefore that now not only have they got a door that's slightly half open, they've got a nice piece of tape that's flapping around in the breeze as well. So if they keep going this rate, they'll have streamers hanging off it. So this is going to be quite interesting. And I wonder, is this going to hold up Stobart as well either? Because there's these two different paradoxes in terms of, you know, Stobart might have a quicker pit stop in terms of overall if they have to pit, to fuel or not. But are they, at the same time, to balance it out, are they going to lose more time having to try and take that door up again? So it's a real trade-off here between GCI getting caught in the traffic and getting a clear run, and Stobart lapping quicker and potentially having to spend longer in the pits to refuel their car. But then Stobart, whilst they're lapping quicker than GCI at the moment, their last lap was again another 4/10 quicker. You've got an issue here of a door which, even with good old-fashioned race tape, still doesn't want to stay closed and might still irritate the clerk of the course further. So this is the balancing act that both teams have got to try and make in terms of what approach they take, and it's going to be hopefully quite a nail-biting finish with 51 minutes to go, 11 minutes before the pit window opens.
Yeah, and it's not looking great, is it, for the door? Whether they can just stick that strained bit of tape or close it again. Still kind of surprised that's been allowed, but there you go, it has been. it's not coming fully open, is it?
No.
So it's obviously holding on with something. I'm not quite sure what, to be honest.
I think whatever's left of the adhesive on that tape, I think, because half it's flapping around in the air. So I think that's where that's coming from. But I think what's also helping their course as well is that on certain circuits, I think gravity is helping them. Obviously, when the car's leaning to the right-hand side, and physics is helping them. When the car leans to the right-hand side, obviously it comes open. When it's going around, because this is mostly a clockwise circuit, most of the corners the car leans to the left, so the door will stay closed. So the only kind of time they have to worry about it in any case, really, is technically Graham Hill Bend, because that's the only kind of severe left-hand corner on the circuit to a certain extent. Richard Surtees is quite fast anyway, but quite like those two corners out of maybe 6 or 7 on the circuit, and 81 where it causes an issue. So maybe that's a factor in Julian Floyd's decision, or the general clerk of the course decision, as to why that's being allowed with tape, but they're not sort of too concerned about it. I think if it fully flung open, then you'd have a major problem on your hands, obviously. But the fact it's just ajar a little bit, but then keeping closed again on right-hand turns when the gravity is better against them, then maybe that's the reason why they're being looked at a little bit more lightly. Although I guess some teams, if they pick up on that, or have picked up on that, I wouldn't be surprised at the same time if they've kind of picked up and said, is there any severe penalty for that? Because it's a piece of bodywork that's flapping around that could become dangerous.
We shall see. Decisions above our pay grade.
Yeah,
I think.
That is. Yeah. We're not stewards or clerk of the course, so what we're saying is simply just speculation of what might happen. But by no means should you take any of our judgments on exactly who was at fault at what or what should happen with penalty-wise, with any smidgen of fact or weight in it, because of course it's down to the Julian Floyd and his stewards and clerks, of course, to decide exactly what reliable penalty is. But all we can do as commentators is watch it, observe it, and speculate on what might happen. Even though most of it is just talking rubbish, but then all of us commentators do that anyway for a living. So anyway, coming up to less than 50 minutes to go now. There's the Uvia Hoffman's Lotus car, which is still enjoying itself. The beautiful irony of this is that it is lapping on leader pace. Its last lap was a 57.639, so it's lapping at front runner pace. It's just obviously the fact it got hobbled, and then not only with the issue, but then incorrectly being put into the Parc Fermé garage. I'm sure will frustrate them even more, but credit where credit's due, they've managed to fix that where it was, in situ, and get it back out again. That explains the reason why I found it odd why it simply just popped into view at the top of the pit lane, because it was being repaired around the Parc Fermé area. But rather than a garage, just arrived around the top of the garage just from behind them. It was quite amusing, but it seems to be okay. There's the CCS Media car, 8th position at the moment. It's 3 laps off the lead, so 3.5 so, and they have a lap to make up on Team Viking, who in turn have a lap to make up on Vape Club, who in turn have a lap to make up on a battle that's currently brewing for... Oh no, they're on the same lap as Team Olympian, so their gap is 9 seconds, and they just lapped about a 10th or so quicker, but they're going to need the fortune of the race in these last 45 minutes or so to swing more in their favour in order to try and get themselves closer to a top 5 finish, I think.
Okay, so leaders come through again. This time the gap 8.4 seconds, so the gap continues to come down between the top two here. 7.7 now, 6 tenths on that lap, 192, brought down by Stobart Sport. Don't think they're quite going to get there before the pit stop, so as you've been saying, Scott, it's all about how long that last pit stop is. I think on average we have seen the Stobart Sport team slightly quicker in the pits, depending on if they need to do any repairs or not.
I think fuel will still be the big factor in terms of, along with obviously the fact what Stobart do with the door. In fact, you can see they're practically on the same piece of tarmac now, because as GCI left the shot on camera there, you saw that Stobart Sport appeared exiting Graham Hill Bend, so they are getting definitely closer. The last lap was another 6 tenths of a second taken out. The gap is now 7.7 seconds, so they've reduced it again even further. But again, it will depend on, I think the key thing will be just how, alongside the door repair, how much fuel do either of those two teams need to take on. If one of them doesn't have to take fuel on, then it will be at their benefit, although they might get a bit more frugal towards the end to make sure they get to the flag, although I'm sure the team will have done their calculations anyway. If they have to refuel, I'm sure they'll have enough in there to be able to allow them to charge on and just go hard all the way to the end and keep pressing for the victory. Incredibly, the gap has gone down again by a full second again now. It's now down to 6.8 seconds this time, but it was a 58 dead exactly for GCI Racing, 58.000 for Stobart Sport, 57.055. They are absolutely flying out there after them.
Fourth and sixth together on the track there on shot. MJ Tech and the Vape Club cars a lap apart. Across the line come the leaders again. That's a slightly better lap for the leader, 47.5, but again quicker is the chasing car. Stobart Sport 57.1, so the gap is 6.4 seconds. So the average lap times on this stint, something like half a second difference, where Stobart Sport have been quicker than the car they're chasing.
Another battle that seems to be closing up now is Team Olympian versus Vape Club, because that gap's come down quite substantially again. They've taken 1.4 seconds out of the Team Olympian on that last lap. So as well as the lead battle, the battle for the final spot in the top 5 are looking at it. And Vape Club, of course, were quite delighted with their performance last time out at Croft, and they would love to get themselves another top 5 if they can. They're going to have to get around the MJ Tech GT car if they can. And that car, ironically, is a lap ahead of both of those cars, currently sat in 4th position. So the fact that Vape Club's able to keep pace with the 4th place car that's a lap ahead of it is only good. And I think in some cases, looking at it where it's positioned, I think that Matt Dawkins at the wheel, I think Matt Dawkins is going to get a sneaky toe from the MJ Tech GT car. Now that's the Agua Caliente car going. I think that's a wheel change. It looked like it was some kind of a damaged rim on the inside of that tyre. Which
they're changing both rear wheels, are they not? So
yeah, you're right. They are changing both. So, and they get, you know, we said at the top of the race how it's rare for tyre changes to happen in Fun Cup. Obviously not in situ, typically in the pit lane, in the pit lane apron, but these tyre changes. Although we had that one that happened for the I think it was the Vape Club. No, it wasn't the Vape Club car. It was the EDF Motorsport car that had the problem. Excuse me, they changed that in the pit lane apron. That was a quick one. That Agua Caliente car has continuously had plenty of problems out there. Lead gap as they come across the line. What is it now? Oh, another 6/10 taken out. Under 5 seconds now. 4.9. They are charging after them. Pit window hasn't opened yet, so either it's going to be incredibly close. It might well get to the stage where literally they are that close. They will both pit together at the same time. It will be a straight race in the pits as to who needs what, and it will literally, I know it sounds obvious, but literally will be whoever makes it out of the pit lane first holds the advantage, and it will be whoever has to do the chasing after them and to what margin they have to bring down. So that's one to watch out for. Scrap between Olympian and Vape Club, 4.6 now. Another 8/10 taken out of that one by Matt Dawkins. No, Vlad Vasiliev will be at the wheel of that car because this is the 5th stint. The last one's coming up in about 2 minutes 45 seconds time.
Remember the Vape Club car had that off at Graham Hill Bend. On that lap it did 1:04 and lost 6 seconds or so. So without that off, they might already have been in 5th place. But as you say, it's a good chase nevertheless. Meanwhile, the leaders across the line. It's another second brought back by Stobart Sport. I presume this is just driver pace, and it's not the leader with an issue, GCI Racing, because it's consistently been losing a second or so on this stint, particularly in the second half of this stint, it would seem to me, where the lap times have gone out. Yeah, it's been hovering around the 58s for most of the stint, whereas the Stobart Sport car has been hovering closer to the 57, so that will make sense really with this chase margin that we're watching.
I'll tell you who has woken up, and that is Ben Pitch. He's put in a personal best last time by 56.915, quicker than Stobart Sport by 2/10, and he was a full 1.2 seconds quicker alone than GCI Racing on the lap before the one they've just completed. So across the line have gone GCI and Stobart. Gap has only gone down by 1/10 this time, about 1/10 and a half. So they've woken up a little bit, and I suspect now they're starting to sense that the pit window is getting close. They might get involved. There's the 3rd place PLR Racing car. Ben Pitch at the wheel, and he will of course be handing over, and he's done a 56.9, so he's slapping even quicker than the top two. So this could be a real grandstand finish, depending how pit stops shake out. We could be seeing, if it all works out, hopefully, a three-way scrap for the lead, because we've got Stobart Sport catching GCI Racing and PLR Racing catching the pair of them. So, and we could also have this quite close finish also for fifth between Team Olympian and Vape Club. So again, we reiterate, you know, forget the fact it's a 4-hour race. This has literally been a 4-hour sprint from start to finish, and if things play out the way which they are currently doing so, we could be looking at two very close finishes for the victory in the podium and also for the final top 5 spot, and that is set to be possibly a real barnstormer.
Yeah, it's very important, isn't it, to have your quick driver in at the end because of these battles that need solving at the sharp end of things. Slow car on the start line here. 97, the car that's had problems all race, isn't it? The Olympian Homes car. There's Nigel Greensill getting ready to do the last stint. He's had that big break in the middle, hasn't he?
Yeah, shades on, ready to go full top gun mode, I think, with that.
Of course, Nigel Greensill so experienced in all sorts of cars.
I'm sure. I think he's done plenty of Le Mans, hasn't he? A couple of times. A lot of like FIA GT equivalent racing as well. I think GT3s at some point.
Fairly historic cars, very historic Formula 1 cars and sports cars and all sorts of things. 104 in. I did that came in just before the pit window opened, according to my screen here. 10 seconds before, which isn't really what's supposed to happen.
No, but the way they're looking at the car, that is most definitely unscheduled. So,
yeah, the mechanic totally inside the car, isn't there?
Yeah, he's they've just lost a place actually to JPR Team Mintex. They were running 12th, but they're now down to 13th. Let's see, look at top 3 then. Right, we've got cars coming in. Right, MJ Tech GT and Team Olympian then. The pit window opens now, so has been open for around about roughly nearly a minute. So there you saw in the shot just before we flipped over, that was GCI Racing at the front of the shot in the white, red and black car, and then the green car was the green and white car was Stobart Sport chasing after them. So the first few of the front runners are in, MJ Tech GT and also Team Olympian. There goes Team Olympian. So they're making their last scheduled stop. So is Track Focus as well. There is Track Focus moving into their box through the front of shot. And it doesn't look like, was there any fuel? No, I don't think there was fuel for MJ Tech GT, so I think they've decided to carry on. I don't think there's any fuel for Track Focused either, so they're happy to go to the end. I'm going to be quite intrigued as to, if any, which of the two teams, if either of them do, need in the top 2 positions need fuel, either GCI Racing or Stobart Sport. Because I'm certain whoever needs fuel might possibly decide who wins this race. At least play a major factor in it. Excuse me.
It's a gap 3.2 seconds. On the last few laps, the leader's picked his pace up again. I wonder if he just struggles with traffic a bit, the leading car, because we saw that earlier, didn't we, where like some quite aggressive moves were tried and didn't work. That EGF car's going in the garage, by the way, the one that came in early.
But at the same time, I don't know whether it be things like conserving fuel, because then again, you've got to come and probably refuel anyway to try and save some time and take a calculated risk on how much time you can lose to make sure that you've got enough fuel to get to the final stop. So it's a tricky one. Last time by between the top 3, another half a second taken out. 2.7 is the gap now. All 3 of the top 3 are back in the 57s. 57.7 for GCI Sport, Stobart Sport 57.2, PLR Racing 57.4. So top 3 covered by 18 seconds. Top 2 currently by 2.7 at the line last time. We've also surpassed 200 laps. We're on lap 203 now, so we've passed the 200 mark. In comes the ever-troubled 98 car. Sorry, 97 car, Olympian Homes, that car in. And CCS Media in, 8th place they've dropped in from. And this will be Nigel Greensill ready for his final stint. And for the final stint of the car, also in now is the fueled up racing car. So we can check in with who the drivers in the last stints are going to be. So it's going to be Farkini in the car for Uwe Hoffman's Lotus. This is going to be Paul Taylor getting in for 49. 61 car we just saw pitting, and that's going to be Scott Jeffs at the wheel of that car now. The Olympian Holmes car, which has been having troubles, if they do change drivers, that will be Mark Slatter coming in to finish the car off. In terms of the front three, GCI Racing only lost about a tenth and a half that last time by. It's now 2.5 the gap. So again, as you rightly said, Josh, big chunks being taken out, but now they're coming towards near the end of the pit window. Now they probably realise that they need to get the pace up and kind of make sure they can keep the second place car at bay for as much as possible until they stop. GCI Sport just picking up that pace again because they know they're going to be pitting imminently for the final time to make one last handover. So it will be Craig Butterworth getting in the car for the final stint of GCI Racing. For Stobart Sport 170, that's going to be Richard Webb getting in. And for PLR Racing, it should be the captain, I think. Yes, it is. So Neil Plymouth comes in. 98 comes in. That's the JPR Team Mintex car. And that will have, for its final stint, Campbell Cassidy. So that will be Chris Williams jumping out, Campbell Cassidy slotting in. Central driving position in these Fun Cup cars, like a McLaren F1.
A smaller price tag.
Yes. And remind those watching and those who might have just joined in later on and looked at these cars and made the initial assumption that these are Volkswagen Beetles. I can tell you categorically that you do not call these cars Volkswagen Beetles, because even though the body shape does bear a resemblance to a Fun Cup, sorry, a VW Beetle, these are definitively Fun Cup cars in their own right, mainly because they have a single-seater chassis. I'm tempted to say it's something like a Formula V chassis, I think, in some cases possible. Because the only reason I say that is because it runs a Volkswagen Audi Group turbocharged engine. Well, I know the slightly different to the original Beetle engines that the Formula Vs run in their category of racing. So, but it's a single-seater chassis with a silhouette, but with a roll cage and a silhouette body on top of it, and of course it features a 1.8 litre turbocharged Volkswagen Audi Group engine. So definitely purpose built, and of course these cars have been racing in the UK since 2002, and of course it got popular over into the French and sort of Belgian regions, and of course they have the annual Spa 25 hours every year, or at least they have done in typical years.
Last year they had the Le Mans 24-hour support race where there were over 100 of them.
I do remember that. Yes, you're absolutely right. I remember that. That was quite an intriguing thing. Is Caliente driver, again, another example of them being literally physically dragged out of the car. I think that's Caliente was checking the back end of the car because they changed both the rear tyres on that, both the rear wheels and tyres. So I think they're just checking the back end to make sure that all is well with it, and that after the repairs that they did, that it's all okay. There's still only 3.5 minutes left of the pit window, so the top three are so at least the top three, and also as well you can throw in the Vape Club car, are going to have to make their stops fairly sharpish in the next 3 and 10 minutes or so. Again, when the pit lane window closed board goes out, anyone who hasn't pitted is allowed to pass that board once. If they pass it a second time, that means that they've gone through without actually pitting, and that means they will get a penalty. But they have to pit on the next time coming up to the pit entry after they've passed the pit window closed board once. They can only pass it once, and that's it. The signal to cut the engine, Igo Caliente, possibly suggests to me, Josh, unfortunately, that we might possibly, unless they're going to try and do something to it, we might possibly be looking at, unfortunately, seeing the demise of the 207 car, possibly not getting to the end of the race. But it is staying in the car, so maybe not. But again, another car that's had no end of strife today.
Yeah, that car's been put into the garage, so more mechanics can work on it. But as you say, driver staying in the car, so perhaps we will see it again. Lead gap 1.6 seconds between GCI and Stobart. But as you say, they've got this final stop to make. They're so close now, it is going to be a race for the crews.
1.1 now, look at that, another half second taken out of them. Needs 6/10.
Yeah, so we've got this battle on then for the win in the last half an hour. And the leaders then are up at the hairpin, up at Druids. No cars between them, no traffic involved in that. You can see out here they are on the screen now, down into Graham Hill Bend. The two leaders with very little between them. It's getting smaller and smaller. This gap started off about 20 seconds 40 minutes ago, And it's come down to pretty much nothing. So a fantastic stint from the Stobart booth. There's the bait club car. For the pits.
So that's it making its final stops. That'll be Matt Dawkins getting in for its final pit stop. As for top two, are they coming to pit lane? I think, right, GCI isn't, but Stobart is. So Stobart in for their final stop now then. This is crucial. I don't see any fuel churns. There's no fuel for Stobart. It's a straight up driver change. Now, anything going on with the door or not? So let's have a look. They're not touching it yet. Having a bit of a sort of touch of the race tape. Just strapping the driver in. And yeah, they are doing some more work. They're possibly putting some more tape on it, and away it goes. That was a very quick try and quick fix in that one. As it leaves, the Team Viking car goes out. Now, of course, Josh, you've got it on your computer as to how long the pit stop's going to be when it comes out. That's going to be the crucial thing. As for GCI, whereabouts are they? They're just coming through Surtees up towards McLaren and Clearways, so maybe they might go in. Stobart Sport leaves and is now, that's it to the finish now. Half an hour to go until we head to the checkered flag.
And that was a 40-second pit stop, 40 seconds.
As for GCI, they carry on for another lap. So either they'll have to pit this lap or the next lap, because they, as I mentioned, they can go past the pit window closed board once. So the pit window will close in 2, 1 now. So yeah, message on the timing screen, pit window closed. So it has to be this lap or the next lap that they make their final stop, and they're trying to extend that stint as much as possible. And
so now out and in laps are important here as well. Therefore, from the new driver into the Stobart car, this out lap pretty crucial to have a quick one, because that's another way, if the pit stops are a similar time, you can jump your opponent. So intriguing conclusion to this race, because sort of the middle part, they got to points where there was lack to talk about.
Right, there's the pit stop time they need to aim for. GCR Racing need a pit stop time of less than 39 seconds. Because if they go longer than that, then that will certainly cost them. And I think, is that coming into the pit lane now? Yep. It is. Right, so race leaders then. This is the crucial pit stop of the race. Now then, we'll have to answer the question, is there fuel or is there not? And the answer is, doesn't look like it. No, it's no fuel, it's just simple driver change. So if they can get this in, no, there is fuel.
The tiniest of it.
The tiniest amount to get them to the end of the race. Right, that was a very quick splash and dash for them. Nice. So where is Stobart Sport now? They are currently heading out of McLaren and Clearways, and the GCR Racing car now leaves. This is going to be very close indeed. If they can get out in front. They're at pit lane speed. The Stobart Sport car is at full pace down the pit straight. Xing out, pit limiter is off now. Down the pit straight, towards Paddock Hill Bend. Here comes the Stobart Sport car around the outside. It's very close, and it's under a second. They're practically back to where they started before they both pitted. But now, the GCR Racing car has to get back up to speed with a new driver in it. The Stobart Sport car's been going for a lap or so, and now it is game on for the race victory. It is that close across the line. When they crossed the line, the gap was 2.4 seconds. It ain't 2.4 seconds now. They are nose to tail for the race lead in the round 4 of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. It is now GCI Racing versus Stobart Sport, a straight 28-minute slugfest to see who takes the victory.
Yeah, the pit stop for the leader was actually 38 seconds. It was actually slightly quicker than the Stobart stop, but obviously a very good outlap from Stobart Sport has meant they're right there and putting the pressure on. And don't need to worry about looking at pit stop times anymore, because it's all about, as you say, this battle for the lead of the motor race. And PLR Racing in third are only 9 seconds behind, so their last pit stop must have been absolutely fantastic. Let's have a look at that. That's 146, isn't it, in third. Their final pit stop was 31 seconds, 10 seconds pretty much quicker. So they could be a contender if Neil Plimmer's quick in this final stint. He's 10 seconds behind going into this last stint. Is the Stobart car been touched by one of the back markers?
Well, he hesitated on the apex of the corner there. I'm not quite sure why, but he hesitated right in front of the Greensill Motorsport, Greensill Motorsport car. So where the gap was about, literally about half a car length or so between first and second, it looked like he simply just either didn't get the power down properly, or just backed off in the middle of on the apex of Druids. I don't know. I can't understand why he did that, but he's still within contention here. Now, of course, as for Neil Plimmer, of course, Neil Plimmer is the captain. He's the expert, essentially, of Fun Cup. So if anyone can find some pace to try and catch these two in front and have an incentive to do so, I think it's certainly Mr. Plimmer himself. So gap is 8.5 tenths between the top two. Just a reminder, the GCR Racing car is the black, white and red car number 111 on your screen. And then it's the white and green car behind you. That's Stobart Sport. Those are the two cars that are on the lead lap. That is the real lead gap between them in front of your eyes. They are that close together after some 3.5 hours of racing. And that's the beauty of Fun Cup. It's not an endurance race where someone just sails off into the lead typically, although sometimes JPR Evo does do that sometimes. But in many cases, when it is quite close and there's quite evenly matched, can be a real proper game of strategy when these two cars have come together. And for it to be this close after 3.5 hours of racing, when strategies have brought them both together at this point, is quite fascinating. And we're going to get hopefully a proper finish to the end. Although I say that, I hope they're not spoiling things. It's not an anticlimax, but it looks to me as if GCI Racing have picked up their pace with this current driver in the mix, and they're, dare I say, getting away.
Yeah, with a different driver speed, it does seem that the two different cars are quicker at different points in this race, doesn't it? And at this point, it's CGI Racing going away at a rate of about half a second a lap. And therefore this lead margin is extending, as you can see, and Neil Plymmer hasn't either got the pace of the two in front. So where it was all closing up, it might just be settling down a touch at this stage. And so there's the two leaders through shot. We're looking back for third. There's Neil Plymmer, 12 seconds behind the two in front. But it's been a good chase by this team.
Yeah, that gap's dropped from 9 seconds to 11 now, so it's grown from 9 to 11 seconds now. So in that point, when he's just getting back up to speed again in that car, but looks like Neil Plymmer at the moment doesn't quite have the pace to match. Cross the line go the leaders. There goes the Stobart Sport car. The gap is it back out again? 1.3 seconds. So it's very evenly matched. It was a few hundredths in it, but it was GCI Racing fractionally faster by about 300ths. So at the moment, it seems that GCI coping with the traffic better and have that little bit more outright pace, whereas moments ago when we saw Bob before they pitted, it was very much role reversal. It was Stobart Sport catching GCI Racing. Now it's GCI pulling away from Stobart, having the superior pace.
Yeah, seems that way. But there is traffic for the leader here, I think. Or he dealt with that. Looks like he might have done. Yeah, the leader's dealt with the traffic there. Now, I wonder if, yeah, here he comes Sam Smith, isn't it? Down the inside. We saw how quick he was in the first stint. So it wouldn't be the worst thing for the Stobart team now to follow him, tow him along without losing time. You don't want to battle with him because then you'll start losing time. But we know Sam Smith, one of the quickest drivers in the category. Ex-Ferrari challenge driver, Sam Smith. He's someone to follow and see if he can draw you along to the race leader.
I have to say, when you look at it that way, that's probably, even though initially you thought, oh, Sam Smith's got past him, when he realised it's Sam Smith, he's probably going to have a eureka moment and think, maybe if I follow him, it might well give me the extra bit of pace I need to keep up with the leader here, because this is really how close it is. Of course, it's literally these two cars between them. Ironically, both are Nigel Greensall cars. It's Nigel Greensall driving his car, and then the Greensall Motorsport car with Sam Smith at the wheel of it that are sandwiched in between the two leaders. So,
and probably those two back markers, inverted commas, are the two quickest cars in this four, aren't they?
Yes, yeah. I would be hard pressed to find a fault in that argument. Yes, because looking at where they are at the moment, let's look at their lap times. At the moment, CCS Media's done a 58.4. Greensall Motorsport, yes, it is the fastest car, 56.8 now. So I think, yeah, Stobart Sport where possible would, I think, ironically, whilst I thought them letting them through would hinder them, I think where possible it would serve them well to try and latch onto their slipstream a bit and try and chase after them, because potentially, as you rightfully said, that car might drag them back towards GCI if it all works out in their favour.
Yeah, the problem with Stobart Sport is they're not keeping up, are they, with the two cars? What's going to happen here? Because you've got Greensall and Smith back together. We saw the shenanigans they got up to when they were together early on, and they're right behind the leader, who they're a bit quicker than. So do they go past the leader here, or do they not want to get involved in the battle? Does one of them want to get through and the other one's more happy to stay behind?
You should well know they're race drivers, Josh. They always want to get involved. They're racing drivers. Of course they want to get involved. But in all seriousness, these two, of course, if they've got the pace to get past, obviously it's a difficult situation for GCI, of course, because, of course, if they let them through, is there a possibility where they might be able to use them as the tow to try and pull away again? Or does the race come back to them a little bit more and they have to pull away once more now they've got them out of the way? And how much, if they do let them through, will it hold them up trying to do so? Because, of course, if you have to kind of either back off or let them through and have to kind of, handle your car around the fact that they're both trying to come past you, that will obviously lose them the cushion he's got, because the cushion he's got at the moment in the lead is only 1.8 seconds. So it only takes him to take one small misstep whilst trying to negotiate these cars. It's all going to play for nothing. GCI car easy negotiates. All the 97 cars have all sorts of problems today. The two Greens, I call them Greensall associated cars because, of course, as I mentioned, one is Nigel's car, as in he owns it, Greensall Motorsport, and the other is CCS Media, the car which he drives with two of his other teammates. But it's not a Greensall Motorsport owned car, as far as I'm aware. So there is the captain, Neil Pliver, as he makes his way out. He's done a 57.9 last time by. I think pace-wise, given the fact that he is 31 seconds ahead of the fourth place car of MJ Tech GT, I think he might possibly, at the moment, have to be settling for third place. His last lap was a 57.5, but then the two cars in front of him he's trying to chase down both did 57.1. So I think Neil Pliver will probably do well to just bring the car home and get it into third place. The only thing would really change things up now is if there was a late safety car, but you know, touch wood. But I think we've seen crazy things happen in Fun Cup, so who knows? Anything could happen in the next 20 minutes, and typically in Fun Cup it usually does. So, way to butcher a Murray Walker line there, but in many cases it rings true that you can switch F1 in that line for motorsport, and it rings true in terms of anything literally can happen in motorsport, and we've seen some quite extraordinary stuff anyway, I'm sure, between the pair of us. So we'll wait and see, but we're now into the last 20 minutes, and at the moment it's not quite certain, Josh, as to who's going to get on top of this. At the moment it's GCI with their current pace, who are just keeping Stobart Sport at bay, but who knows?
I think we saw there Sam Smith just got past Nigel Greensall on the road again, much like we saw in the first part of this.
Yep.
Some more traffic for the leader, which looks pretty easy to negotiate this time. So now it's Smith who will be hunting down the leader on track, not for position, of course, but it could be a factor, as we've been mentioning. On raw pace, I don't think Stobart have quite got it, have they, in this last stint? They're not far away, but they haven't quite got the pace to make the move. But could circumstances arise where something is possible here?
I mean, last time I've been trying to keep, rather than just Stobart Sport, I'm keen to look at the lap times between these, particularly the Greensall Motorsport car, because last time by it was a 57.2 for Sam Smith, 57.6 for GCI. So that's 4/10 gain. Of course, remember that, of course, this car is at the moment 5 laps off the lead. So, interesting. This is interesting pace now from Sam Smith and Nigel Greensall to boot as well. And this is Sam Smith going also something else to factor in. He's going 4/10 of a lap, second of a lap quicker at the moment, at least that last time by, with a damaged front splitter. So if he didn't have a damaged front splitter, he might be going maybe a tenth or two quicker, I'd imagine, but at least a fraction quicker. But the fact he's doing that with half a splitter missing is relatively impressive. So, and just keeping GCI in his sights. And the interesting thing is that Stobart, well, that wiggle won't help, but they are doing their best to keep with these two Greensall cars, or the Greensall associated cars, in order to keep themselves in contention should anything happen if these two cars try to unlap themselves on GCI and it happens to go wrong. So this is one of the situations where you're not quite sure what the next move is correct, what the correct next move is in terms of, does Sam Smith unlap themselves? Does GCI defend from that? Does Stobart just keep latched on and hope for something to happen? This is a fascinating end. This is one of the more fascinating ends to a Fun Cup race that I've seen since I've started watching this championship several years ago and commentating on it. This is quite a chess game of a finish in terms of what move does someone make. Whatever move someone makes next might well decide whether the game is won or it's still to be played for with 17 minutes to go. This is quite an intriguing race. I quite like this.
Yes, the leader's got to decide whether he likes having the buffer of another car behind him, or he'd rather not have the risk of somebody trying to dive down the inside and cause an issue. As you say, that really the driver's got to play it by ear, and the leader's just done their fastest lap of the race, 56.7. So that's one way to try and avoid any tax, isn't it? By going quickly, doing a PB.
But Greensall went fast still. They did a 56.6, and now they're all over the back of GCI now. What's not helping Nigel Greensall and the Stobart car is that they're struggling to get around the 98 JPR Team Mintex car. So that car back in 12th position. So that car being held up there. And that was Stobart trying to make it past Nigel Greenstall into Surtees. That's going to lose even more time now. So, of course, the poor Mintex car is just trying to keep out of the way as much as it can. But inadvertently, what Stobart needs now is for these two to ironically start fighting on track, even though it's not for position, to bring these two back into play. And he needs to use Greenstall as the toe down the straight. Although I think Stobart doesn't. It looks like he doesn't want to do that, and he wants to either get a push from Greenstall or just get him out of the way so he can try and chase after him and up his pace a bit more.
I think Greenstall pulled to the left and rolled out to the throttle there. He knew it was one of the leaders behind, and he's letting him take the fight. So Nigel Greenstall didn't want to be part of the battle. You get the feeling that Sam Smith's more keen to be part of the battle, don't you?
Well, he's just passed the GCI racing car now, so that's a change in there. The gap that crossed the line was 2.4 seconds. Now, whether or not GCI is going to run to try and keep up with Greenstall, or whether or not the Stobart car is going to feel more comfortable not immediately being stuck behind somebody should be interesting. And also, if GCI does have more pace and they're following behind Sam Smith, how much are they going to get held up, if at all? And how much is that going to help Stobart Sport? This is one of those races where, again, you're going to have to think about all the different outcomes. A proper strategic kind of cerebral race to have to think about. And I'm actually quite enjoying this. You get these raw ones that kind of are just pure slugfests in terms of like battles where they're going back and forth at the front and battling for position. This one is a real cliffhanger as to what the next 15 minutes could play out in terms of whether or not everyone comes back together again, or GCI pulls away getting a tow from Sam Smith, whether Stobart gets a push from Greenstall. This is fascinating, this race. This is going to be a really interesting finish here.
Gap came down by 8 tenths. It's now 1.6 seconds between the top two. So the lead car was on a slower lap for whatever reason. The leader's actually getting given the blue flag there by the marshals down there at Surtees, because the car behind is quicker. The Sam Smith-driven car is lapping quicker.
I tend to forget that function with the blue flag is not just a faster car is behind you, but also it's also behind that the car behind you may want to overtake. But that can also, not just for being lapped, but also the fact that there's a faster car in terms of for position. The bot would have come back and overtake you. And I think possibly that, let's double check who's driving that car to make sure, that the GCI car, I'm pretty sure that Craig Butter would look at that and thinking, yeah, I know there's a car trying to overtake me because he's coming up behind me. I don't need a reminder. So he's getting close, 1.6 seconds. So although that last time by, the lap times were fairly equal. It was 8,000 of a second was between GCI and Stobart, and the gap there was 1.6. It looks slightly visibly closer, but we'll wait and see. Last time by, the gap stayed static at 1.6. There was literally that close in it in terms of match lap time. So, yeah, it's a fascinating outcome this is. I'm not quite sure how this is going to play out.
13 minutes on the clock as they come through for another lap. There's another car that's got to be lapped by the race leaders. And here comes Sam Smith down the inside of the leader into paddock. How's that going to work out for our leader? Well, he managed to stay ahead of Smith, didn't he, in the Greenstall Motorsport car?
Well, I think did he repass him? Because I think Smith was Butterworth was he was chasing. Yeah, he was chasing Sam Smith. I think he's then gone repassed him again, I think. So
okay.
I think it was anyway. Because
certainly that's the first time we've seen sort of some movement between the two of them. But as you say, they're back in the order they were before anyway, whatever was going on there. Now here's the traffic. A big slide for the leader. He caught it, but that was over the curb. Through Surtees with a car in front and a car right behind. But for Craig Butterworth, he's been able to hold on to it. And he's actually got past the traffic now with Sam Smith still right underneath his rear wing. This time Smith goes on the high line into Paddock Hill Bend. So this distraction is there for the race leader.
And this will be played perfectly into the hands of the Stobart car, because of course the harder these two fight each other, even though it's not for position, and it will be frustrating GCI more than Craig Butterworth more than Sam Smith, then the more this will play into the advantage, of course, of the Stobart Sport car with Richard Webb at the wheel. Because Richard Webb what Richard wants to see here is he wants these two to start squabbling amongst each other and fighting, because it'll only hold them up and bring him back into play. The gap last time was 1.5. He was a fraction quicker by about roughly a hundredth or so. But looking at the Team Uvio car, who, despite their best efforts in lapping in the 57s, they are still 44. They've made progress. They're 44 laps off the lead now, rather than 45. So they've gained one back, but they are still at least they've still even been 8 laps off Agro Caliente in 14. So 50th place, I think, is the best they're going to have to manage.
Neil Plimmer's lost a lot of time, hasn't he? He's 22 seconds behind the leaders now.
He has, you're correct.
So he was sort of 10 behind when he came out the pit lane. That shows you how quickly the top two are going. The pace that's shown by Butterworth and by Webb up front, with those two backmarker cars around them, they are much quicker than Neil Plimmer, who, as you say, settled into that 3rd position.
It's just under 11 minutes to go, and I still can't see a clear direction of where this is going to go, whether or not GCI Racing will hold on with the support of at the rear gunner from Sam Smith, or whether it's going to be Stobart Sport getting a push from Greensill Motorsport. Sorry, CCS Media, sorry, not Greensill. It's by Nigel Greensill in the CCS Media car. This bit will only be helping GCI because they're getting a bit of a push here. That might not be so much going down the outside, but again, that's held up a little bit more. What's the gap now? 1.6, so it's crept up by another 10th or so. This is real back and forth stuff here. It's very much a stalemate, and what's not going to help Butterworth there is having to defend that inside line from Sam Smith. So that's going to hold him up about another 10th or so. Down the hill they go again towards Graham Hill Bend. Lap 231 in this 4th round of a 2022 Fun Cup Endurance Championship here at Brands Hatch. And again, it's a real nail biter here between these front two. It is pretty much a real chess game of a finish between the top two in this scrap.
Here they come across the line. Again, Sam Smith comes up alongside the leading car. This time he's nosing ahead a touch, but it's that tight line taken by GCI that keeps him ahead on the road. Remember, these two cars not battling for position, but it's getting a bit awkward here for the leader. It does feel. It's definitely a big distraction, isn't it, having this car all in his mirrors.
But even that, with that happening, still attempted a bit quicker than Stobart Sport was GCI last time by 57.181 for GCI Racing, 57.3 for Stobart. So gap has still gone out by 1.7 seconds. And this now comes down to how much does GCI Racing want this first win of the season. They've come second 3 times this season. That's why they lead the championship, because they've capitalised on the fact that Uvio have hit problems. They hit problems today, they hit problems at Alton Park, and they've been literally the most consistent out of everyone so far, which is obviously why they lead the championship. But it's now how much do they really want that first win. They can almost touch it. It's 8.5 minutes away now, and I think what Sam Smith is trying to do is he's inadvertently made himself, I think, Craig Butterworth's drafting partner in some case. So he's going to try and push him along and try and pace him a bit better. The lap times are so similar, only about 300ths of a second in it. These two are really evenly matched at the front. It's going to take either one slip from Stobart to put them fully out of contention, or one slip from GCI to bring Stobart back in. But at the moment, 1.87, 1.8 seconds, that's just not going to be enough for Stobart in terms of a gap to start feeling any opportunity to try and close in. This is going to be pretty much a case of, Stobart is waiting on a mistake from GCI.
Oh, they've made contact. The leader's been.
Oh, around goes the leader. No, GCI Racing's gone around. I saw Josh looking out the window, and what we feared might happen has happened. They've come together, and GCI Racing, whether they'll be furious at that, I'm certain they will. But whether it was inadvertent or not, but the lead. Just as we said, the lead can change just like that. And because of that dramatic moment in the final 7.5 minutes, and GCI Racing, is that their dream of winning, taking the victory? Are they going to have to recite to second place again for the 4th race? I think they'll hold the championship lead, but that would be the least of their concerns right now. Potentially, in these last 7 minutes, that could just be their first win of the season. Gone.
I was going to say, would it be better to let Sam Smith through and not have this risk of a car behind you and then just follow him? Because it looked like Stobart had enough, GCI had enough of a speed, but wow, that was a conclusion. You did wonder if it was going to come, but it has now. But can they catch? Because there's less than 5 seconds in it. We know they've got good pace. They're going to be fired up now to push on. We'll have to watch these gaps.
He's going to be, to use the term, matching the gas pretty much everywhere he can go for. 6.5 minutes. There's the gap now. GCI Racing are going to get so much encouragement over the line. What's the gap now across the line? It's now
over a second quicker for the second car.
Oh, it's 57.0. This might not be over. 57.0 to 58.0. A full second quicker. And if Stobart's going to get possibly held up by these two in front, maybe it's not over. Maybe there is still 6.25 minutes. I should explain here, Andy McEwen, who would normally be doing these races, would probably be having kittens right now watching this because he's a big FunCup fan, of course. So he'd probably say to himself, the one weekend he has to do British GT alongside FunCup. This is the race that he misses where potentially GCI possibly do or don't get their first win of the season. And that happens with about 7 minutes to go. This finish is coming up here. So I guarantee he'll probably want to be here today right now rather than Brands Hatch than Stetterson today for British GT for any qualifying as such. But I'm sure he'll watch this back with great intrigue. Right, lap times this time. 57.3 for Stobart. Picked it up again. GCI race 57.2. Only a tenth. Only taken a tenth. So I suspect that they are dropping back from the two Greensill associated cars, both the Greensill Motorsport and CCS Media machines, and they're not really being held up. It's more kind of GCI trying to use the clear air to chase after them, but this is going to be pretty intriguing. Ironically, what I was saying, Stobart said they need a slip up from GCI. Now GCI needs a slip up from Stobart because otherwise that's going to bring them back into play. For what it's worth also, Stobart Sport, if they do win, it'll be the second win of the season for a car in the Masters contest. I'm going to get this right. I think it's either 50 or 55. If a team has at least one driver in their lineup, which is at least I think it's 50 or 55, then they get themselves into the Masters contest and score kind of points towards that. So for the record for the Masters contest, it's Stobart Sport who lead that from the third place car of PLR Racing, and then it's the fifth place car of Team Olympian that currently sits third in the Masters category. So that's the key thing there. Cross the line, another half a second taken out, but there's only 4.5 minutes to go, so 3.5 seconds. I don't think it's going to be enough. I think they need a major mistake, touch wood, from Judge Stobart Sport. It was the curse of the commentator, wasn't it? It was literally that whole thing of Stobart needed a mistake from GCI. Moments later, contact with Greensill Motorsport, and it changed the complexion of the front two altogether.
Right, I'm going to leave you, Scott, so I can get down, make sure I'm down in time for the Mazda race. So
good stuff.
I'll leave you to see what happens over these last few minutes.
Well, we will see what happens. 4 minutes to go then. Let's see how this one plays out. So, out through clearways, there goes the leader Stobart Sport. They are currently, I stress the word currently, on course for their second win of the season. What about GCI? How far away are they now? Across the line. Ooh, 2.9. It's another 4/10 taken out, but again, they're just it's not enough. They need to be taking a lot more time out of it. Number two, Nigel Greensill and Sam Smith are going into combat here in a little private battle of their own in front of the Stobart Sport car, and it looks as though it's probably going to. I have a feeling this might be it. It might well stay as it is, but credit to GCI Racing, they will push. And the trouble is that even if there's a penalty coming the way of Greensill Motorsport, it doesn't change the result because Stobart Sport have obviously done nothing wrong and they weren't involved in it, so they simply watched it happen. And GCI Racing, all they can do is just keep on pushing. You can see the body language of that car shows that Craig Butterworth is giving it absolutely everything. And that's the agonising point. He can see the Stobart Sport car just in front of him right there, but he's just that little bit far away to try and get past him. He needs to be taking about more than a second a lap out of him here. It looks quick, 57.4, 56.7, 2.2 seconds is the gap between the top two. He took a full, what was that, 7/10 of a second out of him. Stobart Sport have picked it up a little bit more, but they might get caught up with the two cars in front fighting. Is ironically, Sam Smith and Nigel Greensill going to be the saviour of what could be GCI's race. Here he comes down the hill. 2.25 minutes to go in this race. I told you, the fun, as you said before, these FunCup races, it might be 4 hours, but they ain't dull 4 hours. They are exciting and nail-biting 4-hour races. Case in point. Again, There goes the GCI car squirming around as it looks for grip in some cases, and agonisingly, visibly, he's getting closer and closer, but time is running out. They think they're going to get, what, 2 more laps? He needs something. He needs a miracle to try and catch Stobart Sport here. Stobart Sport just needs to keep it on the road and keep the gaps looking good. 57.1, 56.7. He's in the 56s. He's practically on fastest lap pace at this point. It's another 3/10 taken out, but 2 or 3 tenths or so. Still 2 seconds. He needs to find 2 seconds in 2 laps. It probably might not happen. Stobart might get a little held up between these 2 cars in front. That might possibly come into play. How agonising is it for Craig Butterworth that he's that close to what could have been the first victory for GCI Racing? It still technically could be, but he's got to find 2 seconds and to get around the Stobart Sport car in this last lap and a bit. He's visibly close. Look at this, coming into the complex of Surtees and through Clearways, through McLaren and Clark Curve. Is there going to be anything on the last lap that would possibly help? They're going to come across the line to start the final lap of this 4-hour race. Across the line they go. There goes Greensall and Smith. There goes Stobart Sport. There goes Craig Butterworth, and the gap is now, what is it now? 57 to 50. It's another 6 tenths taken out. It's 1.4 seconds. Oh, it's agonising for GCI Racing. They're almost getting involved in the battle here between the two cars in front, the CCS Media and Greensall cars. And yeah, last lap board has gone out. It's not close enough, I don't think. GCI Racing will rue this race as the one that got away from them. Whether or not they can attribute blame to Sam Smith or not, we'll have to wait for the stewards room to argue that one. But as Stobart Sport make their way through Surtees for the final time, the clock will tick down. It's going to hit 0 this time by we will see the checkered flag, and these guys will be absolutely heartbroken and dejected to lose the victory. It'll be second place, they'll hold the championship lead. But after the reigning champions hit strife last time, Stobart Sport, exactly the same scenario. After drama for GCI, it's a second win of the season just for Stobart Sport in round 4 of the 2022 Fun Cup Endurance Championship. And agonisingly, GCI Racing are 2 seconds away from what could have been their first win of the season. It's another second place. 4 in a row. They will hold the championship lead, but they won't care about that right now. They will care about the fact that they just lost their best chance of the season so far to take a race victory. And that, unfortunately, will hurt. That will hurt for them. So, moving on to our last race day is coming up in a moment's time, but looking at our rest of our finishes, PLR Racing will come across the line 24.5 seconds behind the race winner. So PLR Racing come through for 3rd place overall. 4th place goes there to MJ Tech GT, strong drive from them, and 5th will go to Team Olympian. 6th place for Vape Club with EDF Motorsport. They only just missed out on a race victory, so that is one for them that they will be the race victory, top 5. It's been a long day. 6th place for Vape Club, 7th for CCS Media, so they finished there. 8th for Team Viking and 9th for Greensall Motorsport. Now I don't know if, again, not being a steward or a clerk of the course, I don't know if that contact, or whether we didn't see it on the camera, but we saw, I know Josh saw it out of the window, so whether or not on the footage they look at, whether they'll be deemed any fault at all or not, we'll have to wait and see. And whether or not, if there is any fault, if Greensall Motorsport will be dropped down the order, but if they were at fault, but we'll wait and see. 10th was track focused, and then the rest of the field coming through was Fueled Up Racing in car 49, JPR Mintex, Agua Caliente, and then Uvia Hoffman's Lotus, who had a really poor, had really bad luck today. They had a drive shaft failure, which broke one of the inside hubs on the rear wheels, and that forced them to lose some 45 laps from the leader and end up finishing 14th. We lost the 104 car in the latter stage, the EDF Motorsport car with problems. And then the Olympian Homes car had a litany of issues today, but they managed to still finish, albeit 67 laps down, and yeah, making a total of 13 pit stops, incredibly. Well, that was incredibly tense towards the end. Let's find out what the drivers thought of that. Jamie, down in the top 3. How on earth do you sum up a finish like that? That was simply unbelievable.
It was. It went right down to the wire. Absolute heartbreak for the 111 team, and obviously huge congratulations to Stobart Sport. Unfortunately, all the cars have had to go into part ferme as per the championship regulations, which I'm not allowed down there. So the drivers have had to dash off. So from down here in the pit lane, I'll say my goodbyes. I'll be passing the baton over to Josh Barrett, who will do the interviews for the final Mazda MX-5 race. But from down here in the pit lane, I've been Jamie Peters-Anderson. I will see you in 4 weeks' time at Snetterton for round 5.
the day, and that's Stobart Sport, who takes the victory in a very tense final few minutes of the Fun Cup Endurance race. GCI Racing, long-time leaders, contact in the closing minutes, cruelly robs them of a victory in second place, but they'll be back next time to try and put that right at Snetterton. Third for PLR Racing, fourth for MJ Tech GT, a Team Olympian finish in the top 5, just ahead of Vape Club Motorsport, with GCS Media, Team Viking, Greensaw Motorsport and Track Focus rounding out the top 10. Then Fueled Up Racing at JPR Mintex, Agua Caliente, Uvia Hoffman's Lotus after their problems with the drive shaft failure, and EDF Motorsport, and of course we had who pitted, and then we had Olympian Motorsport finishing in 16th place, and Kaiser Motorsport, who retired after their pit lane entry incident. So, I think maybe to calm down after that, show us some Mazda MX-5 racing, I think. But this should be pretty interesting. We've got one more race to come, and it is our second of the day for the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. If we need something to kind of keep the energy up, this should do the trick. So, in order to try and calm us down a bit, I think after that thrilling finish of the Fun Cup race, I think let's get our blood pressure up again by watching some Mazda MX-5 racing, shall we? It's the second race of the day for the Brscc Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship, and after their quite fascinating race earlier on in race 1, it was a victory for Chris Dawkins, his first of the season, to grab some key points, but crucially, it was a strong result for Declan McDonald, with a second place for him compared to Matthew Fletcher in 5th, because after a rather unfortunate jump start for Matthew Fletcher, as I think he looked like he jumped the lights when they came on rather than off, he got a 10-second time penalty post-race added to his 10-second penalty added to his race time, which then pushed him down to 5th on the grid. So he starts in P5 at the moment, and we'll give you the grid very shortly just to take a look in terms of who is going to start where. But as I now look at the information, of course, plenty of cars gridding up here. There's about 31 car grid expected for this second race. Of course, the grid is formed by the results of race 1, so the last few cars just being gridded up by ever fantastic Orange Army, the brilliant volunteer marshals who are putting them into position. This is how they're set to line up. So, based on the result of race 1, it's Chris Dawkins who starts on pole position after winning earlier on. He starts alongside Declan McDonald on the first front row of the grid. Then it's defending champion Harry Storer in car number 1 and row 2. He starts alongside 150 of John Pethick. Then next on the grid we will have row 3, where we find Matthew Fletcher, who finished second on the road in race 1, but after his 10-second penalty for jumping the start, he was relegated to 5th. He starts alongside the white multicoloured jigsaw coloured car of liveried car of Alan Hawkins in 6th position on the grid. Neil Chisnell and Charles Boniface come next on the 4th row of the grid, and then it's Dale Pace and Jake Stiles on the 5th row to round out the top 10. Jamie Turner and Michael Pearce on the 6th row of the grid. Jamie Turner and Michael Pearce on row 6 from Aaron Danapal and William Bream on the 7th row. Then it's Brian Rumsey and Peter Higton on the 8th row of the grid in 15th and 16th places. Martin Tolley, who's standing in for Tim Storer this weekend in car 501, he starts alongside Robert Greensmith on the 9th row of the grid. Then Nick Ledoyen and Kevin Bird round off the top 20. Brscc competitions coordinator Luke Souch will start the second race 21st on the grid, just the bottom of the shot there in the grey car with the yellow bumper. That's the I think Martin Canning car used to have that one, and Martin Canning now runs in the MX-5 Championship with Martin Tolley's Go For It Racing Squad, but that is Martin Canning's old Mark 1 MX-5. Then we have him next to Richard Bartlett in car 78. Next up is Peter Williams and Marcus Roswell Potts in his first weekend of Clubman racing, starting on the 12th row of the grid in 24th. Then it's Jason Aisbert and Chris Thelwell on the 13th row of the grid from James McCutcheon and Ben Manchett. Then it's David Sculler, Tom Cannon and Warren Jacobs to round off the 31 starters for what should be quite a fascinating 50. So 15-minute race coming up then for the MX-5 Clubman Championship. And a bit of a stack up on the formation lap here. I think it's just some cars trying to get some heat into the tyres and brakes here. To make the way around, it should be quite a fascinating contest. Chris Dawkins, of course, going for his second win of the day. Declan McDonald would like to go and take a victory himself. If I look at where he currently sits, if I can, in the point standings. Have a look. That's the Mazda MX-5 Championship ones. Nothing for Clubman. Coming to the weekend, I think Declan McDonald taken a couple of race wins, but the quite amusing thing about Declan McDonald is that his plan for the season wasn't to do a full season. He was going to jump in and do sporadic races, and I think his son is also competing in the mini challenge as well on a couple of weekends where he was going to do so. But I think the form he's been showing this year has made him have to rethink what he does this year. So start forming up onto the grid. So just quick colour check again. It's the sort of darker blue MX-5 on the left of Chris Dawkins, car 22. It's the black car with the yellow indicator covers. That's Declan McDonald. The black, red and white car is car number 1. That's Harry Storer. The lighter blue car on the right-hand side on the second row is John Pethick. And then the navy blue car with the yellow wheels is Matthew Fletcher. And then next to him is the white car with the multicoloured jigsaw livery. That's Alan Hawkins. Those are the front few rows. Last couple of cars are in position. Oh, there's a creep of frame from Alan Hawkins. He's to jump the start as well. Not as severely as Matthew Fletcher did in race 1, but away from the front row of the grid for the second time in the MX-5 Clubman Championship, but he's level pegging down towards Paddock Hill Bend. They're 3, nay 4, almost 5 abreast down towards Paddock Hill Bend. Lads, that's never going to work. You're going to have to shuffle yourselves out, and indeed they do. Nice and clean so far up towards Druids. So Dawkins has the clean line into Druids then. He leads from Devon in second place. Sideways for Fletcher, the championship leader, in slight trouble there. He makes contact with Alan Hawkins. Is he going to keep off the barriers? Yes, he does. He keeps it out of the barriers and not across the grass, but he's down several spots outside the top 10. He's been passed by the likes of Del Pace, Martin Tolley, I think, as well. Jake Stiles. Looks like possibly Michael Pearce is involved in there as well. He's dropped several spots, so he's down from what was 5th position, down to possibly outside the top 10 at this point. Through the top end of the circuit then goes, as they come down the long pit straight, cross the line to end lap 1. Dawkins leads then, about 0.3 of a second gap over McDonald in second place. Storer has 3rd, and then it's 4th position for John Pethick. As for Matthew Fletcher, crossed the line in 12th. So that really is going to be, if he can't make his way through that quick enough, that might well be one of his worst results of the season. They'll already be thinking about that as a drop score. Now then, here's something that will perk up Harry Storer fans. He's on the back of Declan McDonald here. Of course, the defending champion having to work quite hard this year to get amongst some of the front runners who have managed to catch him up, because last year he was very much the class of the field. And as they come up through the top end of the circuit, just going to see if Dawkins can try and pull away here, which he is doing so. Harry Storer going with Declan McDonald here. They're starting to drop both Pethick and Neil Chisnell. Across the line goes Matthew Fletcher. Up the inside he goes of Matthew Pearce in car number 70. So that will him going up to 10th position. He's already passed Jake Stiles for 11th. He's got himself back into the top 10. And the next target is going to be Martin Tolley, who is firmly sticking to the inside line here. Martin, of course, vastly experienced in MX-5 racing, currently an MX-5 SuperCup racer, but he has been a former Masters champion in Mark 1s in the main MX-5 championship before. I don't like calling it the main championship because, of course, it's the more established championship, whereas is what I mean by that in terms of its running 3 races over 2 days, whereas this format is more favourable to those who want to race one in one day across 2 races, and that seems to favour quite a few drivers quite nicely. There goes Martin Tolley elbowing his way past Del Pace in the almost golf-coloured car. Dawkins heads him across the line to end lap number 3. Fast lap of the race, the first proper flying lap around. Went to John Pethick, 58.593, and he keeps that fastest lap as Fletcher gets past Del Pace. And now as he looks to the inside of Paddock Hill Bend, he is thinking about a move. He's almost there on the inside of Martin Tolley, but I don't quite think he's done it. He's still alongside, and here comes Del Pace. Oh, and there's contact in the background. I think Del Pace tried to make it 3 abreast, and that was not going to work between them. But Fletcher finally forces the issue up the inside through Druids, and here he goes. And behind in the background, there was a spin there for Jamie Turner. Now then, whether he jumped or he was pushed. Oh, and almost gets tagged by 2 cars coming through on the inside line. That was very close indeed. I'm sure his eyes, I suspect his eyes were on stalks at that point, but he just about got away with it. This is what Mazda MX-5 racing is all about with the Brscc. Close battles, and this is not going to help Matthew Fletcher as Martin Tolley, who, quite frankly, in his own way, doesn't give a damn that he's a championship leader. He's out there to try and race and get as many good results as possible. So across the line he comes as Declan McDonald now sets the fastest lap of the race. That will help him to gain some more points back on Fletcher. I think he did in that first race, and he might well even have the championship lead by a couple of points, but because McDonald did outscore Fletcher by about roughly 4 or 6 points, and the gap was only 3 between them with Fletcher in front. So I think it's possibly in the points table now advantage to McDonald as we now watch these leaders come through. So coming up to a third of the way through this race now. McDonald, of course, has that fastest lap, 58.5. He's got the gap down to less than half a second between himself and leader Dawkins. In the background, there was Peter Higton having a scrap with Kevin Bird. That was over 15th position, so just inside the top 15. And wind their way out through McLaren clearways and then through Clark Curve again. Sweep past the camera one after the other. Great shot that coming out of the Clark Curve onto the pit straight. What is the gap now? 3.5 tenths. New fastest lap of the race now for John Pethick again. 58.498. And I think that was a fastest lap that was, you know, personal best for Harry Storer. I thought Harry Storer had taken the fastest lap, but he wasn't. It was a personal best for him, set moments before Pethick came across the line. So strong top 4 here as they turn out through the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. Now down the short straight towards Surtees. Bump of the curb there from Dawkins, taking that nice sort of more traditional racing line. McDonald, meanwhile, looking in his mirrors because he has to go slightly off the racing line to defend from any potential advance from Storer. Now also look at the very racing John Pethick. He's got the fastest lap of the race, and he's looking pretty speedy himself down the straight. Across the line they go. Fastest out of the top 4 was by only 5 thousandths John Pethick. Matthew Fletcher's on the charge now. He's up to 7th. His next target's Charles Boniface. He set the fastest lap of the race whilst he's doing it. So he's now going to 58.2. And just in the background there, Boniface is running a little wide exiting Paddock Hill Bend, and I think on the inside line that should have given Fletcher the place. Looking out my commentary box window, and the answer is yes, it has. So Fletcher is on the charge here. He's managed to go from what was 5th on the grid down to as low as 12th after he got caught up on the opening lap with Alan Hawkins. Oh, and Boniface comes back at him on the exit. Look, just as the top 4 go through, look at the scrap going on for 6th position behind them, because that was that was Boniface not really willing to give that position up any more than he had to. As they come out through Clark Curve, here come the leaders. So Dawkins, McDonald, Storer, Pethick, then Neil Chisnell. What about 6th position? Yep, it's Matthew Fletcher, only just from Charles Boniface. And behind them is Alan Hawkins, who is the, I think, the last person that Fletcher wants to see in his mirrors. And he's charging along after he got caught up too. Up the inside he goes of Charles Boniface. And Boniface kind of backs out of it a bit and lets him through. And that loss of momentum might just put Martin Tolley up the inside as well. Here he comes, darting to the inside. But Boniface senses it happening, goes straight to the inside of the corner to defend. And also look at the way that both, looks to me as if that's Del Pace in the Gulf-coloured blue and orange car, and then you've got the green car of Michael Pearce in car 70 as well. Leaders come, just getting up now through Surtees, and then up now through McLaren, Clearways and Clark. Sideways moment there for Del Pierce. Around he goes up at Clearways. And Michael Pierce has to avoid him in sympathy. And that was very close for Jake Stiles and also for Nick Ledoy. They both just about missed him. In fact, several cars did. That was very lucky. There's been a lot of near misses in MX-5s today. Some very lucky drivers. Whether it's lucky underpants or four-leaf clovers or anything else, these drivers really are managing to get away with some quite intriguing spins and quite hairy moments. Quick shout out to Luke Souch. He's inside the top 20. He's just there in the grey and yellow car, battling with Rob Greensmith, who was last year's. He was a triple trophy winner. He was the Rookie of the Year. He was the Masters champion in Clubman, and he was second ever championship as well. So that's good. Certainly some good caliber drivers you're working with. I'm also noticing just further up, looking at my commentary box window, I can see it side by side between Hawkins and Boniface, but we'll look at that in a moment whilst we continue with this battle. So Graham Rumsey and looks like the 264 William Bream are the next targets possibly for Luke Souch, or Souch. I should really get his surname right because I do work with him. But they come up through the left-hander of Surtees and then through McLaren, Clearways and Clark, and now I suspect possibly Souch. I'll get it right. I know he's going to rib me afterwards when he watches this. When he's getting his name wrong twice in a row. But he's now going to line up both Graham Rumsey and William Bream. Meanwhile, here are our leading group. They're coming up to put a lap on. I think that is going to be once again, as it was in race 1. Yeah, looks like that's possibly 55 of Warren Jacobs. So Warren Jacobs is going to have a lap put on him as Dawkins sweeps past. And again, you can tell he's a rookie because or novice, because you've got the yellow square with the black cross that shows he's done less than 6 races. And for him, for a first run, that's really good driving from Warren. That's really good, keeping out the way of everyone. Good job. There he is in the 55. Next one he's going to try and let through is Neil Chisnell, although to be fair to Warren, he's just trying to keep to the racing line and let the faster cars go around him, as you expect most to do. With blue flag rules, you stay where you are and it's up to the faster car to determine how to get past. Speaking of which, looks like McDonald's trying to work out how to find a way past Dawkins here. Last time across the line, if you look at their lap times, he was about 2/10 quicker at that point. The gap is down to under 2/10 now, as both Storer and Pethick are in there. It's quite a bit of a stalemate between these four. And McDonald might feel he has an opportunity to take a victory, but he'll certainly push as hard as he can to try and force Dawkins into a mistake. As for Matthew Fletcher, his last lap was a 58.3, so his pace seems to have stagnated a bit. He's not going any faster than the cars in front, but going up the inside for second goes Harry Storer. Big lunge up the inside into Clearways. And out through Clark Cove, he runs wide on the exit. And this will give McDonald all the momentum he needs to pull alongside. There he goes. So McDonald saw it coming. He let Storer take the move, let himself run out wide, and back into second place he goes. But all of that fighting in that one sequence has only helped Chris Dawkins pull a few more tenths away. The gap was about just under 2/10. It's now over 6. As they come down the hill out of Paddock Hill Bend and up the hill once more towards Druids again. This is lap 12. New fastest lap of the race, meanwhile, for John Pethick, 58.1. So he's charging along. Meanwhile, Martin Tolley had a 1 minute lap time, and so did, I think, also Alan Hawkins. I suspect possibly have Tolley and Hawkins come together at some point, I wonder. I think there's been a bit of a hold-up between Tolley, Hawkins and Boniface, I think, looking out of my commentary box window. And they are in that order now, but I think there's been a bit of a schmozzle between them. Now they come out through Clark Curve again. This is now for lap 12. They're going to complete onto lap 13. And so far it's advantage Dawkins. And again, he's had to do hardly any defending in this race because he knows that these 3 cars behind have all been scrapping amongst each other and trying to pick fights and trying to get through. And all the while he's just simply driving his own race, driving his own line. He's barely had to defend all race. And this has been really good stuff from them. Here comes Pethick. Sweep to the inside into Druids on the defending champion. Edges him out wide. Lovely move on the inside there from John Pethick. Great stuff. And just before that, he lost his fastest lap of the race because Matthew Fletcher, who could do with all the points he could get, has taken it himself. He's done a 57.807. That's a fantastically fast lap. He was practically quicker than the leaders by about 7/10 of a second. Storer tries to look back up the inside. And look behind them, look, because there's Neil Chisnell. And he's been severely caught by the charging Matthew Fletcher. He's right on his tail as they come out through Clearways and Clark Curve now. And I think the battling which McDonald had with Storr at that point has only just allowed Dawkins to have that safety blanket now for half a second. We look back now to our more scraps here. Luke Souch is getting involved here, getting around the outside of Warren Jacobs, and poor Warren's getting swamped by cars everywhere, but he's doing his utmost best to keep out of the way. That's still really good driving from him, so well done. So cross there goes Higton, there goes William Bream, and Luke Souch is up to 17th now. So this is solid run inside the top 20 for him so far. This is good progress. And what was his last lap? He was about 4/10 off William Bream's time last time. 59.4 for Bream, 59.8 for Souch. Here's further up the field, just ahead up the road. We've got, that's Michael Pearson, the green car, Nick Ledoyen, Aaron Della in the close racing car, run by Lindsay and Mike Close. Of course, who've been regulars in the Brscc Mazda paddock for the last few seasons now, since about 2015. And now with the final 2 racing laps of the day upon us. Oh, there's a car off in the gravel. I think that's Ben Manchett off the road. Let's see if the timing screen concurs with me. I think he does, yes. So Ben Manchett, and they're going to flag it early because the car, if they had to put out the safety car, it would have been a safety car finish. So at the final result then, the final race of the day is won by Chris Dawkins after a car off in the gravel. Is there a second car off? I think there was. That's Alan Hawkins. He's had quite an eventful race today. And he was quite close to Boniface and Tolley, so I'm not suggesting he was involved in anything else with them, but they were in his vicinity, so who knows. But Dawkins then comes across the line and will take his second win of the day, second win of the season also, the MX-5 Clubman Championship. He'll be delighted with that. And I think if there's one thing that's clear, I think he likes Brands Hatch, because he took victory at the end of the season last year in October. He's taken 3 wins in a row at Brands Hatch. He won, I think, the last race of the season of the Clubman Championship at Brands Hatch in October last year, and now he's won both races here at Brands Hatch in June, a year later. So that's looking pretty good. But there's your winner, Chris Dawkins. Very happy indeed with that. Quick wave to the marshals and to the crowds, and of course, again, big thank you to all of our marshals and volunteers for being incredibly efficient today in making sure that the racing has happened as efficiently as possible. As it is the last race of the day, they can take their time to recover that car, Ben Manchett's, but into the top of pit lane they go. They will stop at the top of the pit lane into what we call Victory Road. And so here's the result then from race 2 of the MX-5 Clubman Championship. Chris Dawkins wins by almost half a second for Declan McDonald in second place. But it's John Pethick, Harry Storer and Matthew Fletcher again in third place, but he gets the fastest in 5th, but he gets the fastest lap of the race. So that will certainly limit the damage he's taken from points today. Neil Chisnell 6th, then Martin Tolley 7th. And then that then follows 8th place for Charles Boniface, 9th for Styles, 10th for Pierce, then Nick Ledoyen, Aaron Della, Kevin Bird, Peter Higton, William Bream. Luke Souch 16th, that's a really good progress for him, so credit where credit's due. Good drive from Luke today. Then it's Graham Rumsey, then it's Del Pace, Rob Greensmith and Richard Bartlett, and then it's Jamie Turner, Peter Williams, Chris Thelwell, Alan Hawkins, James McCutcheon, Marcus Roswell Potts, Jason Aisbert, David Sculler and Warren Jacobs. And we lost from that race, sadly, Ben Manchett, and the other car we lost out of that one was, no more, just 30 cars in that race, that was it. So 1 car we lost. So for the final time today, let's head down to Josh in the pit lane and have our final top 3 from that excellent second race for the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship.
Thanks, Scott. So we're down here again with the Mazda MX-5 top 3, this time from the Clubman Cup, and once again the race winner was Chris Dawkins. Well done, Chris. You managed to make a bit of a gap there for a little while, and then Declan caught you again.
Yes, yeah, I was lucky. I was trying to sort of be slower on some of the corners where they would sort of get caught up, and it worked. Yeah. And then as the race went on, tyre started going a bit off, and it was getting a little bit trickier, and then I knew, you know, if they have a clean nap, they'd call back up again. And I owe the guy who spun off there, bless him, I know he doesn't want to hear it, but a big drink, because they threw the checker flag early. But as soon as Harry got through, I think, hindsight's one other thing, I think I'd have been okay. It was just a question of keeping it nice and tidy, and then it's going to be very difficult to overtake here if you know, it's not to defend fresh air. Yeah, and it worked out as 2 from 2, so I'm really chuffed.
A very good day, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's great, Joe. I'm going to have a drink now.
Well done, and enjoy that very much. You deserve it. So well done to our race winner. Second place was Declan McDonald, who's getting congratulations team. Second again, Declan. You had a bit of a battle with Harry there in the middle.
Yeah, I mean Harry, he had a good old go up into clear waves, and he had a big old lunge through, and I was trying to not be too defensive because I wanted to go with Chris and see what happened at the end, but yeah, he just skated wide and I just came back underneath him, so it was only and then he dropped back into a bit of a battle with John, so that left me free, and I was trying to track back to Chris, thinking another 2 laps to go. That's quite nice. I'll have a bit of a go there. We were under no pressure from behind at that stage. But then, obviously, I don't know who it was, but they went off in the gravel up there. Finished early, but we'll take the points. Second place. Yeah, 2 seconds. Good weekend.
Yeah, so championship lead now going into the rest of the season.
Oh, is it? I didn't realise that. I'm not counting points, obviously, but yeah, I don't know what happened to Matt. I didn't see him in that race. So
he dropped back a bit. I think he got the fastest laps, but something like 6th or something at the end.
He's flying today. He's a damn good peddler, and so I don't know. Where did he finish? 6th.
I don't mean like that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I was expecting him to come and join the party at some stage, but obviously he had his dramas. But no, very happy. I mean, Brands is not my favourite track, so to come away with 2 seconds, happy days.
Well done. And then in 3rd place was John Pethick, who's over here. John, 3rd place there, well done, and got past Harry towards the end.
I did, yeah. Yeah, it was a bit of a 50-50 move, actually, so he didn't have to leave me room, but he did. So, yeah, got 3rd in the end, but I was mindful about not battling too much near the start, pull away from the pack, and yeah, finally got my first podium this year. Yeah, so pinched the air like I'd won the race at the end.
That's the thing, isn't it? If you're not sort of used to being on the podium, it can mean more than some people who win quite often.
Yeah, exactly. But hopefully there'll be some more this year. Yeah. Great weekend.
Well done and good luck for the rest of the year. So that concludes our podium presentations down here today on this Brscc weekend. So we can head back up to Scott to conclude today's programme.
Thank you very much, Josh. Superb work as always, once again, in both in pit lane and up here in the comms box for the FunCup Endurance Championship race. Yeah, some amazing Mazda MX-5 racing all round, and that incredibly thrilling finale, as it tends to be in regular occasions for the FunCup Endurance Championship on that side. Again, just to reiterate, because today has been mainly a FunCup centric stream in terms of the influence stream, in terms of mainly for the purpose of showcasing the FunCup and also the Mazda races here today. Unfortunately, there won't be any stream of tomorrow's races, I'm afraid. I know there'll be some people disappointed at that, but if you want to follow along from all the races tomorrow, you can do so via TSL Live Timing. There will be circuit commentary as well on top of that, and if you want to follow that on TSL, you can listen in to the races for the rest of the MX-5 Championship and SuperCup, races from the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club, from their Southern Division, their Super Saloons and Tin Tops on one grid together, and also a race you certainly want to listen out for, and that is the only 2nd ever race, 1st of the season, of the Brscc Super Sport Endurance Cup. A nice entry, about 25-26 cars on that grid. So if you want to keep tabs on that, go to tsl-timing.com. Track action will start at about 10 o'clock tomorrow. Listen in to them. We've got circuit commentary from 2 very capable commentators and friends of mine, Dave Goddard and Jack Oliphant. So be sure to tune in for that. Thank you, quick thank yous as well. Thank you to all the marshals as well, all to our volunteers and everyone who's been involved in today's place. We couldn't do it without you. And of course, thanks to all our teams and drivers, those to FunCup and the Mazdas. Thanks to you who've been watching. Also, thank you to our associate sponsors and partners at Run Your Fleet for their constant support, and of course the supply of our ever brilliant Mazda Jaguar XS Sport Brake safety car. I've had to see it a couple of times today, so for 1 or 2 incidents, including the FunCup. And if you want to find out more about them, head to runyourfleet.com for more information as well. I think it's all left for me to say is for myself, Scott Woodwis, and on behalf of Josh Barrett and Jamie Peters, thank you very much for watching. If you like what you see here today, hit the subscribe button and the notifications bell so you can get notified when we have more post-production videos and live streams going live as well. And the next live stream coverage for Brscc should be on July 23rd and 24th back at Snetterton, where there should be plenty of excellent action there as well. But from all of us here at Brands Hatch, thank you for watching. Have a great evening. Listening to tomorrow's races on TSL. And until then, have a great night, and we'll see you soon for more action live on the British Racing and Sports Car Club YouTube channel. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.